What's up, everybody, and welcome into the European Brawl Stars Open. It's going to be a lot of fun. The road to South Korea starts here. I'm Dolson, joined on the desk by Pretty Hair for the first few games of the day. Happy to have you here, Nick.
Yeah, man, this is going to be really, really exciting. So much has happened, I think, in the competitive scene, in the game, in your client since last time. So many new star powers, a new brawler has been added. A lot of fun stuff to get into.
And, of course, as I mentioned, here is your format, Stage 3. Being that live in-person event in South Korea. But before we get there, you got to move through the open qualifiers, which is where we are now, Stage 1. Stage 2 are going to be those regional finals, where the best teams from each of these regions, the top 2 teams from each week, of course, qualifying into those Stage 2 finals. And then we'll whittle it down further from there towards South Korea. It's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, all these games mean something now, all these weeks.
Yeah.
Of course, means stuff. And on top of all that, you're going to win yourself some money.
All along the way, we're going to have 4 of these events on our way to the regional finals. First place takes home $600, $300 for second, $150 for third, and for fourth. And like Dave said, top 2 from this week's tournament are going to be qualified out for the regional final at the end of the road. And that leaves us, sometimes we do have to play for that third and fourth spot because those guys are not going to be out of it. They can play in future weeks if they want to.
Absolutely, and we'll start off today in the round of 128, which means we're going to see Siege, Brawl Ball, Bounty at least, if necessary, some gem grab and some heist to round it all out. I love seeing some Brawl Ball. I think it's my favorite game mode.
It did not disappoint yesterday.
No, I watched a little bit yesterday. Lots of fun to watch. But before we get to Brawl Ball, we got to watch some Siege. It's going to be Junk Park to start off the round of 128.
And one little adjustment that we've made is we used to play 3 maps in this best-of-3 Siege set. Now we're playing the same map over and over. We still have those bans for the match, but even in these same map sets, you kind of see some differences, right? Teams will, because this is blind pick, so given what has been picked this time, teams will switch it up in future matches. Also worth talking about, Siege has been largely reworked since the last time we had one of these events. Just the game has been set up. How it works is the same, but the bots move kind of like how they used to. The turrets are much, much squishier this time around, though, so it's much more likely to see a game end in a single Siege if it goes well.
That's certainly been happening a good bit in my games. Starting off here, Akko Roshi has the first Siege bot. It's only a level 2 this time around. 4 Elements is going to have a nice level 3 waiting for them on the opposite side, and that is getting absolutely melted. Only about 40–50% put onto it. So good defense there from 4 Elements.
Yeah, it definitely is, and the intergalactic elbow for the kill. Running one of the new star powers as well, the Meteor Rush, meaning he's much, much faster. Primo gains 32% move speed. It's the second highest instance of movement speed gain in the game. So once he jumps in, he's going to be hauling around this map. He's able to close the gap much more effectively if you even needed to close the gap any further after your elbow drop.
And a new brawler in Tick, of course, since the last time I was up here at least. Coming through to start this one off. Lots of good area control with those primary attacks as the 4 Elements first Siege bot starts rolling through. They're doing a good job on the Akko Roshi side of zoning this one out. Level 8, though. The moment that gets onto the safe, it's going to start doing some serious damage. You see that right there. This might just end the game, and it looks like it's going to. They only need 1 bot to do it. Only about 144 health left on it. 4 Elements on the board first.
A really popular new star power for Mike as well. Adds a flat 1,000 damage onto that super. So that's why you're seeing people just absolutely, even bulls, right? Even bulls are melting there. He gets another super off of that super, and that's 8K total on the safe. The safes are not that tanky anymore, so once Mike gets on there, he's ripping it apart.
Of course, his other star power, Dyna Jump. I think it's too much of a drop off. It's cool, but 1,000 damage on your super, I think, is just too much to give up here. You can see the amount of damage this level 8 Siege bot does. Basically one taps. Unskilled, getting a nice double kill there around the end. 4 Elements on the board first, and this is where it's important that we play the same map, because you'll see teams maybe adjust. The Tick kind of, I wouldn't say disappeared in that game, but he's good for zone control. The moment that robot started to run in, didn't really have a lot to stand on.
Here's the thing about Tick is you usually only see 1, maybe 2 of those bombs blow up and do damage. But if you can hit all 3, Tick actually deals some of the highest damage in the game. So it's about getting that Tick in a position to, if you can just quick fire onto a safe, onto an objective, even like a showdown box or something, you will hit all 3. And Tick actually does a ton of damage that way.
You saw a good example of that right there, stacking up those primary attacks just enough. They already have 3, so they're going to get the first Siege bot, maybe a level 4, if if they're able to get that screw back, and they do. So 5 spawn in that first round. 5 bolts spawn off. They get 4 of them. Already a level 4 siege bot. A level 8 siege bot ended the last game. So it's going to be a tough defense here for 4 Elements. Doomslayer taking tons of damage here. Some good tick zoning. The super comes out as well. They're going to get around 40–50% on that safe. So a good start here. And 4 Elements don't have any bolts on the back end of it. Akko Roshi already leading in this next siege bot race.
Ooh, here comes the elbow drop, the movement speed as well. It's very important to be able to get away from bull. Spacing is so important when you fight a bull. Just like literally smallest little pixel differences can mean the matter of life and death against that character.
Finally finding a few bolts of their own here. 4 Elements have 3 in the bank. 5 though for Akko Roshi. Looks like that's going to be enough to get them the next siege bot. Well on their way to maybe tying this one up. Doomslayer just trying to uneven the amount of players left in this game as the siege bot starts its long march towards the safe. 4 Elements will have a lead if they're able to defend this one. Doomslayer drops out the super. Gets Ant-Bin dropped off, but 36, it's doing about 5% per punch here. Good kills getting traded back and forth. 1%, the bombs might do it. Oh, the tech primary just to end the game. Well played there. Akko Roshi tie things up.
Yeah, bring it right back. Same compositions as well, so just small little adjustments, and I think how they're playing.
Yeah.
Tick is, I expect to see him mostly in Siege, because like you're mentioning, zoning is kind of his thing. And Siege, there's no better game mode for Tick and that type of play style, because you're seeing where these bolts are spawning preemptively, so you can really stack things up. And even in that instance, you see Tick go for where that Primo wants to escape via with that bolt and try and bank that one up. And like we mentioned, when you can get there, Bolt wasn't in there in this particular play, but you can do some of the highest damage in the game if you can explode all 3 of those bombs.
Perfectly timed that last primary attack, just sealing things up. Already down to it here. Looking to round out this siege with a win. Similar compositions, honestly, for both sides. A spike coming out now, though, for 4 Elements. Immediately deleted, though, as Ant-Bin. Doomslayer drops the first bolt for his team. Good zoning there from Spike as well. A little bit to answer back to Tick on the opposite side, and Sauron as well. Absolutely deleted from this one. An early 3-bolt lead for 4 Elements.
Yeah, Doomslayer with all the zoning coming out from his squad. Wow. He's really having his go. Things in the midfield. 1 bolt in the bank, meaning they got the other 4. Again, more spread pressure coming out from the back line here. Not a sharpshooter, but Mike still has pretty great range. A little bit of damage reduction coming out from the enemy bull. This robot's going to be pretty much toast before he gets in.
Well
you can see, there. I mean, so much of Siege is the players are doing the damage. The bot is there to tank. That last second burst effort takes almost half the turret's health.
Yeah, it was at 90-something% by the time the robot was done there. Right back to similar style. Sauron drops the elbow here. Doomslayer's going to get a little bit of that damage reduction running. Tough guy. Fast. Yeah, that speed on the back end of the Primo.
Nice juke onto the Mike Super there as well. Has it ready to go. Can destroy, if he wants to. Bull's been doing this. Could potentially destroy that little block in the middle there to make a more direct path for their siege bot. What's he going to do for it? Doesn't look like he's targeting his super, so I think he's just going to let this one ride.
Out here, drops the super, gets a lot of value from it, find a kill. Make it 2 now, and the siege bot's just going to run wild, punching away. And Akko Roshi are going to take it 2-1 in the set number 1.
That's how you can see, I mean, even in your own games, you're not likely to get every bolt in the first phase like those guys did. But even with a 2 or a 3, you can still end the game just in 1 push. It's so much more important for your whole team to be there, everyone to be healthy, maybe have supers ready to go. The context around with which you're pushing in is so much more important than the level of your siege bot.
Both these teams seemingly on level playing field. Some good replays here. Honestly, a good defense from Akko Roshi. I mean, the potential of these early siege bots to do a good bit of damage is certainly there. So only losing, I mean, I say only losing 43% on that first safe and or on that first siege, and then allowing themselves back into the game, and then changing up the way they were playing to get 8 bolts on the back end and a level 8 siege bot already. Second siege is kind of where we're starting to see a lot of these games end.
Yeah, for the most part. So that does it for Siege. Akko Roshi's able to take that one. Brawl Ball will be up next.
Yes.
What we see here obviously depends a little bit on the map. BB's going to be banned out. Definitely expecting some Piper on this one.
This is kind of an open map compared to how a lot of the Brawl Ball maps are. That central area, you're kind of funneled in, in Backyard Bowl, right towards where that ball is. You know, environment destruction becomes a big point here. You have those walls right in front of either goal. If you're able to get rid of that, suddenly you have a straight
These
shot.
kids are trolling.
Spike. Poco, though. It's a different P in this case. Colt on the opposite side. Primo, so very different compositions except for the Pocos that are going to be doing some good healing here. Already so much zoning, so much damage from Akko Roshi. They begin their first attack here. Daryl getting aggressive, finds one onto the enemy Poco.
Nice try.
Gets traded out, though. Good defense from 4 Elements.
Poco's going to be running that screeching solo, has some extra damage on his super. Colt trying to open things up. Does a pretty good job of it. A lot of new angles to work with now. Brawl Ball definitely evolves almost more than any other game mode, I would venture to say, and a lot of damage reduction on that super. That's the old star power for Daryl, but tried and true, it's going to be working out for him just fine in this scenario.
Of course, Spike getting curveball added in as his star power. That spiraling of the barbs coming out of his primary attacks is a good bit of added value. Getting aggressive there is Daryl. Unfortunately, going to get traded out by Unskilled. Back and forth already, minute and a half left. This can end in a tie after a brief overtime period. They just end up replaying the map if that is the case. Good shots coming out. This looks like a good offense, and they're gonna score. 4 Elements on the board first.
Yeah, one struggle Akko Roshi are going to run into is they don't have any way to destroy any terrain with this composition, so they just have to have that good of a team fight to get it done the old-fashioned way. Elbow drop comes in. That's going to do it for Daryl. Extra movement speed. Oh, actually does get him on top of Poco, but the screeching solo turns it right around. Such a huge swing. I mean, it's like a, you know, a 2K plus heal, 1,200 damage to your enemies. Very, very tough to play around.
Ooh, nearly squeaking that one in.
That should have been
Could have gone to the opposite side of the goal. Unfortunately, right into the spawn. The waiting hands of Sauron here. Brawl Ball stuck out in the middle. Doomslayer adds a kill for himself. Traded out by Antbin immediately. Poco just going to boot the ball off to the side. Unskilled throws out the super, though. They're at a 2v1 advantage here. Daryl trying to get in. Get it away. The shot goes in. Wow. Splits the uprights for the win, and 4 Elements on the board first.
I think that was a quick fire kick, too. You know, everyone gets in those intense moments where you get the ball kicked to you and you're just spamming trying to get that final attack out. You get the ball, but it kicks it in and works out just fine for him. Poco kind of got to the pocket there, kept getting a lot of supers off, really found some big value there down by the enemy goal, and ends up able to just, you know, war of attrition that one out. Again, big important part of the success there, I think, coming around the fact that they were able to destroy more and more terrain around the goal as the game started to drag on. Look at this. By the end of things, I mean, this
might as well be open. Might as well be entirely open on that side of the map. The final kick rolls its way through. You're absolutely right. I mean, the ability to destroy environment, especially on a map where there's so little to hide behind. Yeah. If you're on the defending side there, so important. Well played there by 4 Elements. Onto the board first. So hats off to them. I mean, honestly, if you're going into the next game of Brawl Ball, again, you play on the same map now, so there's not a lot to change,
I'm bringing
honestly.
Piper on that one, man. Unless you're not comfortable with Piper. I mean, she has the ability to destroy terrain as well as some bushes to play out of. We'll see if she's using the old ambush star power, if she's gone for the snappy snipes. And the way you can kind of tell which ones Piper's using is whether or not she has a rainbow trail coming from behind her bullets. Primo might have the beef just to be able to walk this one in. Spike slow is going to help slow him down. It's going to be good enough.
He's going to opt for the shot instead. Good defense there from Akko Roshi. Looks like Piper is using the half ammo charge refund upon hitting an attack, and there's a lot of that environment damage already. The entire wall in front of the 4 Elements base is now gone. They're on the attack, though. A couple kills down. Need to get rid of this Piper before this ball's going to go through, but this is where maybe you just see the health of El Primo coming out, nearly scoring in, and he does it off the upright. And tucks it in.
Definitely one of the weaknesses of Piper. She, unless you can hit somebody with your super grenade, she doesn't have a way to hard stop you from pushing that one. And snappy sniping is going to help a little bit. One of the things Piper used to struggle with is your reload was so slow. You kind of had like this much damage, and that's what you did, even if you hit all your shots. But you have a lot more of that if you can just continue to connect these bullets. It also helps cover up one of Piper's weaknesses where if people get in your face, you don't do that much damage. But if in your face, you can just spam that quick fire button, and you will still get a decent amount of ammo back and still be able to do some good damage.
Playing from distance, unfortunately not far enough. Poco finds the last attack. Clean that one up. This is looking bad right now. 3-man attack from 4 Elements. Ball goes into the corner. They seal up Brawl Ball. We got a tied up set now.
It's going to couldn't do it. Didn't help. Weren't able to get any good Piper supers off deep. It's kind of, you can do it. It's not ideal. I think ideal looks like Colt. It looks like Shelly. It looks like somebody being able to do that from distance. Piper, you got to kind of win a fight, and it's like almost like you're going up to score your goal anyway, and you're clearing that out for the next goal you're trying to score. But you can see so many angles to work with. That's the first goal right there. That's just due to another angle being open.
Did you like Spike here in Brawl Ball on Backyard Bowl?
I don't mind Spike. I think Spike's good to control and to slow down, right? Even against Primo, you can see. And once you get somebody trapped in that slow, because Brawl Ball is one of those modes where it's going to get very predictable where people are trying to go. We saw that from Spike. Spike hard stopped one of the goals earlier on in that game, and he actually does incredibly good damage if you can direct impact somebody from mid to close range with your grenades. So he's definitely not a bad choice.
Well, on to Bounty we go. Snake Prairie, notably one of the grassiest maps in the game. I imagine some bows come out on this map. Of course, his star power allowing him to see a little bit further in the grass than you would be otherwise, especially with that Bounty star out in the middle. Lots of just roundabout fighting going on this map. I expect to maybe see some bow on this one.
Yeah, we used to see, like, even last season when we were doing our earlier tournaments, it was like Hard, Rosa, Tara, and Shelly on this map. But yesterday we did see Bo. Bo, since that first round of tournaments, has received just like raw stat increases. So still has that same just 1 star power. One of the few characters with 1 star power still. But his overall attack damage, and I think he got a little bit of range as well, just a little bit. Small number adjustments for Bo, but for a guy that was already sitting in a decent spot, if there was ever a map to pick him, it is absolutely this one.
And especially when you have the super that not only goes invisible, damages enemy when they walk over them, but the destruction as well. I mean, on a map like Snake Prairie, getting rid of grass in the enemy's zone is so important. I mean, they are kind of forced out of certain areas. You know where they're not. I mean, anything more information is good. Whether or not they play bow is kind of up in the air. You're right, though. In the past, it's been in your face, bulls, Shellys,
like
Roses. You kind of
moves
group in a pod,
like this together, right? And so Tara's good because she has the gravity well to hit all 3, but her attacks also pierce, so that's ideal. But you're right, a lot of information to be gained when you're playing bow, not just because of the vision, but trapping one side as your whole pod moves to the other is very, very strong. I mean, I have a kind of a funny story about bow. You don't get the destruction unless somebody steps on your mines. And in Siege, it was like last 10% of my turret's health is bow just like Hail Marys his mines onto our turret. I'm like, ha, idiot, we're not going to step on those. My Primo spawns and just chunguses his way right over, blows up all 3, and we lose the game. And I was just like, oh my God.
It's calculated.
That actually worked.
If nothing else, it's calculated. I'm curious about Pam and kind of where she's been sort of in the meta. I mean, in a weird niche way, I think that she could have a place on Snake Prairie if you run the Mama's Hug star power. Of course, dealing damage, heals 30 health around you per tick. I mean, you're shooting out a bunch of little peas. Maybe that helps heal you. Not quite as bursty. I don't know if Snake Prairie on Bounty is the way to do it. We are going to take a quick break before we can see how Snake Prairie plays out. Stick around. Welcome back, guys. Thanks for sticking around. Unfortunately, on the back end of a DQ, 4 Elements are actually going to win this round. They're going to be moving on to the next round here in the European Brawl Stars Open. We got a lot more action coming for you today. Going to take a quick 5-minute break, and when we come back, more Brawl Stars. Welcome back, guys. Thanks for sticking around. A little ahead of schedule there. Moving on. Still in the round of 128. We got 3 random guys. Never heard of them. And Noble Elite in our next round here. It's going to be a lot of fun as we're able to
I thought you legitimately just forgot the name of the team.
Oh, no. That was I promise it was 3 random guys. Still in the round of 128. That means the set order is still the same here. Siege, Brawl Ball, Bounty, if we need it, Gem Grab, and Heist. Junk Park still for Siege here. We jump into game number 1. Going to be a lot of fun to see how all of this plays out. Mortis and Shelly not available in this set. Both of them off the board.
Interesting. So we will see that BB. She was banned last time around. Some Barley action as well. Very surprised we didn't see any Barley last time. Yep. Kind of, him and Tick fill similar-ish roles. I think it's much easier to be much more consistent with Barley personally, but the payoff, technically, if you hit everything with Tick, which is extremely hard to do on moving targets, you can hit harder than Barley would be able to. New star power for Barley, though, does provide him more damage. Quick way to tell whether or not he's running it. Does he heal when he throws those attacks? The answer, at least for Lucas, is no. So he is running extra Noxious, meaning he has more damage. Look at this. Penny's getting a little bit of free poke here.
Already free turret poke to the tune of about 12% there. Tie in the first siege. Honestly, this could end on the first siege that we're able to see in this game. Neck and neck already. 7 for 3 random guys. 5 for Noble Elite here. Now make it 6. Going toe-to-toe here in the middle. I play for fun. Has a bolt. Trying to get away. One more shot. I'll do it. He's able to get the bolt back into base. 9-7 now. 10 seconds remaining. 3 random guys, but now it's 8. Might go back and tie it up at 9. We could end up going to a final siege if this last bolt is not able to make it back. Oh, it does just in time. An 11 siege bot for Noble Elite is our first siege of the game. If 3 random guys were able to defend this, they'll have a huge one. They got a tall task ahead. Good shot there. I play for fun. Gets a good whacking onto the bull on the opposite side. Everyone's dead, though. They're just destroying this safe off. 10%, 7. Not able to actually finish it off there. So close.
They will, though. I mean,
and 2 more auto attacks will do it.
So it's either going to be Bull charging in, or even Barley can get in there. Oh, BB tried to just bubblegum that one. Yeah, they're definitely going to dive on this. It's just a matter of who gets it. Barley, like I said, literally 2 attacks will kill. He's going to yeet the super.
Oh no!
Doesn't have the legs to get there though.
Wow, they're gonna go up against the level 12 siege bot here. Not more if
they're gonna let it go. They're gonna try and just backdoor
try to push this one through.
Bull's got his super.
You're right. I mean, charging in. 3 random guys do not want to step out of base right now. They actually end up getting the kill. They're going to get a second kill as well. Noble Elite are wiped. Now 3 random guys can push into the base. They're spawning a little bit of immunity for the first couple of seconds. That's a good BB bubble. 35%, 31 with 7% on the enemy safe. 13%, 1. He just needs one more tick. Oh my, 3 random guys.
Wow.
What a comeback. You lose 93% on the first siege you face. You defend. You stall out the back door, and then you win the game. Hats off to them. Game number 1.
Yeah, that's a good old-fashioned choke right there. I mean, you had that one in the palm of your hand, and it's just in that pressure situation. Maybe it's the first time they've played in a competitive tournament before, but you can definitely see the nerves getting the better and missing the BB super, kind of charging in at an inopportune moment, I think, with Bull's super. I think you hold that Bull charge.
Yeah.
You like kind of swing left or whatever, get Barley to kind of start to sneak up on the right, make him look at the left hand, and then punch him with the right. Yeah. Literally, they needed 2 Barley attacks. You could have had Bull charge in there, and then Barley yeets him from a far, safe distance away.
There you go. The return attack from 3 random guys is all they need. Barley super goes down. They get the kills. Good BB bubblegum as well to top it all off. I remember the Barley super on the Noble Elite side went like inches short of the safe, and I might have done it as well. Very close already. Both of the sets we've seen here today, very, very close. Of course, you need to win 2 in each set in order to take that set, so 3 random guys are going to look to seal it up here. Same map, same game mode, looking like the same composition.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely should be the same composition. I mean, either or could have won. One thing I would like to see adjusted, though, Nefa with this, like, Penny backdoor turret cheese, it's just not going to work at this level of play. I mean, that works, 1 to 300 trophies maybe when people aren't really paying attention. It is a better strategy than it used to be because every single one of those bombs that lands from your turret is, proportionally much more of the overall safe damage. But again, I think at competitive tournament level, I don't think that's really paying off much for you.
They're going to get the first siege, however. The turret goes down. Fun Stanley's just going to get rid of that one. Siege bot melting away. They're going to get down to 20, 15%, 12. They actually might look to end the game. Oh my, they're going to do it. A level 2 siege bot is all you need. 3 random guys seals it up in game 2.
That's it. Again, it's vindication of that statement, right? It's really about where everyone's at. Do you have supers? Is everyone healthy? Is anyone under duress? Bull sort of dives that penny turret, which during the siege is actually probably not a good idea. The likelihood of the enemy turret being the closest target to that penny turret during the siege is extremely unlikely. And the damage, if it hit your robot's there to tank, let it hit the robot. It's more important, I think, for that Bull to get in the faces of his opponents and to scatter them away and actually kill them if possible.
Of course, Barley was able just to sit behind the environment there, free fire away. Set number 2, of course, Brawl Ball still on Backyard Bull. We saw some longer Brawl Ball games in our first set of the day. I mean, environment destruction becomes so important. Of course, the long walls right behind where both teams spawn in, kind of the last line of defense. Everyone on your team is respawning. All you have is that environment. So the ability to destroy the opponent's base, ever so important. You have to play around the grass so carefully on this map as well.
Definitely have to worry about grass. We'll hopefully see some more Piper. I don't know. Yeah. When we were kind of spectating earlier today, we were seeing still a little bit of ambush being run, but Snappy Snipes seems like where people's conversation has sort of floated off to. Probably no Frank, unfortunately. I know a lot of you probably heartbroken out there. I know I certainly am. This is the mode. Early in the tournament on Brawl Ball, that's when that's when Frank is supposed to shine, but this map is a stretch for him.
There's too much potential cleave with so many people grouped. I mean, it's a good point you bring up with Ambush and Piper. I think the grass may be just too conditional on this map. If you have somebody on the opposite team who's able to destroy bases, I mean, suddenly the small percentage of grass that you have is now no longer there.
Too. It's plus 400 damage at max range if you shoot from a bush.
Right.
With Snappy Snipes, hit all 3 max range shots. You're getting 1,200 extra damage. You hit 2 extra bullets from having Snappy Snipes equipped, and you've surpassed what Ambush is providing you. So I think Ambush is so much more consistent for Piper. Or excuse me, Snappy Snipes so much more consistent.
I brought up Pam, and Stanley's going to bring out Pam in this one. Good shot there from Lucas. Get rid of Spike. On the first aggression here is Noble Elite just hanging out behind these boxes. I Play for Fun is going to have that super that'll destroy a lot of good environment as well. Robin on the Noble Elite side of things will do the same. Good turret damage there. Oof. No kills just yet. Good healing from Stanley. Needs to get away. One more dodge will do it. They're actually not going to try to follow it up. Nearly walked in to the Spike auto attack, but is able to back off. Robin, unfortunately, taken out. Fonz is going to be the one to find that kill as 3 random guys now regaining control of the map. Another kill onto Lucas as well. Makes this a lot more interesting. Tougher to defend.
Well, no destruction lining up just yet. I Play for Fun is going to have to be the one that lifts that burden off of his squad. Holding the ball for the time being. Everyone's sort of trapped in the back corner here, so this is not a bad spot to be. Here comes the Brock Super, opening up the map and getting a kill. And can he take down Pam? Doesn't even need to. Quick kick will score the first goal.
So weaves it around the side. A little bit of Jesse in this game, notably. Hard to see under the suit of armor, but some good bounce damage for Lucas there. Of course, the turret. Noble Elite down 1-0 to start this one off. Very close, though. I mean, lots of good kills traded off. The environment destruction from the opposite side from 3 random guys, enough to break open the base. Both bases in very similar spots. He needs to do it. Unfortunately, the health on Pam, not enough to keep her alive here. Gets exploded up, and 3 random guys could end this one with a goal.
Both supers available. Jesse's going to toss out her turret. Pretty much insta-give there by Brock. But it's going to cost him a lot of ammo. Ammo is something Brock has to worry a lot about. Spike's trying to weave his way in there. One more Brock super would really open up this goal.
Great.
And they may not even need it. Lining up for it. There it is. I Play for Fun. A little bit of damage to boot, and that should just about do it.
The respawns are going to come in, so a good chance to defend for Noble Elite, but you're right, they're so grouped up, so forced back here. Stanley's going to try to move forward. Not enough healing on that star power. Robin, if he goes down, certainly it'll do it. If nothing else, with 8 seconds left, Noble Elite are not going to be able to get back to the ball. They're just going to leave it in the grass. Spawn kill him off. Do a little dance in there from Fonza. 3 random guys. They take Brawl Ball number 1.
Solid stuff there. Jesse having a couple of opportunities. I think anytime the super was up, and this is not exactly true even about Brock. I think once the super was up for Jesse and she was able to get that turret out, that was almost an auto kill onto Brock, right?
Yeah.
He just kind of pinched him, and that was that. But I think overall the Spike was a bit more consistent. Poco is a bit more consistent. The thing about Pam, the idea is right, but once the map starts to open up, Pam really starts to fall off. Once you can easily take out that healing turret of hers, I mean, what was the impact we saw from healing turret that game? Very, very minimal.
I mean, I guess if you're running Mama's Hug, which she was the 30%, or the 30, heal per tick of damage, I guess you're hoping to play a little bit closer with your team unless it's just self-sustained, because it does heal you for 30 as well. But they weren't really playing all that close. It wasn't a team that I think wanted to group up super heavily. They are going to shift off of it. No more Jesse, no more Pam. They're going to go Spike.
Hey, that worked pretty
Poco
well.
Instead.
Why don't we do that?
Yeah, the mirror matchup here. I Play for Fun, though. Finds the first kill onto the enemy, Brock.
Nice
Early super as well is going to open this one up. Good pass in. Well played offense from 3 random guys.
You can see just how important it is to be able to destroy some of the boxes and open up new angles for Brawl Ball there. I Play for Fun does not even attempt to hit any enemy brawlers with his super. He is only focused on destroying terrain.
The terrain is open, just poking at one another. Poco poking, nobody wanting to get too close. Stanley takes a good chunk of damage there, and the healing. That star power is going to clean up Lucas here as 3 random guys continue their attack. Spike's going to throw out his super, clean up any regress there from the Noble Elite, going to pass it on through. Another kill from Nefa, puts Stanley back in base. Lucas just got out here, he's going to get pinched. We'll have the super, might actually end up finding a kill onto Fonzo, which he does. Buying Noble Elite just a little bit of space. Robin as well adds one. Nefa just trying to do some zoning, and Spike is certainly good at that, trying to keep the ball in this end of the court. Robin dodging out, not quite enough. Nefa doesn't take really any reversal damage there. As 3 random guys back to full strength. They're going to try to seal this one up.
Skirt! Double kill
wow.
from Fonzo with the screeching solo. He's going to walk this one. Quick kick. Opens it up there, and that'll do it for Brawl Ball.
Well, 3 random guys seemingly have Brawl Ball figured out. They forged that composition into victory in the first game, got mirrored off by Noble Elite in the second game. They take Brawl Ball. They're up 2-0 now in this set, so just need one more. It's Bounty on Snake Prairie, I believe, is our third game mode. We got maybe a little tease of that in set number 1. We're actually going to get to see it come to fruition here, and a lot of the conversations we were having around what brawlers make sense. Maybe some bow. It really just depends on how a team wants to play. Before that, of course, some good replays here. There are lots of good sort of min-max plays from 3 random guys. Fonzo with a huge double super. And good passing. You don't often see that in Brawl Ball, but the way they move the ball around.
God, no, you don't. I mean, that's struggling. You can see the screeching solo there from Fonz. I mean, that alone is probably why we're going to see more Poco. So much more solo kill potential, so much turnaround. I mean, it's kind of the same concept as your other star power off of your regular attacks, but just much more impactful in a burst, playmaking moment, which is pretty impactful for a competitive setting like this when you want to set up a big moment, a big push to go get some gems, push down a final turret, score a goal in Brawl Ball, whatever it is. Poco's your man.
Of course, as I set up, Snake Prairie it is. Bow on both sides, Spike and Bull for 3 random guys. Poco and Rosa, though, for Noble Elite. First star goes the way of 3 random guys. They can play much safer now. They're just going to group around this bow, double vision. A little bit of a roundabout way. Of course, we can see all of these players, but they cannot see one another unless they're in that grayed out section of grass.
What if they just did this for a minute and a half?
They could. They honestly could. They're back in their own base now. They're just searching. It's such a funny map because finally when there's an engagement, you just see the spastic response from both teams. Oh, wait. Might converge. Is their vision overlapping now? They're just out of range. They got to keep running far away. Noble Elite backing off.
See, I think I Play for Fun can see them, but they don't have the range to see him back. You got to pay attention to the bows. There it is.
Shoot your bow. They see Lucas. They get damage in. They don't end up cleaning up the kill. They're going to back off here. Noble Elite can actually turn this around to a few stars. Bull, unfortunately, gets blown up there. I Play for Fun is going to be the next to go, and a 3. Make it a 3-for-1 sweep there. On the board, Noble Elite, 6 stars to 5 for 3 random guys, 1 kill. Turn this one around either way. Finally, an engagement comes.
Pretty clean, actually. The Spike Super, Rosa killed everyone, so she was worth 4. And then Spike Super actually, with the final tick, cleaned up the Rosa. It was a 4-star kill for Nefa. Brings that one back, making it a 1-kill game, and now they are 1 star in the lead.
And Noble Elite in a bad spot here. They have to back off. They got the bow mines on the right-hand side. They're going to play actually over to the left here. They're way grouped up right now. Noble Elite can make good on this. They do. Fonzo's able to turn it around. It's still a 1-star lead here. They have to get in. They have to get aggressive. With 10 seconds left, 3 random guys can just hang out. The bow mines might just seal it up, make it 12. You're going to have to kill off Fonzo, but instead he's going to get the kill. And at 15-8, 3 random guys are going to take Bounty number 1.
A good start. Definitely think that would have been much more interesting had that Spike Super not killed that Rosa for 4 stars very early on in the game. What made a very, very good start for Noble Elite kind of become null and void, more or less. That was funny, though.
I love watching Bounty. I love watching it on Snake Prairie because it's like, it's the opposite. It's the tension. There's not like immediate in-your-face action, but it's like since we can see everything, the rotations, sometimes those visions overlap. eventually I think you were right that the Noble Elite guys could end up seeing right around this part. I think Play for Fun had advantage, or Vision, excuse me. They were able to turn it around. Very close, though. I mean, it's a 4-star win for 3 random guys, but it was 1 star for the longest time. Some more composition, though. They're going to trade out the Rosa for a Bull. Looks like we got a mirror match, except Poco on the opposite side for Noble Elite. And Spike for 3 random guys. Just zoning themselves out here. And the Do-si-do begins again.
Wow. I guess it really does.
Oh, they're doing the same thing?
They really do. Yeah, it's tough to run. If they're, and I think the switch off of Rosa into Bull is because random guys are running Bull. Bull pretty much hard counters anyone that's in his range.
Okay.
About to have a little bit of action here.
There's some Poco healing himself up. So low now are 3 random guys. Nefa tosses out the super just for a little bit of zoning here. Bowmines on the right-hand side. 3 random guys pinched in. They're able to get the kill onto Robin. So much of that close range damage now gone for Noble Elite. The Bowmines for I Play for Fun as well are going to do some good zoning. Lucas kind of off on his own here. Fonza and I Play for Fun are going to maybe take advantage of that. Nearly stepping over the Bowmines. Robin's back. Actually might have cleaned up 2 there. 7-2 though for 3 random guys. You got a lot of kills to clean up if you want to find your way back into this one.
Popping the last of those Bowmines. Somebody's going to get kited in I Play for Fun's mines here pretty shortly. As soon as the Spike Super goes down,
nice.
Robin goes in, doesn't get anything
close.
for his trouble. Big trouble is the Bowmines, though. Lucas finds 2 with the Screeching Solo.
Wait, he suddenly takes the lead with 30 seconds left.
Easy for Poco.
Good shot there from Lucas. Brings it back into favor. Noble Elite had a 1-star lead towards the end of the last game of Bounty. Much of the same here. 3 random guys are going to find them. No supers available for either side. Finally, some are starting to come up. Traded back and forth. 3 random guys come out ahead. A 5-star kill for 3 random guys. Puts them back in the lead. 15 seconds left. 2 stars down are Noble Elite. They're going to look to get aggressive here. Stanley very poked out, very low. No grass to defend you there. 1 more shot from the enemy bow will do it. 5 seconds left. They have to get aggressive. 20-18. 21 now at the last minute. 23-22 and Noble Elite.
Oh, wow.
They could not have waited a moment longer.
You fools.
But they tie up Bounty.
Honestly, they probably should have split up. Because they all backed in the corner and Poco just cleaving them. I mean, power strumming. That is his ideal scenario. He probably racked up 5 to 8K damage with that final burst. All those poor souls just grouped up in the corner.
I know F-Dot loves himself some Poco. He's probably, it's like Christmas morning for Poco. You see so many grouped up enemies right here towards the end. Oh my, Lucas.
Bam.
Yeah, wow. Oh no. Just way too much damage. Actually, I think he cleaned up all 3 of those final kills. 2 at least. 3 almost certainly. So good turnaround there from Noble Elite. Bounty on Snake Prairie, so back and forth, and that's a good testament to it. Battle for the first star begins. They're going to step out. Noble Elite. We're going to grab star number 1 here. It's 3 random guys. Actually, I think 3 random guys have had the first star the last 2 games. Noble Elite now are going to back off. No Do-si-do, though. They're just kind of hanging out in the corner here, already on a collision course.
Whoa. Slowly in the charge there. Screeching Solo finds some pretty good damage. Fonz barely makes it out alive, and a sneaky kill there from I Play for Fun. It's only a 1-star lead, but random guys are going to back off with it.
I think they know where Noble Elite are right now. Wait, they're actually going into the base. Yeah, very low. If 3 random guys take this fight right now, they're going to have a 3 versus 2 advantage, although Robin with the flank on the opposite side could blast. I Play for Fun finds Fonza first off. Robin solo gets a little bit of healing from Lucas. Nefa now in a horrible spot. 8-star on the back of a 3-for-0 trade for Noble Elite. It's a 6-star lead.
Yeah, tough stuff there. I mean, there's really no way for 3 random guys to know that Bull is just not there. I don't know if he was intending to flank all the way around like that, but it certainly worked out. Charge in now over the Bowmines, trying not to take this damage. Fonz avoids it all, and they get 1 for nothing, but still trailing as 4 of those stars are on Poco, 3 on Bull. Only 2 of those stars were on Bow. The absolute bare minimum he could have been worth.
4-star onto Lucas will tie this game up. Bowmines, they have no grass over there. Fonza's going to get aggressive. Runs in, gets Robin. Lucas trying to turn around as much damage as he can. I Play for Fun on the back. Gets a 4-star Elim. That puts them in the lead by 3 stars. Robin a little bit too aggressive at the wrong time. Charges in. Stanley's able to get the kill. It's still 12-13 though. 3 random guys in the lead here. There's Noble Elite trying to get aggressive, standing on the bow mine. They know where Lucas is. 8 seconds left. I play for Fun's in a bad spot. Lucas finds the kill. It's 14-13 now. Noble Elite are just going to back off. Oh, the bow mine! Oh, it gets them 3 random guys at the last possible second. Turn it around. They stay alive. And the power of bow on Snake Prairie comes to fruition, and 3 random guys. one bow mine to change it all. Not only does that win them the game, that wins them the set, and they're moving on.
Damn, that one stinks.
No.
That one stinks for sure.
Oh, that is painful. You're trying to back off, get the bow mine right under your feet, and you realize, all right, guess I'll die now, and then you end up getting blown up.
It's tough, man. It hits very, very hard. It's north of 2,000 damage.
Yep.
But this Poco Bull combo, very, very potent. The new Bull star power, he gets some damage reduction when he falls below 40% HP. It's only 30%, so it's not like Rose's super level, but it's solid, especially when you consider how much health Bull still has at 40% HP. He can charge in that very potent combo with Poco now. I mean, there's so much burst damage there lining up. And I think that's why you're seeing Bull just be a little bit more viable, a little bit more played. He used to literally only get played in Heist, and that was it.
I love seeing me some Snake Prairie. I know some people, it kind of lulls you to sleep with the roundabout way, but those sudden engagements towards the end, and if nothing else, I mean, you get to see these 1-star power fights, and it's a lot of fun to watch. So congrats to 3 random guys. They're moving on to the round of 64. We're going to stick around in the round of 128, though. Outsiders versus Ramboot Club, set number 1. So round of 128, same structure as we've seen. So a lot of fun to be had.
Shelly's going to be banned out.
Penny Shelly.
Banned out. I don't know if Penny's being banned. It could be a throwaway ban. I think you'll see some of that today. So I don't think you can actually physically just pass and not ban anything. But if there's a character you just don't completely see at all, you'll sometimes see people ban something super random that's not even being picked just as a roundabout way of not banning anything.
You see a mirror matchup here. Outsiders. Only ones with kills on the board here. First bolt goes the way of Ramboot, but Outsiders with complete mid control here are going to get a few bolts of their own. 3, maybe even 4 on the first siege. It's going to be a level 3 siege bot. We've seen how much damage that can do. A level 2 siege bot ended the game in our last set. Could do the same here.
Dude, I want this Barley skin. I also want the one where he's like a girl. And
you're talking about Alfonso. It's like, with Cyber, you got to link your account.
Oh yeah, no, I have that one. I have the wizard one.
Wow, it's gonna level 3. These early siege bot wins, they sneak up on me so often. And at 22 health left, they do enough damage. Maple Barley wins the day. Already on the board, Outsiders.
With his half-closed eyes, like, he doesn't even care. He's not even worried about it. A lot of people are on it. I think pretty much every Barley's today has run extra noxious, extra damage. They're both really good, I'll be honest. Both of the star powers for Barley are solid, extremely, honestly, impossible not to leverage, and that's probably why they're both good. But once he gets onto the safe, man, it's quickly curtains.
I think that's exactly what it is once you're able to move forward, get onto the safe. Doing that extra tick damage so important. I guess in your mind, if you're not playing medical use and you're able to play safe enough, just far enough back that you might not need 300 health every auto attack, which of course is other star power, medical use. Every primary attack you throw out, get a nice 300 health. But I think if you play safe enough, extra Noxus is certainly the way to go, especially on Siege. Like you said, once you're able to get onto that safe, 140 extra DPS, ever so important.
That's kind of Barley, right? Barley is one of the safest characters in the game. Great range, extremely far. You can say save behind the wall. One of the few characters that can actually lob his attacks over the wall. Tyrant Star should be playing in today's North American qualifiers. He is the world record holder for Barley Trophy, so whatever he plays...
Do you know the number?
That's 1,203.
Yeah. It's a lot of Barley trophies.
It is a lot. I actually think it might be the world record for any single brawler, right? I think Barley is solid on a lot of game modes, a lot of maps as well. That kid's definitely a solid player.
Just waiting on getting his star power in one of my brawl boxes right now. Level 2 siege bot for Ramboot Club. Not going to end the game here. 50% on the dot. Well defended there by the Outsiders. They have now 4 bolts ready to go for the next siege. BB gets a nice double swipe.
Get him out of here!
A bolt on the ground. They're going to seal up 2, 3, maybe even 4 more. Bolt rushes in. A little DR is allowing him to trade out. Alfonso maybe wishing he had medical use. One more little bit of chunk of healing might have kept him alive. 7 as we approach this next siege bot. Make it 8 for Outsiders. banded the game with a level 2 siege bot last time around. I'm nervous right now if I'm Ramboot.
Eevee's not here. One knockback swing. Good damage
good defense.
initially,
Wow.
but they are all falling apart too early. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that this bot's half HP as it's coming in. Barley's going to get on it for free. This is what matters. He's going to put some hurt onto this one.
They defend. 50 traded out for 50, except one of them was a level 8. The other one was only a level 2. 45 on the opposite side. Looks like Outsiders were able to get. Oh, nice. That's an unfortunate bounce if you're on Ramboot Club, but a well-aimed BB Bubblegum there. Actually going to get some more damage in. Tied up at 45 now. Last Siege is going to decide this one. 5 for Outsiders on their bolt count now. Trading out in the middle. They're actually going to control this final Siege bot here. And at 45 left for both teams, they're going to look for a miracle play for Ramboot. You have to try to defend, but one Barley Bomb is going to do it here. If they're able just to get a little bit of tick damage onto it. Certainly are going to. Once the Siege bot starts to make its way through. Looks like Ramboot's actually trying to take the aggression on the opposite side. He's going to get that damage reduction in there. Not even able to get a primary attack on it. Well fought out there. Outsiders drop the base and take game number 1.
That's going to be it. Congratulations. Siege goes their way.
Set
Brawl
number 1.
Ball is up next. Again, we are still in this round of 128, so the order in which we play these sets or game modes that you're used to seeing in your game is going to be the same until we move on to the round of 64.
And I'm looking forward to some gem grabs, some heist. Heist is kind of similar to Siege, except minus. I guess they're still technically mid-fights.
You ain't got to wait for no robot. You get in there and get it done.
You get to drop the shoulder if you're bull, rush into the enemy base, and have a day here. I mean, Outsiders really controlling this one start to finish. I'm hearkening back to set number 1 or game number 1 in this set where they were able to end the entire thing with a level 2 Siege bot. But good trades, taking effective trades in the mid allows them to come out on top of this one.
Yeah, just so much control.
A BB bubble.
Yeah, so much.
Bounces off the back of your base and then finds the perfect angle into the back of the enemy.
That's frustrating.
That's
one of those frustrating moments. Not as frustrating as dying to a random bow mine and losing the set, though.
Yeah, never forget. We're out of that set now, but that one's going to ring true for the rest of the day, I think. As we move into Brawl Ball, of course, some Carl for the first time today. Leon is going to be controlling that one. I don't think we saw much Carl yesterday either.
I think he's running the new star power because look at his pickaxe just feels so much slower. You know what I mean? So he looks like he's running the damage reduction on super. Is Nita just going to run away with this one? Can anyone stop her?
Nah, I think she has enough health maybe just to even walk this one through. Not going to shoot it, just going to walk that one into the base.
Damn.
So Nita as well on the board first is Ramboot. 3 supers ready for Outsiders, none ready for Ramboot as the Nita Bear will actually come out to start this one off. Spike on the opposite side. Kachik looking for a good shot here. As they're regressing, still 3 supers ready. Get rid of the Bear. Zoning out in the middle. Alfonso with a kill onto Cyber as well. Outsiders now looking to get aggressive. Spike in a bad spot. Spiraling super may allow him to grab that kill. They do. Now Ramboot Club trapped in the back.
He's going to get that Spike super off. The war of attrition here. Nobody can destroy any of the terrain except for Piper. The super has the damage reduction.
Walk it in as well.
Opens things up. Quick little ricochet shot, and that's going to do it. Tied up, 1 apiece.
Don't often see too many tied Brawl Balls, but we get one here. Next goal wins this one. Overtime will begin if it's still tied, and then after that period, the entire game will end in a tie if nobody scores. A minute left. Who's going to score wins. Leon's going to use that Carl super to start this one off. Getting some good pickaxes. He's around behind so many low members of Ramboot right now. They have no kills to trade out with. One is going to spawn in. It's going to be the Nita. They're going to wrap around to the right here, just hang out behind the wall. They're going to look for maybe one more pick. And this shows you the lack of environment damage and how big of a difference it can make. Instead of just running right through, they have to work their way all the way around.
I was going to say Piper Super is the only thing that can make a difference here. That gets so grouped up, slowed down by Spike.
Oh!
And a clean little ricochet goal.
Satisfying. Well played by the Outsiders. You know, an early strike from Ramboot.
Yeah.
The 2 next goals, though, go the way of the Outsiders. And some clean ricochet goals to seal that one up. But, I mean, the only environment destruction in that one was the Piper Super. Towards the end, just had to use it, I think, to try to clear out their base from Outsiders who were trying to attack. But you can already see the different dynamic that a map like this plays. You have to walk all the way around. Pretty much uncontested. I won't say untouched because he did take some damage. But able to score that one in there. That's the only point Ramboot were able to get this game.
Yep, and that's because it's due to a mispositioning more than anything else. little bit of an oversight. You do still see outsiders manage to take this one. They were really good, I think, at the attrition style composition that they drafted. They had the ability to, muscle it in there once or twice with Carl, I think, leading the way with his super. But overall, you saw them have to kind of, get the position that they wanted, heal up, win another fight there, and then they were able to score. Nothing like, Primo or anything like that to be able to just muscle it in the true sense of the word. Speak his name, and he shall appear. Young Primo has graced us.
Lots of swaps this time around. Outsiders opting for an entirely new composition. I think save the Poco. They're going to have BB and El Primo leading off the front lines here. He's just going to run down Cyber. Spike is the next one maybe to fall here. He's pinched out between a few. Leon going to get the pass. About 20 seconds into this one already on the board of the Outsiders.
Beef is popular in Brawl Ball for a reason.
Especially on a map like this where you're walking into an open space in the middle anyway.
Outside of the Piper grenades again, there's no one to stop Primo and BB, and Piper has to expend her super just to clear the ball.
Oh. If he would have gotten that kill onto he might do it anyway. Wow, he does it himself. Kauchik. Well played. Another missed position, though, from the Outsiders. It's how Rambo was able to get on the board last time. Thought they maybe were able to clean up the kill onto the Spike. Unable to do it. We're tied up yet again.
And trading Poco Super for Poco Super. BB's on top of Poco, though, and that's pretty done and dusted. When a lot of these melee brawlers get in your face, you've kind of already lost, especially if you don't have any mobility. Viper's going to need her super to survive this. Look at this. Big potential here from Primo. He rips one, rips two, and they left the ball behind.
You got to get the ball. They have 2 kills. They might be able to walk it in anyway. Alfonso's going to do just that. Makes it 2-1. Outsiders take Brawl Ball as well. Fun one.
I love Spike. Just like the cold, dead smile. You don't really know what exactly
like holes for eyes.
What expression he's trying to convey with that. Oh man, what a character.
Notably enough, I did notice on Ramboot's side, they weren't running curveball on that Spike. They were running fertilize, heals for 500, HPS while inside that area of effect.
It's not good.
Just didn't get to see a lot of utilization. I just noticed that those spikes, instead of, you see there, fly straight, no curve on those. Honestly, maybe that he was able to score here anyway, but that's a good example of where one of those little spikes from his primary attack will seal it up, and it doesn't curve, find any of that bend, and they're unable to. At the end of the day, though, Outsiders able to walk in a couple to the tune of 2-1. Of course, you know what that means, Nick. We're going to bounty on Snake Prairie yet again. You got to love it. I mean, if it's anything like what we saw last time around here. Set 3, of course, in the round of 128 bounty on Snake Prairie. If you look ahead, round of 64, that's when we'll start to swap some stuff out. Gem grab on Minecart Madness is going to be the next thing, so I'm excited about that in set 3 of the round of 64. But before we can get there, we got to go through at least one more bounty here on Snake Prairie. Tons of grass. We noted bow would probably be a good addition to a composition. Certainly was. Maybe some more bow this time around.
And kind of to talk a little bit more about Spike. I have Spike, but I don't have either star power. But I don't find myself yeeting my super at my feet too often and standing in it. You know what I mean? And a lot of it is just kind of echoing, what I've seen from some of the players that I respect. But everyone's talking about curveball.
Alfonso is he's running. Fertilize as well. Yeah. Maybe it's more important on this map since you're going to be grouped up a good bit if you toss it down at your feet. It's only him, though, I believe. I don't believe his entire team is healed.
Yeah, maybe if they made that change, you might see a little bit more of it.
But this time around, it's going to be Ramboot on the board first. Cyber, though, the last person you want to lose. That's a huge star swing there. Still Ramboot in the lead, but close the gap a little bit of the Outsiders. Already a little bit of a little earlier action in this one.
Is so cool.
Less of a roundabout. Yeah, Mecha Bow. Kauchik on the opposite side there. I love it. I love me some Mecha Bow.
Oh man. Even the mine animation is so clean.
Love it for it. Here's the roundabout, and that's going to begin. Going to drop the mines in the back of Ramboot's base here. I think they maybe are a little privy to where they are. You have to be careful. This is going to be the only route that you really want to walk this way because Ramboot have the mines on the opposite side. The engage comes through. Leon gets absolutely blown up. Tons of damage from Alfonso. He actually might be able to find a couple of kills here. One more spike might be able to do it. Alfonso is going to back off here.
Great super there from Spike to keep everybody kind of in line. Didn't do a lot of damage, but it achieved the goal of zoning them out. So they were able to just make sure they kept everyone corralled in the corner. big poke. Very different style that we're actually seeing here from these two teams versus the last Snake Prairie game that we saw. Cyber Vivi backing off. Now things are getting hairy. Only a 1-star lead still, so it could go either way, and the countdown begins.
Name a better duo, 1-star lead and 10 seconds left on Snake Prairie. They're going to get aggressive here, trying to find anything to turn this one around. Another bow mine might just do it, might seal it up though this time around. Cyber gets absolutely deleted. Blue side, Alfonso, Leon, and the boys end up taking the win there. Hats off to them. Another fun bounty on Snake Prairie. You gotta love it. It was a lot more action though this time around. You didn't see quite as much of the super flowy roundabout. Both teams looking to get aggressive right off of the bat, and got to see a lot of fun there. Notably though, I mean, it's sort of the spike conversation we've been having. Still running Fertilize instead of Curveball on this map might make some sense. You drop it at your feet.
He doesn't have it yet. That's a possibility.
Oh,
I know you get scaled
right.
up. Anyone who enters the tournament and plays in the friendly, and this is true for anyone, it doesn't have to be the tournament game. Any friendly lobby game you play, your brawler is scaled up. And I believe if you don't have both star powers unlocked, I think you just get defaulted to whatever the default like first star power in the game for that character was. So
gotcha.
That could be potential. It's something to keep an eye on as we move further in the tournament. I expect to see a lot more Curveball than Fertilize.
Well, to the tune of 2-0, one more bounty will do it here for Ramboot. Seal up this set, move themselves onto the round of 64. Outsiders on the board first, though, with 5 stars to their name as Ramboot start to move a little bit forward here. Plenty of stars on the board here for them to capture. Alfonso notably off to the side, not with the rest of his team. Leon absolutely deleted from this one. Maybe he's looking for a flank from a Brock or someone similar. He's gonna catch 3 members of Outsiders on the chin here in just a moment. Leon has to back off. There's the damage coming in from Alfonso.
You know, to be honest, if there's one map you probably don't need to run Coiled Snake on, it would probably be here.
Sure.
You know what I mean? I think there's similar concept to what we were seeing with Poco Bull in the previous Snake Prairie games. You can kind of just dive in there and Poco's going to keep you up on your feet. But landing those killing blows and getting the 1400 back it's big plays. Especially if you can do it with your super. The healing just stacks and you're very, very sustainable.
Well, Ramboot got an uphill battle to fight here. There's 13 stars available up for grabs. They're down by 15 total here. Totally one-sided match for the Outsiders. Mortis for Leon. He's going to get 1, maybe get 2. They only get 11 of the 13 possible, but now the tying stars are back onto the board. I think you got to know they're trapped in the right-hand side here. The bow mines are going to give them away. If Katcha gets too far forward, he's going to get deleted 13 to 15 now. One more kill. We'll tie this one up. Leon not wanting to get aggressive yet. Now he chooses the time to go in 20 to 15.
Why
and
now?
A 5-star trade on the opposite side. Outsiders now take a 5-star lead. Maybe a timing blunder there, and it looks like Outsiders well poised to take this game, maybe trade it out. More Poco shots will do it just too late. Maybe needed 1 or 2 more seconds. A 10-star lead, though, almost certainly wouldn't have been squandered away. Outsiders find themselves on the board now. It's a good way to delay this one. If Ramboot were able to win that one, they would be moving on, and Outsiders would be out. So hats off to them fighting back. But you're right, towards the end stretch there, you know, Mortis kill maybe on the platter, doesn't end up going in, waits just a moment too long. But at the end of the day, you're down by, I guess at the time it was only like 2 or 3, but you end up losing by 10 towards the end there. So well played from the Outsiders.
Yeah, man. I don't know. It looked like target stacked up, a little bit softened up.
It was close.
Finally gets on in there. That's kind of the way she goes, though. I mean, with Mortis, it is all about how you choose to engage, when you choose to engage. It's so likely that you just get blown up when you're at that range.
Yep.
Your quick fire range, Brock, meaning if his projectile speed is fast enough to where he's not going to be missing you, and he does a ton of damage. Bo does. I mean, all those characters do a lot of damage if you're lining up like that. They're going to beef this squad up a little bit.
Yeah.
Rosa, as well as BB.
Rosa a little more consistent. Or Cyber running the 400 damage at max range if you hit one of your shots on Piper. Already backing off here, though. Ramboot, like you said, beefy front line. They're playing safe, though.
Yeah.
They have the first star, and there's no reason not to play safe right now. You realize you're going to catch them out of position, maybe.
They kind of ran into this issue a little bit later in the game, but they're going to run into it a lot faster this time around. If they don't get an early lead and these bushes start to die off and there's nowhere left for them to flank,
that's gonna be huge.
Yeah, Rosa's going to be able to bulldoze this over. But with BB and Rosa, once these bushes are gone, they are going to be extremely ineffective on this map.
Well, luckily enough for them, they're not going to be destroying too much of the terrain. On the opposite side, though, you got three supers that will destroy terrain.
Oh.
The Outsiders just need to get those up. You got to maybe try to avoid the bow mines, continue to play back, play safe. Cyber's got to choose where to use his super, what terrain he wants to destroy. That's going to spring a trap here. BB's able to get away. Leon is going to come in for the assist, force Outsiders to back off. Ramboot trying to stay aggressive. The bow mine's going to do it there. Still a 4-star lead, though, for Ramboot. Going to back off, keep himself safe just for another moment. The Brock does have super ready as well if you choose to use it here.
I think you can. Well, okay. There's the engagement.
Leon needs to be very safe for the rest of this game. In a 9-star lead with 7 of them on your Rosa.
Yep, I think you can kind of just chill here in the back. Brock does have a super, though. It's something that could go over the walls. BB, just with her base movement speed, star power that she is running, can just walk over these bow mines and not care about it. One more swing of the bat would be enough. They got a big enough lead. They're safe.
Yeah, the Rose of the DR super comes out. 5 seconds left. A 13-star lead is not going anywhere. Ramboot Club finish off Bounty, finish off this set, and they're moving themselves on to the round of 64.
Well done. Well done all around for sure. I think one of the cool things, frankly, about this new style of the same map as the whole set is that it is blind pick, so it's not a pick and ban phase per se, but you get information and then you can kind of make a more educated decision based on how game 1 went. Do you think they're going to stay the same? If they're staying the same, what do we switch up? Kind of a lot of interesting comp switch-ups, and I think because we are running the same map over and over again, we are seeing more brawler variety even within the same map.
And you're right. It's brawler variety born more out of making sort of an on-the-fly change. This didn't work out for us last time. We need a little bit more of this, and rather on a map-by-map basis because you don't know what the enemy team might be bringing. It's a lot of fun to see the variety that ends up coming out to play here. Round of 128 is done for us, though. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, round of 64.
Welcome back, Brawlers. It's your boy, Tom Battinger, in the building. Glad to be back. We've got the European players up and running. Nick still here?
Yes, sir.
We did switch out Dawson. As I said, glad to be here, and we've got some more action on the way. Round of 64 coming at you, so it should be fun. Hopefully, as we go on, the competition's going to ramp up a little bit more each time. It's fun kind of looking at these earlier rounds because you get kind of the random, kind of outside of the meta stuff. We might not see Piper every game down here, but we get to see some of the oddball stuff. Anything really stick out to you?
Seeing a little bit less Rosa than I think I would have expected. A little bit less BB than I think I would have expected. Shelly being banned a couple of times as well.
Now, we've got a whole big format going on. South Korea is where the finals are going to be, and all this works up to that. You want to qualify and do well. And, of course, week by week, you also take home a prize purse. You can see that broken down 1, 2, 3, and 4. Win, place, show, and hell yeah. Now we're starting off in the round of 64. Brawl Ball will be the first mode that we jump to. Super Stadium is going to be the map as well. Bounty and gem grab guaranteed. Heist and Siege if we need it. And so Super Stadium, jumping into it. Where are you looking at, Nick?
Well, this is kind of a closer range, but definitely we talked about this a lot. You know, destroying terrain on Brawl Ball changes the game, changes the map. But a lot of that comes down to how long the game lasts. Sometimes
Sure.
you just see melee guys able to run down 2 goals before you can get your destructible supers online.
Here we've got a nice little team on the bottom side. I really like this Spike Rosa combination. Spike, by far one of my favorite characters when it comes to Brawl Ball. Able to just zone out really well, but all of a sudden, red team able to just walk it out. Blue team kicks it out to the left side. That's good, but if Russia gets this kill, this could open up the world for red.
Nice little kick to clear there, but this one likely to be a goal here. Nobody can really stop BB. Just barely makes it in terms of HP.
Speedy BB right there, just makes it on in. Good play. A little bit of brute force, a little bit of finesse. We like to see the nice combination there. Left side, Miko Bito wins the match. Stop Rob, though, answers back, and it's going to have the 2v2.
Hold
Stop
up.
Rob
Hold
goes
up.
left, hits the ball, that's game!
Okay.
2-0. Stop Rob, stop doing it to him, man.
Oh, man. Super funny. I didn't bring it up, but one of the bow mines at the tail end of that last round actually destroyed exactly 1 box in front of the goal. I don't know if that made the difference in the angle being open, but kind of a funny thing. I'm sure we'll look at some of those replays and
I'm
see
gonna say
whether or
yes.
not. I think so. And I was like, I don't know how the bow mine didn't blow up more. We'll actually get to see. So there go the mines that actually did blow up. We'll see which one. It might have been just, yeah, that one right there at the goal.
Okay, I see it. So it's the
That's the
left
one box.
Yeah, left inside. And then here's the play on the right side. Like we said, it wound up being the 2v2. Stop Rob goes to the left, tosses the ball. And if the box was there, Nick.
It wouldn't have gone. That actually mattered. Wow. Okay.
Calculated, as we say in the business.
Yeah,
Just
man.
like that.
That's how important opening up new angles. I mean, imagine if you were playing soccer and the goal just became twice as wide all of a sudden. That would be pretty helpful in your ability to score.
Yeah, it's like when lacrosse players go and start playing American football, they're like, the whole end zone?
Yeah.
Let's not just run at the end?
Anywhere in here, that works. Lacrosse goals are like that weird. They're like kind of like that small, like weird
Yeah, it's
square
like a
shape.
baby, like a weird, soccer, even smaller. Football, excuse me. We are on the European side of the tournament today. Later on, we get to say soccer. Right now,
Big
not
true.
so much.
Big true. Can't forget about that. So mirror matches this time around.
The
Moving
BB's,
forward.
I mean, the BB with the movement speed is going to be powerful. The Spike with the anti-movement speed is always going to be powerful as well. I feel like the BB's a little bit of a flex.
Ooh.
And MMA Russia going to flex just like that.
Well, these guys certainly have Brawl Ball lockdown. Moving the ball well. They're moving each other well. And sometimes, we saw this in the last Brawl Ball game, that the positioning that Redbirds are taking right now is assuming, certain 1v1s go their way, certain things are paying off for them. If they don't, they're almost guaranteed to be giving up a goal for it. They're just playing so well right now, man. I don't even know how you stop this.
That was a beautiful clear.
Nice try.
Timeout shows up. Bo, right? Everybody is playing their position, which is really important. Bo is absolutely the striker, if you will, the literal person that is trying to strike the opposition, not necessarily the offensive ball carrier. Then you've got Jason here that's trying to provide all of the slows. He's defense. Jason's job is to make sure that the opponent can't really walk where they want to. And then MMA Russia, obviously, big beefy BB. Their job is to walk it on home.
A lot of consistent movement speed. Have an opportunity. Ooh, the bubble bounce from downtown. I mean, it moves fast. Tough to see that one coming. Might be a goal here. Respawn's coming through. Be able to defend that one out.
BB can be replaced by, I think, Primo right now. That super following what the movement speed after the super is really, really big. But really what separates BB from the rest of the crowd is that bubblegum. You can play in the back. You can play in the front line. Your job is to be up front and personal. But you charge that super and you can help out the bow, clear the way, and then open the world up for your own sort of score. That's a really big deal there.
Super kick, I think on accident, because that didn't really achieve much. Super's going to go out in kind. 3v2 here. Not a lot of HP on the side of Red, trying to run it in, and BB will get it done.
Just knowing the role, again, understanding what's supposed to happen. Bo spaced all the way out there. Stop Rob is in the middle of the map, just firing shots, and if he gets the ultimate, if he gets the super, walking up and destroying some boxes. Later on, you see the Spike on the left side, BB on the right. I mean, that's how you draw it. That's how you win it.
Yeah, really, really tough to destroy consistently with Bo, because the mines, the way they come out is somewhat RNG, and you need to land the mine close enough to the box to destroy it, but far enough away that it can actually be stepped on.
That's why you see Stop Rob has no problem burning the super for the super kick. He really is here as a player destroyer. The destructibility of the mines, that's all well and good, but he's absolutely looking to clear out the defense so that Russia could just walk on in and score the ball the old-fashioned way, just dunking over him. So real smooth stuff out there from Redbirds. They understand their positions. Fearless, though, as we move from Brawl Ball into some of the other modes, they're drastically different. I want to see how this squad takes Bounty.
That's kind of what the tournament's about. Sometimes you're just not that good at Heist or Brawl Ball or whatever it is for your team in particular. From where I'm sitting, Redbirds literally just looked very good at Brawl Ball, the way they moved around the map. There wasn't really any flukes about it. Kind of some cheeky stuff with that one bow mine, but other than that, everything about that was very, very solid and looked very intentional and well put together.
With all that said, I like to separate Brawl Ball from the rest of the modes, and I think that's accurate analysis. Layer Cake, though, is a little bit different. I always feel like Layer Cake feels like Brawl Ball in the sense that Brawl Ball, you kind of cut the map into 3 separate quadrants: neutral, mine, and yours, and you kind of work differently depending on which section you're in. And Layer Cake is the same. You want to make sure these little stripes, the layers of the cake, are maintained. That's where you want to look for control.
Yeah, whoever gets the early kills obviously starts to play a little bit more defensive. And this is one of the maps that I feel actually doesn't evolve too much because it's the layer cake, right? It's kind of like the same thing as you move up. Obviously, if one layer gets destroyed, whoever has the lead can kind of fall back and continue to do things as they were doing things that got them in the lead in the first place.
What's interesting is, the map moves around the players. Other maps we'll see a lot like old corner case, right? You used to want to destroy those barriers so that the whole map is open, and now your whole strategy of milking one side is completely different. Layer cake, instead of the map being blown up, even though that might happen, it's really how far you're moving up and where your opposition can stand. So we'll get to see the match will evolve, but the map really won't change. It just as to where the player is going to stand because of pressure. So that's what we're going to look at for the compositions. 2 Mortises, heavy pressure there.
First Mortis to dash usually loses. Ooh, but not if the teammates are there to help. Gene is able to trade it later on in the game, but that was a more valuable kill for Red as they did get the middle star, so they're leading by 1.
Nice play there from the Gene. Almost like a Piper sniper shot. Gonna get jumped on here, and Jason destroys him. Telmount able to answer right on back. So it's 5-5. 1.5 in. Goes sneaking up, and that was the push, but a little preemptive. His teammates weren't there.
Yeah, the right idea there. Try to kind of juke some of that out. Respawn shield's going to shield away the first. Take super. And in those instances where Jason dives first, gets the kill, it's actually more worth it for blue. Whoever gets the kill second gets the more valuable kill in this instance, but now because of that Telmount is worth 4. So his ability to dive it's just that much more riskier. That much more is on the line if he goes in.
I love this tick selection. 8 all, by the way, 49 seconds to go. And I think that Fearless kind of are sitting on their hands right now. Gene pull is available. Can look for that magic hand. Stop Rob will miss. Right now, Red Team are pushing up, and I don't think they should. I think Miko and Ghost can actually do something here. And you can see Telmount going to start the push. One goes down. You were talking about initiating being the bad luck, but after the magic hand comes through, that's a nice play, but they lose the fight.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 player trade, but stars are going to even up as a result of that. Only 18 seconds on the clock. One magic hand is ready. The other is not. It's all on Einheit to hit this and to get that last second clutch kill.
7 seconds, 13 all. Who's going to make the play? 5 on the clock. Jason is looking for the flank. Telmount is half HP. Mortis can do it from here, but he goes in too late. And it's match over. An easy draw. We'll do it again.
Yep, sometimes that'll happen in Bounty. People just don't want to risk it for the biscuit, and that makes sense. A lot on the line here. Want to get that trip to South Korea. Want to qualify out early. Like we mentioned, the top 2 from today, but the top 3 from the next 2 weeks for a total of 8 when we get to the regional qualifiers. That's how things are doing it. So it is important to qualify out in the top 2 today because you will get a better seeding in that eventual regional qualifier.
Right there, I see one of the big deals. Telmount needs more help. Tick, I think, is staying far away so that he can avoid what Jason's trying to do right there. But Tick is staying a little too far away.
Well, key differences in the comp last time.
I like this.
Will not be here this time. They go for the Brock instead of the Tick. And this is one of the cool things about the way we're doing the tournament now is that you can kind of switch things up as this set is happening. We're going to play the same map, but Now that you have information about what they're picking, what you're picking, maybe you make a different choice.
So I still like the idea of the Tick, and I think the Tick might even be the better composition, but with a higher barrier of execution, because the Tick has to be up close, a little closer in order to pull off what he wants to do. Beautiful push by the red team as they punish Miko Beto. But the problem that I had last time around was Telmount was going in and Tick wasn't following up. That was Miko. Nice magic hand, and red team twice in a row get the play. And what a turnaround here.
What happens there, I think, is that once Mortis is in, you're pretty accustomed just to quick firing, and I think quick fire locked onto Brock for that third and final attack, so it doesn't end up actually being worth. Telmount not going to get anything for his troubles. Magic hand whiffs, and it's still a pretty sizable lead here for the Redbirds. They just have to keep MMA safe.
And now this is where you want to be in a Mortis composition.
Big
You
super.
want Jason to be able to do that.
Woo!
Stop Rob with 100.
My goodness gracious, that was a colossal super from Brock, and now he is worth 7. I think he got all of those kills. Final blows will recharge his super yet again. What a potent combination
Nice
that
try.
is. The Gene hand and the super. Mortis
That's a
might
big
just
play.
mess around and get both.
Now all of a sudden, team formerly down 16 stars, only down 8. 24 on the clock. That's how many stars Redbirds have. 16 for the trailing Fearless. Miko Beto trading in the Tick for the long-range Brock, and it hasn't worked out. Telmount goes deep all by himself, putting the game in his hands. 1-2 for the show. Still, the team down 9 kills here, Nick. 5 seconds to go. It looks like it's all Redbirds.
Yeah, so not a kind of like a comeback mechanic, right? As the enemy players are worth more, you have the opportunity to really even things up for a time. There comes a point where they're just beating you so bad there's not enough stars on the map for you to come back, and you can't climb that mountain. That's the point that the Redbirds get to this time around. MMA played great, hit a lot of big shots. This was kind of a critical moment, I think, when that kill for Telmount doesn't pay off.
Absolutely. Here we just saw both teams kind of attempt the same composition, and Redbirds just executed better than Fearless. I was trying to start a point that I was excited watching the blue team because Fearless kept getting these combinations, but we're just missing the damage from Tick. So Tick gets traded out for the Brock, who can hit from a distance. It all makes sense on paper, but that's why we play the games, folks. That's why we see what goes on, because even though they had the answer, they had the different composition to turn things around, better team just spun on them.
Yep. Hits a little bit harder than Barley if you can connect all 3, and that's a big if, because it rarely is going to happen unless you're hitting a stationary objective like the heist safe or the siege turret, yada, 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 something like that. The super's obviously very different. So far has been pretty inconsistent, but granted, we've only seen him in siege, so a lot of times you kite the head into the turret range and the turret takes care of the rest. It's not a very tanky, little deployable thing there. Does good damage, destroys things around it, but Tick is definitely tough to pull off. He takes some getting used to.
He's good at the zoning world, which is why I kind of liked him on Layer Cake. The idea of just going head first and pushing players up wave to wave might be a nice look here. So,
talk about his star power a little bit. He's only got 1 because he's pretty brand new, but it's interesting. He gets at the out of combat regen 2 full seconds sooner. It might not sound like a lot, but it definitely is.
It allows him to be a little bit more active. Right now, red team full of adrenaline from winning that last one, pushing up and being really aggressive. And this is what I was talking about before we got into Layer Cake. How the map doesn't necessarily change, but the game will, based on how the players are pushing up. Even though red team are down a star, they've kind of taken control of this midpoint.
Like Beto switching up his star power as well, from having that 4th rocket on Brock back to the old style of leaving those flaming puddles. They don't do great damage, but any little bit helps keeping your target in combat.
It's also
zone.
Yeah, it's also important to deny the stealth opportunity, specifically for the Gene and the Mortis, right? You want to have eyes on both of those characters. One, because Mortis can jump on you, so you want to be on the other side, and Magic Hand out of nowhere can definitely be scary to even the most accomplished players.
Magic Hand is ready. And you can see Gene and Brock playing so
Nice
close
play.
to each other. When those Magic Hands connect, both Gene and Brock just absolutely laying into a target, being dragged in a straight line. It's a death sentence. There's no way, no character can survive that.
Nice pull there by Redbirds. Magic Hand on the money. 7-5. Talmount trying to tie it up, and will. Now trying to get on out of there, and won't. 13-8. Redbirds still on top. Stop Rob barely missing that half a minute to go.
With everybody returned almost to the bottom stars, Jason just has to play this one safe. sort of let his teammates soften up targets at this point. He just, I think, needs to avoid being the point man, and they'll be okay for this win.
Einheit comes around the left side. He found the perfect spot. No one knew where he was. He was wishing the super was available, but now it's just hide time. Talmount actually playing with fire here, putting himself in harm's way.
No.
17-15, 3 seconds to go, and blue team can answer. Oh.
Wow.
Talmount playing with fire.
If they killed Stop Rob there, that was game. They would have won, but, you know, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and this is neither, so they're able to go ahead and grab that dub.
Also cornhole.
True.
We're in the South. We got to mention it. 2 games down. Redbird's team up. Let's take a look at how they trounced them on Layer Cake. And this was a better look from Fearless. Again, I know there's 2 goose eggs there, but they have improved each time. Fearless this time around played more defensively. They played in the back, and then towards the end made these plays and answered back. They even had the lead at some points, Nick. So again, Redbirds take it, but impressed by Fearless I was.
Yep, making their adjustments, changing star powers, changing characters, trying to figure it out, putting it together. Redbirds definitely look like solid competitors. That does it for Bounty on Layer Cake. We're heading to Minecart Madness Gem Grab. It's definitely one of those maps. You either love it or you probably hate it.
My favorite was a while ago. A lot of the big streamers out there were playing it. Ninja obviously being one of them, and all the clips of Ninja dying in the minecart, man. Every last one of them. Ninja, I love you. Watch out for the minecart. This is not RNG though. You can see it coming. It is
announced.
It is announced. So buyer beware, I suppose. Not RNG. Just watching out.
Yeah, have to keep that in mind. Where are people going? Sometimes you'll see, you know, Taras here, gravity wells, knockbacks and pulls to pull people because the minecarts do a ton of damage. So if it's possible, and these players are good enough to be able to leverage those at the opportune moment to pull somebody into a minecart and give them a quick and swift death.
BB's my, you know those top tiers you just don't like. I know you're good. BB's that for me.
We get it.
But on Minecart Madness, just whapping people back into the minecart.
Yeah,
I'm picking BB every time. So I want to see a lot of BB here, like you mentioned, a lot of the knockbacks. We want to look for a lot of displacement is the word I like to use. If somebody wants to be here, make sure they're someplace else. The Tara Super you brought up, the BB knockback, things like that are going to be a really big deal here on Minecart Madness.
Yeah, you have to sometimes look out for it and sort of predict when you cross, because if a minecart is going to be wrapping soon, there's a chance you get caught on a certain side of the map that you don't necessarily want to be. The way that they wrap around like these little pockets of bushes, I mean, you can get trapped in there by a Mike or a Barley, and they're going to punish you heavily for it. So you have to have a lot of foresight on this map and pay very close attention to where things are coming from.
I love that you brought up Mike and Barley. Oh, we see him here. No and no. We do see Miko Bito playing the Poco, though. A character risen from the grave with help of the new star power.
Love it.
Love it, love it, love it. There's our first minecart, cutting the place in half. That should be a free gem to blue team. They're a little bit afraid. Jason's going to go right after the train, and now Talmount answers back. That's the first kill of the game.
That was bold.
Yeah.
that was bold to say the least. BB's still here, taking big damage from Gene. Mortis is going to get in there. Take one for his troubles, 2 for his troubles. Easy turnaround for Poco Super. Again, Jason on a limb here, but he has a super this time, so playmaking ability is increased.
Magic hand avoided by a nice dash from Talmount. Beautiful play there from the Mortis player on Fearless. Tied at 3. Gem on blue side. Dash forward as Talmount
Nice
grabs
super.
it, no problem.
Gets another super off of that super. And the bubble shall bounce and then bounce and bounce. Gene is trying to keep these people poked out to open the door for Mortis to go in, but just doesn't have the legs. Poco Super keeping everybody topped.
Meanwhile, Talmount up here just doing work. BB does take care of him. Magic hand into the Poco. Bam, bam, bam. 10 gems, blue team.
There it is, and another Poco Super, man. That's been the difference maker. This Poco Super
you love it.
Is really, really counterintuitive to what Mortis wants to do. He wants to be able to dive in here, commit onto a target, but this, 3,000 some damage turnaround when you factor in the heal and the damage going out, it's just too much to account for.
I mean, that was the thing. Poco wasn't really competitively loved, but he was just barely viable, and you'd get run down, and you would go 3 through. You would hit somebody with the 3-round burst, heal, and you go, man, What if that did damage?
Yeah.
Now it does, and
Yeah.
it just hurts. The rushdown characters are really at a loss versus Poco.
Big damage. 1,200, like we mentioned. Huge. Yeah, I think it's the biggest targeter in the game, period.
Yeah.
It goes over walls, unlike the regular attack for Poco. So you can see,
Boom.
no problem. You are not safe virtually anywhere from the Screeching Solo.
This is where Fearless really impressed me, though. They split up into a 2-1 combination. You saw Gene and Poco play the back line, and Talmount played the front line. Talmount just basically dove whoever didn't dive his team, and the Gene and the Poco handled themselves, so Talmount just destroyed everybody on the other side of the map, and that gave all the gems over to Fearless.
Frankly, if that magic hand doesn't connect, BB scoops all those gems and is gone with like 8 of them. So that was frankly the pretty critical moment there. Shout outs to Einhai for actually landing it when it mattered most.
I like to switch up over to Rosa. Rosa, Mortis but tanky, right? Giving up some of that damage for some sustainability, and that's the play. Not all the time, but specifically when you're getting rushed down, Russia will deny the rush down.
There it is. Trying to get out of combat, poked from so many different angles. Just doesn't have the map control to work with that. Get himself back out, but 4 gems, safe and sound, up for Redbirds, who are leading 2-0 in this match, but are down 1-0 in this set.
Miko gets pulled. Talmount now looking for the revenge, but the Rosa
good
shield
luck.
too much to handle.
Good luck, bud.
Yeah, that's the answer. Redbirds have found it. You know, Fearless even took control of the map while they were losing. But again, Russia just forces it out. Miko gets Jason into a grave, but that's not all she wrote. Russia one more time.
Damage reduction goes out. The magic hand goes out, finds a target, brings it home. No kills just yet. 2 more gems would start the countdown. Jason's floating nearby. He's at risk of being magic hand. Here comes Train. That's going to cut things off, make things interesting. Mortis is all alone.
See, this is really interesting. This was the same play that we saw Fearless take the game over with last time around, but this time Rosa's able to combat it. The 2-1 split doesn't work for Fearless.
This is
That
interesting.
said, the play afterwards, Nick.
That does affect it. Rosa getting double tapped by the minecart. 4,400 damage. Telmount makes it out, but gets triple tapped almost by the minecart. Now this is really, really something.
Talmount's the one with 8 gems as well.
They tie it up.
That was crazy. Fearless made a play, and Redbirds negated it perfectly, but then Fearless just kind of oopsie-daisied themselves into the lead again, and now it's 8-9.
Jason misses an easy super. And this is actually enough. They pull in, they get this frag, and they are able to, even if this gem goes the way, Mortis making a big mistake there. That's going to basically lock this one up for Redbirds.
This was really nice. Fearless do try their best and do a good job of kind of biting their way back in, but at the end of the day, the Redbird switch to Rosa, I think, was so damn impactful.
Yeah.
She loses 9 gems there and doesn't even bat an eye.
Yeah, paid off in a big way. Having the Rosa be much more consistent than a Mortis. Running that into the Poco was too much. Mortis Batanki is a great way to put it. That's how he played it. He was just kind of positioning, waiting for his opportunities to go in. And they found a lot more of them than he did when he was playing Mortis.
I mean, like I pointed it out, not to oversimplify things, but Fearless won game number 1 by doing the 2-1 split push. Telmount was able to just take care of business because Mortis just overpowers you. The switch to Rosa made it sure that she has too much HP, too much damage mitigation to really get killed by Telmount, and so this is what happened every time. Telmount would just get turned on and burned on, and that was it. So it worked for Fearless in game 1, didn't work in game 2. Redbirds with a great adaptation.
Yeah, Rosa really does a lot of damage, too. It's not just that she is tanky. Pretty slow, though. I think that's really the only cost, but that's the cost you pay on basically any of these melee brawlers, except for BB, of course. She kind of zips around the map. Really great supers. I think we saw a couple from BB bouncing around. If you can see a BB that's getting her super charged entirely off of her super, then you know she's in a good spot.
Yeah, here's Rosa. No number of changes the character has had to go through, but I think she's in a neat little spot here. That's the damage per punch, and she's going to be able to deal a bunch of those. You're still able to go ahead and charge your super while you're in your super if you're going to go ahead and be super aggressive, very, very aggressive. But at the end of the day, what this character used to be no longer the case.
Yeah. She's definitely seen her time in the sun and is still in a viable, I think, overall balanced spot. I don't think she's pickable everywhere, but you will see her pretty consistently. This is it, the tiebreaker on Minecart Madness. Again, more switch-ups happening forsaking the BB in favor of Primo and seeing a Tara instead of the Mortis.
And here, Redbirds, I love this adaptation again. Before we saw, a couple of squishy characters. Now we've got 2 tanks and the Poco to heal. So you've got double tank healer, and Russia's going to be able to chase players down and also both get out of jail or into jail if he wants by jumping over the minecart.
This is trouble now. I mean, the way Primo and Rose are positioned, it's just very hard for anyone to make a move on Fearless. They're going to need those Poco supers if they want to have a chance.
That's the change right there. Russia falls down, and that's a huge swap up.
Ooh. Running the new Tara star power as well. The Shadow Clone, it functions exactly the same as the other style, but it heals your allies now. Much more consistent value, much easier to leverage.
2-6 at the moment. Fearless wrestle control of this one. Scoreless in the set overall, so this would extend their tournament for them. If not, Fearless go home and Redbirds take the cake. 1-9. Fearless really close here. And Telmout looked for it, but walked away. Now there's going to be a kill on the other side. Jason pops the shield. Shadow Clones are keeping players at bay. Red team able to bite back just a little bit.
Next gem starts the countdown for blue if they can get it. Everyone's on Poco, but the turnaround potential and the way that they're playing around their Poco screeching solos it's much more coordinated, right? They're not popping it just for the heal. They're popping it for the heal and the damage as they're going in for a big moment, a big play.
Which is wild. Fearless take the game, the set, and the match will continue. That's 2 and the first win here for Fearless in the big picture. And that's impressive to me because, like I said, Redbirds with a squad, you 2-0-2-0, I immediately say, like, all right, you got to be the better team. But, it's just a different world here because, like you said, that Fearless play on Minecart Madness, that was top-level teamwork and execution.
Yeah, they're playing around the Poco style the whole time. Again, even though they won the last game, there was another switch-up of the compositions.
Yep.
That could have something that's going to play a role in these games. Is people are going to make their adjustments. They're going to do what they're going to do, and they're going to try to outthink you sometimes. But not to say that this is the case here. But if you try to outpick what they picked last game, you kind of get in this messy mind game territory where you could pick yourself into a corner or play yourself.
Well, what if I'm trying to pick what you don't want me to pick? What if I big brain and pick what you think I'm going to pick?
Exactly.
But I think that you're going to pick it. So the round. Yeah.
And down we go. The rabbit hole is potentially endless. So I think people are for the most part, going to focus on playing their own game in blind pick types of scenarios like we find ourselves here.
Exactly. I think the adaptation worked there to a certain extent. And now we go to Heist. Sandy Gems will be the battlefield of choice. Let's take a look at this. It kind of looks like a big spider in the middle. Look, like a spider. There's the middle, and then it's got legs in the front. Maybe a frog because it's only got 4, not 8.
Maybe. Yeah, definitely. Definitely have to keep your anatomy straight on Sandy Gems. I guess I get why they might call it. It looks like a rupee, if anything. I'm seeing like the Zelda-style rupee.
Yeah, but it's got legs.
It does.
So
which just doesn't work.
One of the big things that actually will matter, not what animal we see in the clouds, is the wall in front of the safe. So you're going to look for characters that can bust that up, but it's small, so you can just decide to ignore that and walk around it. A lot of the other maps we see some more robust kind of structures in front of that goal. This is rather open, I think, for a heist map, so you can kind of ease off of the gas when it comes to destructibility.
A lot of people like to play Barley on heists as well, get both those ticks guaranteed. The new star power lands, very, very well to that play style. So sometimes leaving the wall can actually be beneficial for your offense. One of your big advantages as Barley is being able to throw over obstacles. You want them there. You want something in between you and your targets. Him and Tick are the squishiest characters in the game, but because they have that advantage of being able to just throw over things, other people would have to walk around.
Yeah, we're going to see Barley. Brock usually comes out with his OG star power. If he continues to do it, there we'll see more, AoE on the ground. And Penny got some love there with respects too, right?
Maybe.
So I have not seen the high-level play just yet with some of the star power changes. I'm eager to see if Penny will come out.
Well,
that's definitely a frog.
One of two styles. If you're not going to go for the up and over the wall, you might as well lower your shoulder and go through it. Primo and Bull, if those two get on the safe for any amount of time, big trouble in store for Fearless.
I love the idea here. Stop Rob is going to lay down some AoE damage, and then everybody else is just going to beef man punch it in the face. Here comes the elbow drop, half HP on the heist box already. Nico Beto, on the other hand, says, forget you. I'm going to go up top. Wait, Stop Rob is here, so I'll hunt him down after missing my first shot. Stop Rob looking to turn it around, won't. Half for the Redbirds.
Primo just all up in Nita's face for the time being. This is going to be some safe damage. MMA Russia target swaps quickly onto Nita, but already I think this hill is too much to climb. The safe is wide open. Spike from distance crushes the last 20%.
So I kind of like that one. Last game, we see some finesse, some really intelligent play, some flying, some magic hands over here, and unfortunately, Fearless are able to take that. Unfortunately for Redbirds fans at home, Redbirds come through in the next one and go, what if we just get a hammer and run, just hit it in the face, and they just run towards the heist box and kill it. I mean, that's as brute force as you can get. But it wins.
We're laughing, but I much prefer that style of heist when you can just focus the fight on their safe, and your safe is just so far away. They got to win like 3 fights in a row to shift the momentum back to your side of the map. Map control and where the aggression is happening on heist is pretty much everything for me.
I mean, you saw that moment where Miko Beto was like, all right, I'm going to fight fire with fire. I'm going to go up north and just do my... Oh, wait, I got to kill this guy.
You can't, you can't leave these guys alone, Primo and Bull. Once they're already there, you've already lost the race, basically, especially as a singular Bull.
Yeah, just tough stuff there. You know, and it's fun because it becomes this game of chicken, this drag race where you're like, all right, we're going. And you just, what happens if they go too?
Yeah, if they go too, the only chance you have is to commit and for your teammates who are playing defense to win their trades, to just cover it up. Small switch-ups in the compositions this time around. We're going to see the Rosa. Primo does more damage than Rosa does, though, so that's something to keep in mind as they fight it out.
Fearless still have that loss on their mind. That's why we see the defensive Rosa. But I love the response from Fearless in-game. Out-of-game, they go to Rosa, which is one thing or another. But in-game, they go directly to the heist box. They play aggressive, like we were saying. And we see what Redbirds are going to do if the other team just goes. They're going to fall back, unfortunately.
Quick jump over the wall here. And Primo does okay against Bull if you can play the spacing perfectly. If Bull gets too close, you're pretty much done for. Telmau is not running the damage reduction star power either. You can see he's still running the attack speed style Bull. So if he gets onto the safe with that buff applied, he can win that race 1v2. I mean, that is a colossal attack speed buff.
Ghost out here, or Einheit out here, providing some of that AoE damage, over the wall damage as well, perhaps most importantly. It's also zoning players away, so when Telmau gets here, it takes players just a little bit extra to go ahead and find him. Spiked by Jason. Redbirds here have to send one player, and there it is. Okay, so they are going to get aggressive, but still 78 to go on the enemy box. Meanwhile, Redbirds just have 25.
Yeah, you got to jump on that Bull, and this is where we were talking about, once the fight starts to happen on your safe, it's so hard to get it off and to get it all the way down the map, because now you're low enough to where a backdoor is a very real possibility. So you have to always be on the defensive.
50 seconds to go. Einheit able to provide some defense. A rare slowdown to the gameplay of Heist. Heist usually one of our non-stop action modes here, Nick, but this time around, teams have kind of stalemated in this middle section.
MMA's done a good job at moving the focus of aggression a little bit away from the safe, but 1-2 punch from Bull, you can see if he gets onto the safe and dumps all 3 ammo, I think it's around 20 to 30% of the safe's health.
Miko Beto, again, I've been watching. Miko Beto has been he's like the player coach right now. You know, I don't know the conversation that's going on. Maybe he's just the tool. But basically what happens is every time
calling
this
him a
team...
tool? That's kind of toxic.
Well, you know, like something that needs to be used. Come on now, Nick. What I'm seeing is every time I see a good adaptation, it's Fearless's Miko coming out with something different. Here we saw them kind of get beat up last time around, so he brings out Rosa. That can be offensive, but can also take a punch.
Yeah, absolutely. So close to getting the aggression back downfield, and he was the guy, you're absolutely right, that stayed in that little pocket. It's not quite as threatening as a Bull or Primo. We talked about they do a little bit more damage, but they have their shortcomings as well. But just having the threat there, already in the lead, once they're in the lead, if you guys both go to race, you've already lost if you start from behind in Heist. That's just the way it works. So having that offensive threat there and just floating in the bushes as Rosa was enough.
Yeah, I mean, and that was something that could answer no matter what, right? A lot of these characters. Listen, if you're gonna pick Mortis, you're gonna lose once you are at 99%, right? If you don't get that initial burst, you're just gonna wind up losing. So when you see the Primos and the Bulls, you've got this opportunity because you're tanky. But if you don't have that initial lead, although it's not as exaggerated as Mortis, you're still in that situation. Rosa, on the other hand, can shift from forward to reverse kind of easily, pop the shield and play defense, or pop the shield and go offensive. It works out both ways. So I like the adaptation, and it brings us 1-1 again.
Well, spikes are pretty consistent, so that's kind of why I think you're seeing those time and time again. MMA.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting switch up here onto Frank, and if there was ever a guy to pull the emergency brake and hard stun a couple of people, it would be our boy Frank.
Oh, yeah. I want to see that new power. I want to see him just go ahead and start smacking people. Right now, he's going to be smacking the chest. Comes around on the backside. Dash in from Storm Rob. Russia combines, and there it is. Boom!
He got his damage buff, too. This is interesting. I mean, this is a 12-second duration, not quite a base race, as we do have one player here on defense for Red, trying to keep this bull safe and sound. Pretty frankly, even trade, all things considered.
Not bad, not bad. Fearless here with a little bit more HP on their box, so they have the lead at the moment. Jason trying to play defense, but it looks like Redbirds are going to push. Here we are, 33% to 24%. But now the blue team getting jumped on. Redbirds on the aggressive, and that's that. That's game, that's set, that's match. 3-1.
Oh.
Fearless put up a good play. I really do like it. And again, I said this earlier, 2-0-2-0, closer than it seems. The 2-1-2-1, I think, a little bit more representative of these teams.
I like that we're seeing these little mid-set adjustments. These are very cool. We didn't really get a lot of that in the blind. It was, it was blind picking. You just did whatever you were most comfortable with. But this critical moment at the start of the game, getting that damage buff, that is a 40% damage buff for 12 seconds. One of the longest lasting, I think it is actually the longest lasting buff of any variety in Brawl Stars.
Just going to town. Frank is just sometimes game animations.
I want him
make
so
you
bad,
laugh.
dude. I want that character.
Frank and Piper are still at the top of my list of like Santa, please.
You don't have either of them?
I don't have either of them.
I don't know if it's that we just don't have them.
I spam Poco and Brock every game.
I love Poco. Poco is in a great spot. I mean, Tom and I are at the top of our game right now. Where Poco stands here on this desk.
Absolutely. I'm going to go take a break and play some Poco. Round of 64 in the books. We'll take some more, and we'll have some more Brawl Stars action for you in just a moment.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Open. My name is Finch. We're happy to have you here with us. We are still doing plenty of Brawl Stars here today. Joining me on the desk, I have Tom F. Badinger right here next to me. And so far, these matches have been a little bit one-sided towards the beginning. We just had a pretty competitive set here in this last one. Anything kind of wild or anything you hadn't been expecting so far in some of these picks or anything?
Where's the Piper? I mean, honestly, just like a Piper. But as you said, the earlier rounds of the tournament, we'll see some of the less experienced players, but really cool. We've had thousands of people sign up, and so by the time we hit 128 and 64, we start to get that real middle of the pack, and this is something after doing open tournaments for a number of different games, Finch, that we don't normally get to see is this middle ground. You see the high end, and you see the low end, but these middle ground, watching the adaptations, that's fun for me.
Well, we're still in the round of 64, so we're going to be starting off in Brawl Ball. It's Super Stadium that we're taking a look at here first with this map. Maybe still some barrier stuff that you want to be clearing out. You're definitely going to still want some brawlers that can open up that pathway a little bit, but maybe not as much as normal here on this map. Bans are Piper and Shelly. Both of these make a ton of sense. Sorry, Tom, not going to see Piper here yet.
No, I'm fine with that. But the Shelly's interesting. Shelly's a character that really takes advantage of kind of jumping on some of the tankier guys and making use of the corners that you have. So taking her out is kind of foreboding, because I think that means that Nova might want to play some big beefy guys.
That might be the case here. It is indeed Ramboot Club up against Nova Esports EU, aptly named as we are here in EU today for it. So we're going into this first match. I expect we'll still be seeing a lot of the ones we normally see on Brawl Ball. Spikes kind of jump up in some value. I was actually a bit surprised at how much bow we were seeing here on Brawl Ball as well. So we'll get a chance to see if that trend continues. Anyone else that maybe you're keeping an eye on here for Brawl Ball in particular?
Definitely the big boys. I mean, gods like Primo are definitely, worthy of the title god for sure. He jumps over you or on top of you, runs faster than you, and just does a whole bunch with the star power.
You're like, man, this guy just elbow dropped me from the atmosphere, and now he's also faster than me too. So Primo could feel certainly good. No surprise, we're going to be seeing him on the top side there for Nova. It's BB, Jean, and Tara getting us started for Ramboot, Primo, and Poco, and BB as well. And already ball in control here for the Poco, but handed right back over to Nova Esports, trying to get it into defensive position.
Yeah, Nova's going to shove it there in the corner and look for the team fight. Cerulean able to pick one up, so it's a 3-on-2. And Ilion here pushed back by Cerulean, but the pull's good. And now Nova are going to look to push out of their defensive set.
A little bit of those barriers, though, were removed by Ramboot, so not an entirely lost engagement there for him. But Tara in a great position to do exactly this, drop the super, and it's BB that's pulled back in initially. But still, not too much ground gained, and Leon can actually move back up.
I didn't love that, Finch. Tom and the ball carrier were on the same side of the map. Really what you want to do there, as a nice magic hand comes through from Spen, is separate those two. Cross ball pass, and now you can look for the goal.
Yeah, by the way, if you all are wondering how we got that courtesy of some BB super there on the back end, Cerulean and Splen work together. That's another score for Nova Esports. Now, they can really swap over into defensive mode if they want to, but look at this aggressive positioning right to the super. Doesn't look defensive there to me, but they actually might pay for that a little bit. Leon has enough HP. Maybe he can just walk this down, but too much damage coming back through from Tom.
Yeah, Leon's still alive, just on the outside. Meanwhile, Spen going to be able to pick something out. The ball reset again. Nova has it in their defensive corner.
Yes, now a small opportunity for Nova to try and re-establish their defense, to get healed up while outside of combat. So this is actually really good for Nova to get a little bit of time to breathe, but Ramboot still have the ball heavily on the opposition side. That's why Leon waited up for the super and was able to come in with the drop that takes down Spen early on, but he ends up falling in trade, ball unmoved, and now Tom can move in for a nice pick of his own.
Really nice read there from the El Primo. If Primo doesn't go for the preemptive jump over the Tara, then over the Tara super, then all of a sudden, exactly what happened for goal number 1 happens here. Nova gets the wipe, pushes them forward, etc., etc. But because Primo reads it, he jumps over that whole shenanigans situation, and Ramboot Club is on the do.
And one more thing Tom has to be mindful of when he's dropping that super is that you want this heal exactly what he's getting now, positioned in the right spots for them as well. One more time, Leon is in, and it is, of course, Ramboot who must be aggressive here, but Spin won't let them. A nice pull indeed does come through. We say goodbye to Tom, and that's all the stalling that was needed. Nova Esports come out on top 1-0, and they win the first one.
Really nice try there from Ilion. He goes for the goal. He realizes, listen, we got 16 seconds left. At 16 seconds, he decides to go, and that's enough time with the Primo change. So he goes up, runs, and jumps, but a perfect magic hand from Spen across the way. If the magic hand doesn't nail him, that is a free goal for Ramboot, and we go into overtime. Everything explodes. But because of the magic hand that we saw, beautiful play, easy peasy.
Spen and Tom really felt like the key to that defensive set when they swapped over. They scored that first goal relatively early. I believe there was over a minute left.
Yep.
So then they kind of just set up into this defensive position. The ball was way back in the corner, making it hard for Ramboot to get back towards it. And then you trust this magic hand. You trust in this Tara damage that was coming out as well. And they were able to do a pretty good job shutting that down.
I will say, not perfect though. There were 2 moments there that my brain replay machine kind of grabbed. We saw the attempt from Tom. He used the Tara Super to grab everybody. The problem is the ball handler is right next to him. If you want to Tara Super and then have the ball player on the other side of the map, you can push in while everybody gets grabbed up here. Instead, they got grabbed up here, and the ball carrier walked into the whole mess and wound up getting killed as well. You want to separate those 2 mentalities, and then you can walk it in. And then, like I said, the secondary attempt was countered by the Primo, and they weren't ready for the counter. So a couple of things that Nova Esports certainly have to look on as they continue going forward in the tournament.
Yeah, and there were a couple things in that mentality that did seem to line up with what you were saying, right? It was BB that was pulled back in, and so your kill potential is a little bit less then, right? Because BB's obviously beefy, but that is the one you want to move out of the way if you're trying to rush the ball in. So everything about that made sense, except that they were so close together, right? The ball carrier and the Tara there together. But it ends up working out for them in the end.
Oh, absolutely.
So hard to be too critical of them if you're the ones that are up 1-0 over Ramboot Club. And of course, we are going to be staying here on the same map as we move right back into Brawl Ball, but we're swapping things up. It looks like it will be the Spike here instead of the Gene there for Spen.
Spen's going to play a little bit more defensively this time around, theoretically. When you look at I guess, when you talk about Magic Hand, you're looking for offense by way of defense. Spen can kind of be aggressive, but certainly going to zone players out instead of look for the team fights. Ilion on the Nita is a bigger change, though. His character is kind of sneaky tanky.
It certainly can be a nice exchange we just saw between the BB there to find a nice super, but it's still Alfonso and the rest of Ramboot Club that have moved the ball onto the side of Nova Esports. So they will bide their time till the whole squad has reformed before they can move forward. Cerulean trying to frontline a little bit, takes a ton of damage, but is still alive if perhaps an aggressive pass were to come their way. But now that Nita has committed the bear, well, there goes the bear.
Main problem, wrong skin. You can see the Shiba Nita up there.
Of course, hurting there a little bit. Another strong BB
Big
super,
BB
but this time
play.
it's from Unikochi instead on the other side. Nilion able to score.
I guess I'll bite my tongue. Ilion in the perfect position. All jokes aside, skin or no skin, that worked out. And that's the separation. Movement and positioning so important here in Brawl Ball, perhaps more so than the other modes. 2 players on the left, you gotta balance it out by being on the right, waiting for the pass. Ilion's there, Ilion scores.
Wow, I actually kind of like that super there from Tom to stop Unikochi from able to move the ball up a little bit further beyond this front row barricade. So that does give time for Nova Esports to respawn, heal up, and then fully set this defense. I thought Ramboot might try and play things a little bit slow, but once they got that first point, they wanted a little bit more. Spen able to find Unikochi early on. Ilion moves in and is removed thanks to the Spike super. And now it's time for Cerulean to just barrel stuff this kid Alfonso. Do enough to slow down the score. He cannot. Cerulean gets it in to make it 1-1.
Gotta keep it moving. Beautiful play there. You want my breakdown, Finch. He walked forward. That's what Cerulean did, sometimes hammering a nail.
And that's pretty good, too, because Cerulean had kind of been struggling to be tanky enough.
That's it!
And Cerulean gets past them again. It wasn't enough damage from Alfonso, and Ilion doesn't get there in time. And just like that, things end up going the way of Nova on the back end.
I liked that second play from Cerulean because the first play is like, look, a BB and my numbers are bigger than you, and that's all just video games and that's fun. But what I love about Brawl Ball is the positioning factor and how similar it is to football in the sense that he doesn't nutmeg the character, but he basically kind of shimmies him. He goes to the left and shoots to the right.
Able to make their way in. Cerulean really turned things around for Nova there because I actually thought Cerulean had been struggling a little bit to zone properly to try and create some space. He'd been dying a little bit too much.
Watch this. Look, he goes left and then shoots right. That's fun, man. That's just fun.
That's why people like Brawl Ball, man. You get to talk a little bit of footy, right? Just come in, have some fun as it's working out for him. That means we will be moving on to Bounty here next. Again, it is going to be that same map all the way through until we have ourselves a winner. So we'll be looking at Bounty on Layer Cake here this time, which means the pacing of things likely to change a little bit. Things get slower. Some bows will start to come out, as well as some other melee close-range characters. Normally, you would expect probably to see some Pipers, but she has been banned out.
Also, this is a map where you always expect to see Pipers, but if there's any time to leave Piper at home, I guess this would be one of them that I could maybe consider because of the fact that it is. We talked about it earlier. If you have been watching, where it plays in sections. You start here in the middle and then you go up or down. So you're looking at these individual layers of the cake, as the map is so aptly named.
Man, trying to make me hungry here. We're in the middle of a long day, Tom. I don't have time to worry about delicious cake here right now because we've got some enjoyable Brawl Stars coming here our way. So those aren't the only ones I expect to see. Obviously, we don't have to worry too much about Shelly, but we've even seen, you know, some Mortises come out here when we're on these types of maps, specifically like Bounty, that mode in particular where Mortis can kind of get in close with that new star power form and cover a lot more distance.
And again, it is so much about the map. Mortis in some of the more open maps doesn't really have that option, but here you can kind of sneak up and sneak back out. I think that's why we see some of the Rosa selection here for Ilion. Across the way, a Penny choice.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen too much of her today, so I'm interested to see what Tom's got up his sleeve.
Interested to see as Spen is also on the Brock here, one that also can do quite well on Bounty. But, I mean, Ramboot's comp makes a ton of sense to me. You got this Poco for a ton of damage and healing, and then Ilion and Alfonso to tank it all up to high heaven. Could be pretty easy for him, but it's Ramboot who got that first star, so they're the ones who can play a little bit more defensive.
And look at Nova. You can see them inching up right now. Our three zones are top grass, bottom grass, and in between. And Nova are playing the in between, forcing Ramboot Club into -1 almost, if you can get my analogy. And so Nova Esports pushing up. This is them being very aggressive, and they were able to get the first kill for 2 stars, and they're likely to kind of maintain this control here because they've opened the map up, Finch, and this allows them to be defensive even more so because they've got all this space to really kind of use as no man's land.
Yeah, also the composition from Ramboot allows this. You can afford to stand out in the open a little bit more because this is such a close-range reliant squad.
Nice pull.
And then that means Cerulean can do just like this on the Gene. Look for magic hands for pulls. You know, Koichi goes down here, and last time it was Ilion. I mean, Nova just playing this around the comps.
That the first pull was game, the second pull was disrespect. 6-1 right now, Nova Esports. They got this one.
Yeah, Ramboot have just kind of run into a comp where they're not going to have room to run up. I mean, all these melee-focus-centric type characters really want to be able to get in close. And so Ramboot are going to try and make this kind of opportunity work for them. They only have 10 more seconds to move in. Alfonso goes in for the trade, but has his life exchanged. Ramboot's actually grabbed the star lead, which means that it's Nova who have to come out and try and make some kind of play. You know, Koichi's quite low, but it is not enough. 11-9, and it's Ramboot, the patient ones, who come out on top.
Ramboot play that perfectly, and I am the silly one. That was exactly what they needed to do, and I just didn't trust them to do it. To be completely honest with you, we see that play from Nova, and they have control. They open up the extra layers, so they're able to use that whole thing as no man's land, etc., etc. Ramboot just have to sit on their hands and go, all right, here's the deal, because Bounty works in waves. If we go all in and kill them Deicide style, the problem is they can answer us back very easily with the respawn. So we have to go for that final strike when there's the exact amount of time on the clock. And that's exactly what Ramboot do here. 11 seconds, they push forward. Alfonso gets one, Unikochi gets another one, and then the third, and that allows them to take the victory. And if players had respawned, they would have already been across the map. But the important point was, no time to respawn. The timing was everything.
And I was a little bit surprised that Nova were playing that far up, if I'm being honest, once the timer did start to get that low, because you're right, with the composition that Nova had, that was about their only out, was to go with this sort of all-in strategy, blow them all up at once before there was a chance for that return fire, and then for Nova to try and reclaim that space. So that's what kind of confused a little bit about it, but I mean, as you said, it was Ramboot who executed it perfectly there on that last siege, kind of blew it up. That you think that range would be able to work for them enough, but I mean, the Gene pull gets worse if the strategy is just run at them, right? Well, one of them is now just been pulled in, so excellent done by Ramboot there to regain control.
Nova Esports this time around, Finch, going to bring the same thing to the table: the Penny, the Gene, and the Brock. We've got a Penny across the way, Ilion, interestingly enough, and we got Hipster Barley out here too. Barley, an interesting choice, going to deny some of the stealth options here in the mid grass.
Could do a pretty good job checking that out. Color me a Barley stan right now.
Yeah,
I'm a hard sell on no composition being improved by putting a Barley on it. That's where I am right about now. So don't be surprised that we're seeing things being played a bit slow. A bit of a poke fest here so far to see what they can find. That's the Barley super committed to clear out that space and immediately Ramboot move up into it.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. Again, bringing up that 0-1, -1 analogy. We're seeing Ramboot try to be the ones to make that aggression to go up a cell, but instead it's Nova that respond with a nice Brock super, taking out the left left side cover, and now Cerulean's crossmate is in much danger.
Yeah, that really works there for Spen. Not just able to get Ilion, but also make sure the turret there removed as well. And so now they have their own turret they can play a little bit around. That's what these Barleys and these Brocks have to do, clear out these structures, and I imagine these turrets, as Ilion just barely avoids yet another super.
40 seconds to go, Finch, and Nova Esports still have 2 stars. That's, just one above what Ramboot have. But this is what it all comes down to. So Ramboot, again, at this moment, 30 seconds, are going to have to start preparing for their 15-second push. Right now, just chill.
And keep an eye on how Cerulean plans to use this magic hand, because if it is a push from Ramboot, then who he picks and where is going to be critical, as right now Ramboot gearing up to try and make their final push. They can afford to wait no longer at 10 seconds, but it's Cerulean who starts it. He magic hands in Unikoichi, and that cuts off the aggressive path, but Nova are the ones that stay on top 4-3 here with these last few remaining stars. Ilion trying his best to move in, but Tom comes out the better along with Spen. Nova stay on top, so we're 1-1.
Ramboot were not ready, and that's the again, we talk about the meta of the set and how teams kind of evolve here. Nova Esports wind up losing the last one because of a last-second engage, so Nova Esports start the party first.
Yep.
They get to pull in and go, all right, y'all can dive us, but we've already got the lead. Do you, homie? And Nova Esports wind up tying it up just like that.
And that's the difference between the really tanky melee-focused comp that they had in Game 1, and in this comp they were a little bit more on range. Cerulean's magic hand to kind of circumvent the push actually works this time, because you can't afford to get pulled in and blown up. But when that's a BB or a Rosa you're pulling in and they're making an all-in commit with 10 seconds left, then it doesn't quite work out for you as well. So this time they're able to find themselves a nice pick. We tie ourselves up 1-1, and we're gonna be heading back in one more time to try and find ourselves a winner here, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, this one is up to whoever finds that final adaptation, because Game 1 is up to whoever has the best battle plan, and Game 2 is whoever responds to it the best. Game 3 is always a crapshoot, because both teams are trying to respond what was just thrown at them. And then as Nick and I kind of played, well, what if you try to counter what I countered, but then you try to counter my counter by countering what you counter, and then all of a sudden so just stop and throw caution to the wind and go for plan C. And that's usually where we see crazy happen in Game 3.
That's right. I mean, how much extra do you have to pull out? I mean, one other thing to consider is that it's round of 64,
sure,
right? So you do also want to get this win here and try and catch your opponent off guard, but you want to make sure you still have gas in the tank for when we move further on, so it does become even more difficult for these teams, to show which brawlers they value and how they plan on using them, and to maybe not want to give too much up and have too much tape on them for later on.
That's absolutely the truth, especially when you start to look at how much the competition is going to ramp up again and again as we move on.
That's right. It's only going to get tougher from here, and we haven't even finished this one out. Nova Esports, the one that are ahead in the overall set, but can they close out here in Bounty? We shall indeed find out. Remember, this initial central star does kind of give one team a little bit of pressure over the other, and it's Cerulean who walks forward to grab it on the Gene here yet again.
I mean, Ilion, has the Barley. You've got all the tools here to kind of deny that mid-push, but a casual walk-in for Cerulean will be that, and it's one zip Nova.
And it ends up working out for him. I like the idea. Sometimes, no juke is the best juke, right? And Cerulean just kind of walking forward. Maybe that catches them off a bit. Doesn't expect him to just walk into neutral territory.
Yeah, what are you doing? You can't do that.
Yeah, who jukes that way?
Well, we didn't plan for it. Okay.
Alfonso just looking for poke here from this range, making sure he's got the supercharge. They're ready to go on the side here of Ramboot. No particular reason that they have to go now, so they can kind of spend some time. Spin, on the other hand, doesn't want to let them play by their own clock.
Shots.
But he stays inside the Barley super too long. Spin responds by getting one. That means we're all tied up here at 3-3.
I'm sorry, I'm more impressed with the Brock shot. That's just long-range precision. Barley's like, yeet, and just tosses out a couple of bottles. It looks cooler on Brock's side.
Yeah, Ilion's like, no way he's going to stand in my super to line this shot up here, right? And then that's exactly what he does, so okay, fine. Guess I will die then. So it is 3-3 in terms of these stars. And now things get a little bit more difficult. And ordinarily, the team down in stars has to make a move.
Word.
But at 3-3, it's more comp dependent.
Yeah, this is absolutely a game of chicken. Both teams are sitting there like, you won't. And then in 3 seconds to go, they go, oh, we really won't, and then we just play again. So we'll see if that's the case, or if we have an aggressive feeling team. If I had to vote a guess, I would want to see Nova get aggressive, mainly because Barley, when jumped on, isn't as effective as when Barley from a distance. So
Tom taking his time with these shots. Looks like he's saving on when he wants to go with the super. There is the Barley one that is committed. Cerulean still biding his time here as well, and we're approaching more and more so a draw as Nova start to back up as well. They know it's 3-3, match over, and there you go.
Like I said, they didn't do it.
but in that situation, it's kind of tough, I feel like, to make that call because you're putting yourself more. You have more to lose than to gain by being the one that makes the first move. It feels like in that spot, so both teams just sort of deciding mutually, obviously unrehearsed, that it's better to wait.
Yes, that is what happened. But at 11 seconds, Barley used Barley used the super. You got to go in there. I think you have to take advantage of the fact that Barley's super's on cooldown now. Jump on in there. Nova did not do that, and so. See here, look, that was fun. Look cooler for Brock, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree. A better shot there from Spen than standing in the Barley damage, but I agree with you.
I wanted you to be Team Barley there.
Oh, to back Barley up again one more time. Well, I mean, everyone knows Barley's cooler. I'm just trying to throw you a bone here by pretending that you like that Brock play.
Brock's he finally got the 4th rocket, man. We've been waiting so long for the 4th rocket.
Oh, because there's 4 in there.
Yeah, he was only able to fire 3. We finally got the 4th rocket.
Well, now there you go. Now it all adds up for Brock. So we're going to have to run this back one more time here, Tom, on this bounty map. And again, can't afford to draw here. Someone's got to go in there and try to make the play. So in we go. Composition's looking fairly similar, except Leon this time on the tick instead.
Ooh, a little bit different. And I like it on this. I said before that I kind of like it on this map. Tick's primary, going to cover a lot of different space. And then that head first is really like we talked about trying to bust open the stalemate. Head first is going to be able to do just that.
And do it pretty well. He's able to do a lot of similar stuff to what Barley's able to do by controlling space and kind of leaving some damage there that you don't want to walk into later, but it doesn't matter. Spen just hit shots. This time, I'm liking the Brock here a little bit more. It's 2-1 now for Nova.
Lock the Brock, baby. Good stuff here for Spen. A little early for Christmas, but you know what? I'll take it. Christmas in July. It's August now,
so we don't get either
You're
one
either
of them.
late or early. Either way. Spen, though, going to be singing Ashanti because he always on time landing those shots straight up. 2-1, his team's in the lead.
And I keep an eye on the matchups where we have our differences, both rocking the Penny and the Gene. So then who's getting more value? Is it Spen then on this Brock, or is it Ileon that's on this Tick? Whichever one of them could potentially make that third pick that they differed on work a little bit better is probably the one that's going to come out here on top.
I think the Tick on paper. I really like the Tick selection here, and I think it can fix what was the problem last time, which was the unbreakable stalemate. But if these plays from Nova just keep going this way, and they're just picking them.
Yeah, I don't know what you're supposed to do when Cerulean can land magic hands like that, right? Limits your options in a pretty real way. And so now Nova Esports, with a pretty confident 4-1 lead, can play a little bit further back. They don't want to give up too much of this control. Tom has the turret down, so they certainly can still play around it. But that's why Alien's breaking it down here with this Tick to try and open up the space. Spen lets loose with the super, but unfortunately they end up losing Cerulean, and Nikichi finds one. But that still means it's 3-4. Nova still out on top.
Big shots coming out from Tick. Head first would be a big deal here. It is available. 5 seconds to go. There's the head. Pushing forward. Alfonso, lead change. 7-all. We're doing it again.
These two teams are too evenly matched. And I mean, I want to give a lot of credit on that one to just a 6 shot by Spleen, because I thought for a moment Ramboot had finally made the right call at those last few wilting seconds to make the move in, but Spleen did not let it go untraded.
Yeah, no, and again, the Tick did exactly what I expected it to do. Break open that stalemate, find the last second hit. I just had expected or wanted it to win, not draw.
And here we are gearing up to go back into it, but this is some of the replays there from that last match. And again, when they were sort of in neutral position, Nova Esports was the one that was doing better. Spen found some really nice shots early on to find them an early pick. Then Cerulean was able to get a nice pull on the Gene, but this is where they're able to get a lot out of the Barley super, and you factor in Alfonso there as well, a little bit too strong. They're able to push in, find one kill, then the return kill from Nova, and we're running it back yet again. Production, gear it up again. We're running it back. Come on, let's get it ready for one more bounty.
We're certainly dialed in. You can hear John ready to go. This has been a nice kind of back and forth between Nova and Ramboot, because Nova are a known entity. We know these guys. This is a strong team. Looking at Ramboot, this is nice to see. Round of 64, and Nova's getting some trouble. So I'm here for it.
Yeah, having a little bit of trouble closing out Bounty. This is one of those maps that can feel a little bit more equalizing, or modes in particular, I like to say about Bounty in particular. But still, though, it's pretty close here between these two squads here today. I'm wondering how much more we're going to see change-ups, though, in these picks between these two squads, right? Last time, the big difference was the Brock versus the Tick. Are we going to see that changed up again? It looks like we're not. Tick coming back out one more time.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting look. Again, I think the Tick worked out perfectly. Across the way, Nova going to stick to their guns as well. Alfonso in trouble. You see that too, huh?
Yeah, I was worried about him. He's being chipped down low. But he's able to get back into the corner and hide and heal up a good bit. Gene, not too bad for that.
Oh!
I'm surprised it's Alfonso that's stepping forward so much, but trusting in Ninakochi to cover for him, and that's exactly what happens. It's now Ramboot on top.
Yeah, the 1v1. The 1v1-1 on the right side by the Penny player. Good stuff there from Ninakochi. 2-1 for Ramboot Club, playing it kind of more aggressive. Like this is usually we see just the pot shots, but this is a lot of firepower.
Yeah, it is, and I think Ilian is trying to stay forward a little bit so he can keep removing any turrets that end up getting placed by Tom, because that is one other thread to sort of follow on, is which one of these pennies is getting more value out of the turret and able to keep it up placed just a little bit further forward so they can get some extra damage out. That's what Spin and Ilian are working on, is countering those turrets.
Alfonso here. I've liked watching his play in some of the other scenes, so I want to see the magic hand kind of nail it right up the middle, because that's he's been playing here and letting Ilian kind of flank. I want to see him just go for it. Because if you're going to play the Gene on the left or the right side, like Cerulean is, that's where you're usually a little bit sneaky, looking for the flank. But Alfonso playing in the center, just go for the pull and punch him in the brain. That's what I want to see from Ramboot. They're leading 2-1, so they don't need to. But the second Nova gets aggressive, just pull the trigger.
Ilian really stepping up. He knew he had Spin down low for a moment there, wanting to find some more shots, but Spin was able to fall back far enough for safety. But time runs out here for Nova. They are the ones who are forced to act as we move down to 10 seconds left to go.
They gotta go.
2-1 in favor here of Ramboot. Cerulean is so slow, low, and Ilian knows. He goes in for the pull, and the trade actually favors out Ramboot. They're up now. Alfonso gets one more, and the tie finally broken, comes out in favor of Ramboot Club.
Ramboot plays that perfectly, and it's all because of communication. The pull goes correctly for Nova. This is the play that they want. But I think what separates good teams from bad teams, or less experienced teams, I should be polite, is that when you watch Ramboot Club, a lesser team panics and tries to save the player that's being pulled. A more experienced team knows, listen, magic hand plus like one attack, he's dead. We know that. So instead of trying to, try to recover and look for the kill out of the magic hand player, go kill his teammates. And that's exactly what Ramboot do. They control the lead, they keep it in their favor, and they take the set.
And this is where Ninakochi was able to win his one, as you mentioned, up against Tom on the right-hand side. That got them up to a good start. And Ilian was so aggressive this entire map, finally does get pulled back in, but as he gets pulled back in, he at least makes sure to trade his own life. So it was certainly worth that positional trade-off that he made, as long as he was hitting his damage.
Exactly. The other two players focused on the other two instead of shooting at nothing. Not so easy. That's usually where I go easy for them. Not so easy. It took a lot. We played 4 or 5 maps there.
Yeah.
But they finally bring it home.
Well, here we are on Minecart Madness. That means we are in Gem Grab, so expect to see some different picks here. Wouldn't be surprised if we have some BBs, some Rosas to be kind of beefy, get in there. We did see some Mortis earlier in the day. I don't want to make it sound like I'm begging for Mortis, but I imagine some might end up showing up here too. He's looked really good on Gem Grab as well.
Mortis is a character that you can use on Gem Grab because he kind of scooches in, scooches out. And then, of course, on Minecart Madness, you can scooch out right past the minecart if you're in trouble. We did see Mortis get 2-tapped by the minecart. That's a different story. But if you're in trouble as Mortis, you can kind of like and get yourself out of there. So,
some control feels good on this map, too. We saw some Tara earlier trying to see if they could find some pulls to bring them in towards those mine carts, but looks like we will not be seeing them here. Daryl looks like what's on the play here, along with Poco and BB. Meanwhile, for Nova, we got ourselves a Rosa, a Gene, and a Brock, and already a couple of gems in the hands there of Alfonso, who will be hanging back on the Poco.
BB, every game on Minecart Madness, I want to be able to hit people into the minecart. Independent of analysis if it's good or bad, I just think it's fun. Alfonso here playing utility one more time. But real talk, forget it. I was going to talk about how cool BB is, but the opposite happens. And Spen pulls her to her death.
Yeah, just punishing it. And it's really just the right call there, because Unakoichi is moving forward, looking for pushes and damage, and finally ends up catching the literal hand on the back end. And then Leon moves forward to spin. They could just be a Gene here in my house. No, sir. 7 gems now for Ramboot. And now they can control this center space a little bit more around that next spawn. Ilion does get pulled back in, but Beefy Daryl's okay. But there's the magic hand to punish. That makes it 4-4.
4 gems on the Daryl was a little bit of an oversight. I want to see Ramboot Club kind of do the exact same thing they were doing, except focus their gems on other characters. Ilion, if pulled or Daryl rolled in the front, is going to be able to handle any of these players, sans Rosa, and even then has an upper hand.
Right now, Ramboot trusting their center control to mean they'll be able to pick up those gems anytime, but maybe they'll get punished here for it. That means Nova can move in and start the countdown. All 10 on Cerulean on the Rosa as well. That feels like it's going to be pretty tough to beat. They don't even know which patch of grass Cerulean's hiding in, so they just got to go for it. Ilion gets pulled in. Cerulean moves away to the right, but with 5 seconds, taking down a Rosa with Super is so difficult. That does it for Nova. They take the first game.
Sometimes you've got to do the wrong thing.
Enlighten me.
So right there, I had just asked. I said, look, perfect play, but Daryl has the 4 gems on him. Daryl rolls in,
right,
or he gets pulled in and he goes for it and he wins, but then he loses all the gems, and that makes it a 5-4 situation. I think we're gonna get a chance to see that pretty soon. Oh no, this is the earlier one where Unakoichi gets pulled through the minecart.
Yeah, and it was pretty sick pull there from Spen as well.
This is the play I'm talking about right here. So Ilion, there's all these gems in the middle. Ilion should have picked those up, even though he's the wrong player. I just asked him not to pick up those gems, because that's actually how we wound up with a tie game from a giant lead on the side of Ramboot Club. But sometimes you got to break the rules. I think Daryl should have gone down there, picked up those gems, because the only other option if Daryl doesn't pick up those gems, Nova does, and win the damn game. So if you're going to break the rules to stop from losing the game, that's when you can kind of give your tank the gems.
Looks like we're keeping essentially the same compositions here. I do also want to give a shout out to Alfonso. He provided a lot of damage in that last game too, but Unakoichi moves up, knocks Cerulean back into the minecart for an easy first pick. Love to see play like that.
Yeah, Ramboot Club look really clean on this map, particularly. I love the Daryl selection. Unakoichi 1-shot, 2-shot on the other side of the train station. And Ramboot Club, off of the assist of the minecart, get the kill.
Alfonso trying his best to keep
me.
Unakoichi tied up there. Ilion has been very willing to dive here so far. Avoids the rocket from Tom. That would have certainly spelt certain doom, and getting the Poco heals as well. But you stayed in that patch of grass too long and you get pulled. Gene with the magic hand brings him in yet again.
But again, Daryl, if he's got 0 gems on him, that's fine, because when he gets pulled in, he's going to take one with him. That's the goal of this Ramboot Club composition, is to negate Spen LC. The whole time the Gene looks at the magic hand, Daryl is just going to want to either answer back or go in aggressively. That's what we call Caster's Curse. But originally, that plan was working out.
Another magic hand from Spen, and Unakoichi goes down. Center control now firmly there for Nova Esports around the spawn point here for these next gems. And because of these staggered respawns and the poke coming out from Spen, they can't stay healthy enough for another big push, all as a group.
Cerulean's doing what Ilion wasn't doing last time around, playing the front line, but making sure that his support or utility player is picking up all the gems. 8 on the Gene in the back line, and that's why Unakoichi is just tossing the bubble ball out there, trying to get some penetration. But Cerulean has just been too good of a front line here for Nova EU.
And Ilion traded for center control, at least for a moment, though Nova Esports have now reclaimed it. Ilion again, he is going to dash in aggressively. He wants Tom this time, and he finds him, but he's stuck inside the minecart.
Nice play.
But he did everything he needed. It's Ramboot Club who are starting up the countdown. It's all on this Poco, but the Brock destroyed all of the cover. They know exactly where Alfonso is. It's just a question of can they get there, and this is poor minecart timing.
Oh,
they can't make it past.
Minecart, the 4th player on Ramboot Club. Ilion gets pulled in, and he doesn't care.
We're tied.
Nice play by Nova. That the last second tie, and now it's countdown on red team.
That's right, so Nova can pull back a nice pull in Unakoichi to stagger them. Ilion wants to dash in to try and capitalize, but cannot. Spen's life the most important here right now, and that's why Ilion's dashing in to start his own countdown to control more gems. And Cerulean's life now in trouble, 22 HP, won't cut it up against Unakoichi, avoids the damage from Brock to survive with 48, and makes it all the way back.
This is a lot different though. Last time it was a 1-gem lead, and Ramboot and Nova could wait for the gem. This time they have to go for it. And They can't finish. Nice job.
Yeah, Alfonso holding onto those 12 gems was so huge for Rambo. They were able to fall back to safety. It wasn't really a problem for them if Unokochi ended up dying in that spot with only 1 gem. That means yet again we find ourselves in a tie. So if the last set's any indication, then we have a bunch of draws coming. Can't draw on gem.
I'm not a good artist. I don't like drawing.
Yeah, I love to draw, even though I'm bad at it. It's actually a ton of fun. You should draw your feelings sometimes, Tom. That's just good life advice. Express yourself. Anyway, let's break down the last game
I like that
we just ended up watching. I mean, this time I think Ilion was able to do the trades you were mentioning to a much better effect, and that's why things ended up looking better for Ramboot.
Big kind of fundamentals on gem grab. Make sure that your frontliner doesn't have the gems, and make sure that your frontliner can deal with getting Gene pulled. That's absolutely what you're looking for, and that's how we see the game won.
Yeah, and Ilion took it upon himself to push past that halfway point, remove Tom earlier on that Brock. That bought them a little bit of time to get some center control. We had a while where everyone was over 10 gems, both teams, and it just came down to who had more over 10 to get their own countdown started, and Ramboot were able to get that 14-11. That was enough of a cushion for them to grab the win.
Yeah, it was cool stuff. Again, I love watching gem grab. Minecart Madness has actually gone from bottom to top in my, like, what I like to watch. Not just because of the fun, like, you know, what's a good word, like hijinks or whatever, but like watching how it vivisects the map at different points, and if you can predict that, you can use that. You know, we watched them use it as a 4th player. You know, when it was coming around here, players couldn't push up. Right. So what are you going to do?
And there was a time where Cerulean moved in and kind of got cut off by the minecart inside that patch on the top side and got pulled back into it for damage. I think I see what you mean. I mean, as the players improved, a map like this that could feel a little bit wonky like RNG earlier on has now turned into a map that's even more skill dependent than a lot of our other ones, because you get so much more punish for positioning and using your cooldowns poorly as Cerulean switches things up and pulls out the bull. I
mean, even going back to game number 2 where Spen was able to pull Unokochi through the minecart, like that is timing and preparation. You love to see it, man. First gem goes to Rambo.
So they'll be on top, at least for now, but it's center control that's there from Nova, which I find a little bit more valuable as Cerulean steps forward.
I love that. Cerulean is now taking the game to Ilion. Last time Nova was like, all right, we'll pull him, but Ilion would step in front of every pull, and that negated the entire strategy. So Cerulean instead this time around goes, word, I'm knocking on your door, homie, and he's fighting Ilion from the get-go. So if Spen wants to pull Ilion, he'll get a half HP target, or Spen can target somebody else without Ilion getting involved.
Nice push from Unokochi. That puts a bunch of damage onto Tom, but Tom only has 1 gem.
Look at that.
He's more valuable as a frontline presence than anything else. He comes in with the super and takes down 1 more. It's Alfonso that falls, but Unokochi does get Tom in train. Unokochi with a double, actually, to try and slow things down a little bit. But Spen on this Gene is very patiently holding onto the gems. That's why you want them on your back carry so much.
Exactly. Like I said, the twofold adaptation. Either the bull is going to go charge at Ilion, or the bull is going to wait here to barrel stuff him when he gets pulled by Spen. This is a beautiful change by Nova. It's early. I think it's going to win the game.
We'll certainly have our chance to see.
Oh, I don't like that.
Cerulean going to dive down the left-hand side to open up an additional pathway. That's about all he got out of that. Ilion goes to the dive. It does bring Spen low, but not enough for the kill. So now it's 9 gems total for Nova, with 1 on Cerulean, and they have center control for the next spawn. That's why Ilion and Alfonso are trying to step forward and not allow them to grab this next gem and start the countdown.
Spen and Cerulean dodging some of the nonsense. Bull in, 1 kill, 2 kill. The old double-un there, Finch.
It, man.
And it's 15 for 15.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that Nova can't close this one out from here. I mean, they've got so many gems back there on Spen and Cerulean. They can afford to send the Rosa forward to zone everyone out. What a clean last round here on this map from Nova Esports. That bull adaptation, man, it was huge.
That's why I do what I do. That is why I like to watch not just Brawl Stars, but games like this in general.
Yeah, man.
I mean, it's the perfect adaptation, man. It's beautiful. And then they make the change on paper, and then they execute in the game. We right away see, from the minute 1, Cerulean starts pointing at the screen. Cerulean, look, right here. He's on the enemy side of the match, and it just starts. There's 3 gems in total. That's all Cerulean changing the way the game is played because he feels like it. Love the choice from Nova. Excellently played.
Plus, it makes the Gene pull so much stronger when Cerulean's not only keeping Ilion occupied, but the Alfonso heals as well on the Poco, trying to keep Ilion alive in that 1v1 up against Cerulean. It makes the magic hand pulls from Gene way back to the backline now that much more potent. I love the way they played that.
the gear shift as well. Let's say Cerulean goes aggressive and gets smoked out. All right, that's fine. The adaptation still works because we saw this play as well. He can stay on the backside because now when Cerulean or when Spen goes for the pull, Cerulean waiting there with the bull up close and personal is also going to be a better option than what we saw in the game previously. So the option works if you're going aggressive, works if you're going defensive. Just a beautiful change.
And that even works with Cerulean being willing to use the bull super to kind of break those walls on the left-hand side and open up an additional pathway. I think I like the headspace where he was. I don't know that it panned out much for them in that set in particular, but clearly he's right. They didn't need it all that much.
Exactly. That's one of those plays where I think if the game goes 30 seconds longer, he needs that pathway.
Right.
So he's just thinking ahead, good stuff, checkers, not chess, etc.
Well, we got ourselves a heist on the map here now. And we might even get all the way down to a siege if it ends up being necessary, but heist just means we're fighting over these safes here. Everybody out there watching at home, all my Brawl Stars fans. And good point, I mean, as close and back and forth as this set has been and the number of times that we've tied so far, we could very easily end up on a set 5. But into heist we go.
They're called safes, but, shouldn't they be called in dangers? Because they're,
yeah, they're not particularly safe, are they?
Yeah.
They're right in the line of fire. Alfonso on a bit of a fact.
Thank you for laughing at that.
Yeah, I had your
think
back.
0 people in chat like that.
Alfonso on a fact-finding mission here on the Rosa, Inokichi on the BB, and Ilion is on the Bull. A Bull for Cerulean as well. Spike for Spen. Tom is low and wins his battle up against Inokichi. Quite strong as Primo, and after using the super, he's able to get in on the safe even faster to take it down to 66% already.
Love the trust from Cerulean. Cerulean knows that he wants to spend all his ammo on the safe, and so as he dashes past the 1 HP Rosa, he knows that Spen's going to be able to go ahead and hit him from behind with the spike. Not wasting the ammo on the player, but instead using it on the objective. Chef's kiss.
That's Inokichi's ultimate brought out, so Tom drops the super right in his face to win the 1v1, moves into the safe for even more damage. This is nice from Ilion to buy his team a little bit of time, but that super from Spike is brutal. 4% is all that's in the way now for Nova to come grab this win.
Yeah, this is really tough for Rambo to really fight back into. Heist is can be really one-sided. This is 2 shots. Ilion, pop.
He didn't have enough. It's at 1% now. I mean, obviously a minute is more than enough time to come in and get 1%, but they'll have to bring Cerulean in to get it done. But I think what you mean about what you're talking about there is that it does feel momentum-based.
Yes.
And that can be a hard word to define sometimes, like a bit of a catch-all. But specifically what we mean is when your attention's pulled in one direction or another, it's the staggered respawn. It all sort of is encapsulated when we talk about that momentum.
He who strikes first wins. This is a fake stat, 75% of the time. You really just want to be aggressive and walk him in because you can't waste your time playing defense, really. But if they are attacking your base, what? So,
it's like aggro's value is doubled in this game because you're also pulling them back towards their own safe, right?
Exactly.
So, and what hurts really is that Inokichi lost the 1v1 up against Tom so many times, up against the Primo. And I don't know what you're supposed to do. He drops the super on you instead of the safe. You're thinking, well, this is a win, right? We got the Primo super wasted. But no, it wins on the 1v1. Then he just walks in with all that extra movement speed and just starts dunking on the safe. That 1v1 in particular, I think, was the big difference maker.
Exactly. And that's what we're going to see, I think, continuing on, is that this is, I think, where Nova can kind of separate themselves from Rambo Club, who have done a fantastic job. I think Nova just one more time comes out, puts the pedal to the metal, and goes, this is what happens when you win heist. Jump, jump, jump. Take it.
Well, if the rest of this set has been any indication, Ramboot will be winning this next one because we have to get a tie and go to 1-1, right? It's been so back and forth here this entire time. But the question is, in this world, how does Ramboot get that done? I imagine they might just have to put Inokichi on a different pick. Yes. I don't know if the BB into the Primo matchup was working for him.
Yeah, I mean, the BB is one thing, but here, again, I just go for the throat. I want to see Bull. I want to see Primo. Just go aggressive. In fact, just base race. Ignore the opposition. that is what I ask of these.
Well, BB kind of feels that way, right? Because you can get back there sometimes and line up a nice super for a bunch of safe damage if it's at a good angle. You got to know your billiards or pool angles. What do they say in Europe? It's billiards, right? Yeah, there we go. I got there eventually. Snooker's a different game, right? I don't want to make myself look silly.
Well, it's an umbrella. Esports has multiple different games, Clash Royale and Brawl Stars. It's billiards, pool, snooker, 8-ball, etc.
There you go. See, Tom knows. Thankfully, he's right here to have my back. I could have navigated those waters easily. Yeah, no problem at all. Into heist we go. It looks like they're pulling out a bit of a different look here this time, though. Not Daryl. Excuse me. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, the Rico's going to be coming out here on the left side. By the way, I'm a cheater. I've just casted. Y'all remember Hindu Man? I've just casted with UK for so long. That's why I know billiards.
That's why you had it ready to
But
go.
it's funny that you bring up billiards. Because, I mean, the Ricochet
That's
man
Rico.
himself.
That's right.
Here he is. You can see the future.
Ah, man, that's just me, man. That's so Raven, I suppose, is helping for me as Alfonso wins one, Tom wins the other. Things still, though, mostly in neutral ground. Double spike here on both sides, but it's a cult there for Ilian and the Rico. Clearly, they want these long-range shots to be the answer.
And this is, I got what I asked for. Both teams being highly aggressive, and because of that, nobody's been able to hit the goal just yet. They're all fighting in mid. Red team has the advantage, but Ilian with the cult has been able to push players out really, really well. The all-out glass cannon is actually really effective here, and I would not have thought about it.
Yeah, but I'm worried about them. Once Nova make it into the safe exactly like this,
But they get deleted?
it's so difficult. The spike is huge for that, though, from Alfonso to kind of zone them back off and buy them some time.
This is the only problem, though, Finch, is that I think Ramboot Club kind of got stuck in this defensive set. They needed to take that and then swing forward. Just ignore Tom on the left side. You've got two aggressive pushers and take the advantage. Instead, they got stuck. They dug their heels
Cerulean.
in, which is kind of a bad deal here.
My man kind of a beast, though, ain't he? Primo wants to come in and have some fun as well, and that's all that it takes. Tom gets the last shots. No ties here this time. Nova Esports, they get the game and the set.
Yeah, I mean, 900 trophies on Tom and him kind of showing off right there what the Primo can do, what the new Primo can do. And Nova are able to take it. Like I said, I think Heist really separates the experience because
right.
It's yes or no, and you don't have to agree. It feels easier to play defense.
Well, I think it's easier to get stuck playing defense is how I would want to say it, right?
In general, for Brawl Stars, it's scarier to jump in on the opponent and hope they die, as opposed to I'm just waiting there with my catcher's mitt out. Like, you can kind of answer back. And Heist demands that you play aggressive. And so the experienced teams, I think, can really pull out lopsided victories like this.
Yeah, and I want to give all credit on that final push to Cerulean. He's the one that dived in on that bull and really set that one up. But I think part of what we mean when we say that Heist can kind of separate the experienced ones is that the team that's playing to win versus the team that's playing not to lose, it's the team that plays to win that usually comes out on top at Heist.
That's a big point there. It's not about waiting for the adaptation. Sometimes, particularly on Bounty, I kind of hang out and just chill and wait for the answer. Here, nah, man, I got to put my final answer in buzz and say, your go.
All right, now that should do it for us here for the round of 64. Into the round of 32 we go. Use this opportunity, though, to refill your drinks, grab some snacks, then get right back here for more Brawl Stars. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Open. It is still John Finch here for you on your host as we move into the round of 32. Only big difference here this time, though, is that I'm joined by Dave Dolson Olsen here on the desk with me. How you doing,
Spot
man?
on. Oh, great. Got
Dave,
a
this
break.
is our first cast together, isn't it?
Ever, in anything.
Right
I'm
here,
so
man.
excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. Got a nice break. Got to watch some more good Brawl Stars. I'm really excited to move into the round of 32. This is when you start to look at teams that are fewer mistakes, maybe closer matchups as you guys saw in your last set. Lots of fun to be had.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take another breakdown through the format. That first stage is that open qualifier that we find ourselves in here right now, trying to make their way towards the regional qualifier, or finals rather, where only a few teams are going to be making it to the World Finals alive in South Korea. So clearly a lot on the line in each and every one of these matches. And then along the way, you get to make a little bit of money as well.
Yeah, why not? First place, taking home $600, $200 of course per player as that breakdown, $300, and then $150 for third and fourth place. So yeah, not only you may be punching your ticket to South Korea, you're getting some cash.
And now that we're in the next round, the round of 32, that means the order that we're going to play in these maps has changed. So we'll be starting with Heist here this time, into Gym Grab, and then if we need them, Bounty and Brawl Ball at the end. So this first one is indeed going to be Heist on Pit Stop. And the teams that we're looking at, it's Queso up against Nova Esports. We actually just got through watching. Yep. And in this one, Shelly was banned by Queso. Actually, surprisingly to me at least, Mortis was banned out by Nova. Does that catch you off guard there at all, the Mortis ban?
A little bit, I think. I think some of his surprise mobility, I guess, depending on what star power you're running, can actually kind of catch you off guard. I think that it's maybe a two-pronged ban where you get rid of him. Maybe some of the compositions you're looking to play don't cater super well into a Mortis pick against you, I guess. But also just getting rid of somebody if maybe you don't have anyone else you want to ban. That is certainly also an option. So a little bit surprising, but I'm going to be interested to see what they end up picking in order to really decide maybe why they banned him out.
I'm going to go out on a limb and guess there's going to be some Piper happening. That's how I choose.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, I'm going to make a brave piece of analysis here, guys. I think that Piper's good and that she'll be getting played. That's my analysis there.
You're really out on a limb there.
Yeah, that's me.
That's a very
putting my neck out.
thinly supported branch, and I'm nervous that that it's not going to hold strong. But Piper,
thank you, putting it up on the screen.
Incredibly strong brawler, especially actually when you look at the first map we're going to be playing on. The attacks, of course, scale up with range. This is sort of a different map in that there are kind of those 3 tiers that Tom likes to look at, but also vertically as well, there's kind of 3 lanes, and how you control that area, ever so important. A couple frontliners, though, with some Barley backlines. Going to be looking to do some long-range damage.
Oh, I imagine so. BB picked up here as well for Tom, who we were just following along with alongside Cerulean and Spen. But this central control belongs to Queso here already now, Dave. And they're actually able to isolate Cerulean so he responds with a super to push through. And he ends up winning the trade. It's actually Albert who goes down first. So Guile says, let me just get in some defense while I can. It's going to be safe versus safe. A race is happening.
Yeah, and they were able to trade out. Albert put himself in an interesting spot. He got that super up very early on, walked all the way forward to try to get it off. Unfortunately, catches a super from Spen on his way back to base. He goes. Bit of an even trade on the safes, 23, 26%, 28% on either side. So a bit of an even trade there, but Cerulean's going to open up the door.
Move right on in for some nice safe damage, bringing the Queso safe down to 55% here already. Tom even letting his ultimate fly, along with Spen for some extra poke damage. Someone's got to get over here and stop this Rico from taking pot shots. Looks like that falls down to Albert to slow Spen down.
Yeah, that's really all you can do is toss out the Barley super and hope that he catches him into it, because on the opposite side you have a Bull. Unless you want to use the super like this, he's going to run right on by, actually just closing in on the safe. Maybe a little bit of a base race here. He has to turn back and stop it, but he's not going to have time to do it. He just ignores it.
As much as I love our safe graphic there, we didn't even get a chance to, because Guile wasn't able to get there in time to do much damage, and obviously not able to play any defense there too, man. Nova played this map so well. They just got through very cleanly, winning it 2-0 in the round of 64, and now here they are again, just looking like they've got the edge.
Well, it's such a similar kind of story to what you guys were describing in the last set, is that, if you're on the back foot, it's so hard sometimes to fight back from that, especially if you're not getting clean trades. If you're staggered out, you can't really move all that far forward. And with the Barley, he's just going to look back. You pick him so he can launch the Barley bombs over the wall per se, but he's not super ideal on defense, especially when you have a Rico who's just going to be plugging you away from far away, BB who can get up in your face, a Bull to top it all off. It's sort of a situational pick that works in theory, but if the team is on the defensive end the entire game, it doesn't work out quite as well.
That's right. I declared myself a Barley stan here earlier today, but I think in this competition you're correct. It didn't quite work out for them. He has to pick his spots with that super so carefully, either be predictive and say, I know you're coming for the safe, I'll drop it here to zone you, or to try and catch you out. But Bull, with all that repositioning ability, does not care much for your Barley supers and is able to just crash through obstacles and get to the safe.
There were some bright spots there. Barley... Albert, it's a small play that I just kind of had a magnifying glass on. It was like right off the bat, he got the first Barley super up and then kind of ignored all of the lines drawn in the sand, walked immediately up to the Nova Esports base, launched out the super, got a little damage on the safe, but immediately died. And then Team Queso was on the back foot basically for the rest of that game there. Maybe poke out a little bit longer, but like I said, it is hard when you have a Bull on the opposite side who can rush you at any given moment. You kind of have to throw the bombs at your feet and hope that it turns something around. Close game, but at the end of the day, the teamwork from Nova there really worked out.
Yeah, Heist feels like the kind of game mode where there's almost like unofficial treaties happening all the time, where you're like, well, as long as you guys play defense and we're playing defense, this is fine. But if one team just kind of forgoes defense ahead of you and all ends on the safe, then it can be really difficult to try and reestablish your defense to trade evenly with them in that situation. So yeah, like the reliance on almost unspoken agreements sometimes can come back to bite you. And I think that's maybe what Albert's plan was hoping they'd stick on the defense.
And I did like seeing Rico Rico in that last game
Yeah,
as well.
he looked good.
The super bouncy star power, of course, you deal 100 extra damage per little pellet as long as you bounce it off the
Sounds
wall.
good.
And the way the map is structured, there's plenty of stuff to bounce your shots off of. So, I mean, 100 extra damage per tick really adds up when you consider the health of the safe. I mean, 448 per bullet at its standard, so then it's now 548 at its next range.
That's good quick math there, Dave.
I know. I'm really spot on with this. And then, of course, his super adds up a little bit of extra damage there as well. So I actually like the Rico pick, especially with kind of squeaking around a few of those corners. The map is certainly something that caters itself to something like that. So I like seeing it. I don't imagine they moved too far away from it because it worked out for them so well in game one.
Exactly. Stick with what's working for you, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, is the old adage. And that's why you so often see Ricos trying to. They can also be really good for poking, for defensing from range. If you're near one of those angles, they can kind of bounce and weave those balls in and poke you out. Rico can sometimes find some safe distances that you can't quite match too. So I do think he's a versatile pick that can work really well on Heist.
And, I was surprised to see a little bit of Tick earlier today. I mean, I'm moving away from what we did see and maybe what we haven't seen yet. Piper as well, you mentioned on this map, actually has some merit, lots of long-range sights. But Tick has been kind of an interesting brawler to follow in that there's some maps, I think he's very game mode / map dependent, not kind of a plug-and-play regardless.
Like Barley, who's perfect.
Right, in every way, shape, and form, could never lose. That last game didn't happen.
Don't know what happened there.
Blinked
Blinked it from my memory. Yeah, exactly.
But another good example of just controlling space. You spam out 3 tick shots, suddenly the map is a minefield and you can't move over it. Gem grab is a great mode for him in that case. Doesn't do quite as much damage. I mean, it's situational than like a Barley with the noxious star power. Little extra tick because Barley's perfect.
Yeah,
you're
catching up,
We're really
man.
gonna hammer this one home. So potentially some tick. He's definitely been situational, but I love seeing it.
Yeah, and I think we saw him earlier on when you could predict that you'd be running into some pennies. He actually does a pretty good job, I think, breaking those turrets from over walls and those sorts of things. So any time when you need to maybe not destroy obstacles, but kind of be able to get your damage around them, then there is some room for Tick to end up working quite well. But he's not the only one that I've been a bit interested on. We've seen some really nice spikes get splashed in as well that I've really liked. I mean, that super allows you to control a whole lot of space there too. Feels a little bit more brawl ball-y, but no reason why you might not see some of that on Heist as well.
No, I do love Spike, and Curveball being that star power where the spikes kind of spiral out from his primary attack instead of just the standard like sun splash. We actually did see a little Fertilize earlier, which I thought was interesting, depending on if the star power has been unlocked or not. I believe Fertilize is the one that you just get for playing in a friendly mode. I do think Curveball is better if your team is not going to be kind of playing in a big grouped up bunch, but you're very right in that the little spikes, and it's not often, or it's not always, I should say, like kill confirming, but just a little bit of extra damage. Keep them out of that passive healing, keep them in combat just a little bit longer. The follow-up kills, the ability to, what's that movie, Wanted, curve bullets around the corners. Angelina Jolie. Angelina Jolie. I think Spike is great. I would not be surprised to see him in a map like this. The super up and over the walls as well. Does a good bit of damage. The dot certainly can apply on a safe just as other players as well.
Yeah, and the reason I think that we're talking about all these other ones is we're working towards, getting into this next match, is that you need something to do about all these bulls. Because on Heist in particular, man, they just crash through the obstacles, go right to the safe, and they're willing to use all their shots on the safe for damage there as well, not even trying to trade so much as just try and tank through whatever DPS you might have and take the tank down. And that's why some of these ones, like the Spike that we might have mentioned, or even Tick, they might give you some options at trying to stop this bull from just walking in and taking your safe.
And with bull, you play aggressive because either star power, that 40% health is your threshold. Tough guy, 40%, 30% damage reduction, and then reload speed with Berserker, obviously.
And don't remember, these are open qualifiers out there, everybody. If you all want to sign up, if you want to play, check out skillshot.com/brawlstars for more info. Remember, you can hop in to play next week here with us as well. So if I was you, I would check some of this stuff out there. Maybe you could take someone like Dave down in some of your own casual games out there, because he doesn't know how great Barley is.
You absolutely can. Actually, Barley is my highest trophy brawler.
I wonder why.
Because the way I play, and this is game wide, and maybe I catch flack for this, but I sit back and launch long-range damage in every game that I play.
Being a nuker,
because I don't like to be too far forward and aggressive, and Barley is the perfect for just kind of tossing out from the back line, doing a good bit of damage, and you're right, you're kind of glass cannon from the back line. I love it.
Yeah, unlike me, when I play, I got Rosa in one of my very first chests I ever opened, so I'm right there up in the thick of it.
Right.
So my understanding is that we are 1-1 here now in the set. It looks like we were able to try and tie this one up. Again, we are trying to bring you all the action here as soon as possible, but they are a forfeit that we saw, actually, so that's what brought us all the way to 1-1. So now we're going to try and move into match number 3. Apparently something went wrong. They weren't able to get everyone there for it, but they're ready for match number 3 here, Dave, and we are into it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Nova, if you play the same way you did in game number 1, you won't be too sad about it. A pivot from Queso into the Rico as well is going to win the engage that time around. Spen. Too many bullet shots taken to the chin that time around.
Yeah, something's gone wrong here for Nova. They just lost their 2 1v1s, and all of a sudden they're taking a bunch of free damage. But not to be outdone, they have taken some damage in return on the opposite side, so things still are pretty close. It's Cerulean who was just down there on the bull hanging out.
Yeah, I mean, everyone from Queso just left. Actually, the only reason anyone was back to deal with Cerulean is because Nova traded out kills and they respawned back in their base. Spen's going to win that 1v1. 58, 59%, consider it even here. The way these next few trades go, this game could be over very quickly.
Yeah, Josic just kind of took a baseball bat to the face. Turns out those are pretty good. BB Super, not bad for 1,400 damage either. So now Nova do have the percentage lead here on the Saints, 59 to 55. But Guile looping around for some extra shots.
Yeah, wow, 2,800 DPS from Cerulean there, chunking through. 18% is all that's left on their safe, and Nova, they're running wild and free in the base of Queso.
Wow, Nova, I guess we're able to just kind of give them one on that one, and then still know they could just come in and close the round out.
Somebody's phone died, they needed a charger. They said, go ahead, take one.
It's fine. We're sick on Heist. It's fine. Take your time, right? Like,
there was I was casting a game. I think it was with Tom. That's kind of irrelevant. But
sure.
Who I was casting with doesn't matter. But the team was, we're only good at gem grab. That was the name of their team. I didn't get to cast the game, but I saw in their bracket, and they lost, I think, 3-1. And I assume the only game that they won was gem grab. But Nova, great fight back there over Queso. I mean, they stuck, I would assume, exempting game 2, game 3, they stick with the same composition that they had in game 1. It just worked out. The aggressive bull breaking the environment around it, the ricochet shots were good to top it all off as well.
Yeah, they were just too strong. We're watching it from the perspective here of Nova this time as they were able to clear him up and now move down where Cerulean was just chilling by the safe all game. So Cerulean makes a big place, but Tom found this sick super here with BB that got multiple bounces on the safe. I mean, that's huge when you're able to line those up. That is going to do it for a Heist in favor of Nova, which means it's time to move on to Gem Grab. It will not be Minecart Madness this time. We're looking at Undermine instead.
I'm sad because I do love Minecart Madness. Undermine is a lot of fun, though. I mean, the obvious thing to look at is the giant patches of grass leading up the right-hand sides there, and you actually kind of get caught out if you notice the walls. You can't kind of retreat back into your team's base until those are broken. If you're in the grass on the opposite side, I mean, you're stuck. You can't go all the way back or all the way forward. And then, of course, the obvious hiding spot sort of in the middle of the map there. So I always like to touch on, the environment-breaking brawlers are so important here.
Yeah.
A good Brock can, that one central patch of grass on the opposite side, if you eliminate that, suddenly the enemy team is forced into either side. You have nowhere in the middle to hide, especially when the gems are popping out in the middle. So important to get rid of that, or at least have control of that space.
Well, remember, we talked about how Piper wasn't banned here coming into this one. Maybe not so surprising to not see her on Heist. That's not the mode where she feels as good. But here on Gem Grab, especially if it does potentially end up open, you need someone to check that grass over there. Maybe there's a chance that she can look good here. Yeah,
I think there's room for Piper in this one. Snappy sniping has kind of been the star power that a lot of people look to. The hitting an attack gives you half of an ammo charge back. It allows you to play a little bit of burst as well on top of it. But ambush could make some sense here given that there's so much control on the right-hand side. If your team happens to have more grass on your side of the map, you can kind of hang out in there. 400 damage at max range. That'll one-shot a handful of brawlers in this game. So, yeah, it's certainly something to look at. I think there is some merit to it. Bow, potentially. I mean, I bring out Snake Prairie because bounty on Snake Prairie is, I mean, it literally is more grass than not in that case, by a large margin. And this map with the grass on the opposite sides being so important, Bow maybe could make some sense. But to your point, no, I think Piper actually has some merit here.
I think so too. Maybe we'll get to see a little bit of Poco coming out as well for some heals on this one. We'll have to speculate no longer. It'll be the Tara, Jean, and the Rosa coming out for Team Queso, and they shall be running into the confident squad of Tara, Piper, and Rosa on the opposite side. So the Piper, the real big difference here, and the Jeans for Albert and Spen.
And you have to look at who gets the gems. Putting them on Spen, on Piper to start this one off, great, because you're going to hang back, not really be in any danger. Albert maybe hitting a magic hand is what he'll have to look for. Early mid control, though, over to Queso. Spen, likely this entire game, will just play back, play safe, and rely on the rest of his team to kind of open up that corridor in the middle.
Yeah, it's so huge if you can get it, because Tom has to do exactly that. Walk into the waiting hands of Guile if he wants to get into the all-important stealth inside the grass. Josic won this 1v1 trade against Cerulean earlier. He wins yet again, taking Cerulean down. Now it's 6 gems up for Team Queso. All of a sudden, Nova Esports looking a bit different when they're not on Heist.
It is kind of flipped around here. A little engagement on the back end. Tom is able to trade one out here, but that's why you pick Tara, especially on gem grab. It really just kind of locks down and confirms essentially a kill for you as long as the follow-up is there. And they got it onto Spen. I mean, he had only 1 or 2 gems at the time, but getting rid of that Piper.
That's huge.
And now you see that middle environment is gone as well.
That's huge there for Spen. And now Cerulean able to find Guile on the left-hand side. Josic looking for Tom once more, but it's not a fair bout. He's in some trouble. Spen now with those walls opened up. Can feel a little bit better here on this Piper to let some of the long range through. And now they've got firm control of mid. There's a ton of gems still in the grab though, and Albert's the one that picks him up. And they got to fall back a little bit more now that Jean's back.
Josic is just chasing down Spen right here. He's going to have to use the super to get out. No more grass now, though, on the Nova Esports side of the map. On the opposite side, though, Tara v Tara goes the way of Queso here. At 9 gems, Queso with a lucky bounce will get number 10 and kite backwards for the win.
Oh, but Albert couldn't stick around. As you mentioned, where that gem bounces out could be critical. The difference between a countdown and a 9-7 as Nova still desperately clinging on. But Josic grabs one gem. It's all about Albert's cooldown here at this point. And with that pick onto the Tara, Tom down, it's going to be very, very difficult for Nova to make their way in.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to hope that Spen can make a miracle snipe here. It's not going to look like it's Cerulean maybe moving through. Tara Super's traded back and forth at 1-0 now. It's a convincing win from Queso.
And just like that, yeah, Queso take that first game. And really, Nova never had equal footing there in that game. We talk so much about how you can't get into that side grass from your base's side. You have to step into that neutral territory.
Sure.
And then once Queso established the control over it, it really limited the Tara on the opposite side.
Yeah, I mean, think of it literally like a funnel. They have to walk literally out of their base. You know exactly where they're going. You can see which direction they're moving. And honestly, just some good shots here. I mean, you pick the Piper, hopefully for some of those long-range shots. I'm assuming not running the ambush star power. But the Taras honestly both came to play in this game. Those Tara supers, always so important. I mean, it does a good bit of damage, but just bringing somebody back essentially, almost like a magic hand junior from Jean. Like, it's not so long range, doesn't pull you all the way in, but the lockdown, so important, prevents you from, happy feeding left and right. And so I like seeing Tara.
And it felt like we didn't even see like a big game-changing magic hand that time either from the Jean. I was trying to follow the difference between the Jean and Piper that one, so we'll see if they go for it again. It's a spike for Tom this time. Cerulean still going to be piloting the Rosa into this one. Meanwhile, the same composition for Queso. Ain't broke, don't fix it.
So they stick with the Piper, move into the spike on the opposite side. Queso, exactly like you said, same exact thing here. Josic winning the early trades. Only one pulled back here, but it's enough to control the left-hand side of the map. Again, you're going to be putting your gems on Piper now. 3 of them, so as long as Spen plays carefully, actually already eliminating that middle grassy area, but unfortunately Albert just does more damage. The gems are down, and Queso actually in a good spot.
Tom does drop the super on top of the gems to try and keep them protected, but it's not quite enough. Tom comes in and deletes Albert with Cerulean there to pick them up. I don't know if we love 4 gems on Cerulean here for the Rosa, but I mean, the situation kind of dictated it, so they took it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, if they're on the ground, you just kind of have to move forward and grab some. A few kills now, back and forth. Spen's able to get another one onto Albert. Cerulean stays alive as well. Good use of the Piper super to get out of range of that Tara super as well. And now they're sitting at 8, but like you said, 5 on Rosa. That's so much aggression that's now suddenly not really there.
But they have this mid control, and as long as Spen can keep laying down fire as he's done, it might not be too bad That is the 10th gem that could potentially waiting for them. Tom
wants it.
is the one that sneaks out Guile, and now we have ourselves a countdown. But Josic has great positioning here, and Albert is the one that's waiting with the magic hand. But Tom and Spen working together, shut it all down. 10 seconds to go. But that one kill does drop the count, does drop a gem that restarts our countdown.
You're fighting into a Piper here now, though, which is never fun. And this is where the benefit of having a wall in your base that you can't walk through is good. You can just hang around this left-hand side here. Albert maybe needs a miracle magic hand with 5 seconds left. Josic trades out. It's a 1-for-1 so far. But the Super's going to get him to safety.
Yeah, Piper Super gets him up and out of the way of any incoming damage, and just like that, it's a win for Nova Esports here this time. So the Piper actually works out for them on the second one. And this time what I think we saw that was a big difference was the Piper was willing to go in and give up her life early on to break that mid barrier much sooner.
And that's why I highlighted some. I mean, Spen is now able to sit back in this grassy area where Queso, they did have some good trade backs, basically eliminating that Tara Super there. I mean, a small moment that ends up making a big deal. And then right here, the left-hand side of the map, Cerulean's just able to sit behind that wall, whereas if it weren't there, Queso could have just run up, pinched him from both sides. So while it's kind of not great for you if you're spawning out of there, moving to the mid, being able to curl back behind those walls, so important on the defensive side. So well played by Nova Esports.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Tom on the spike as well. He was lurking in the grass that game, Dave, and he was a bit of a nightmare for them. There were a couple of times, especially on that final push when they first crossed over to the countdown on the side of Nova, but it looked as though Queso were going to be able to push through and kind of catch them out with the tanky Rosa. It was Spike that found a critical pick there, but piloted by Tom and shut that down.
And that's why you highlighted Spike, and that's why he makes so much sense. I mean, he's not the healthiest brawler. He's not, tanky or anything like that, but he has a good bit of poke damage from range, and he's also very good at zone control, essentially. I mean, his super, you plan it down, you're now slow, you have to walk through it. You're not happy to do that. 672 damage per spike, notably. So it's not the entire ball, but every single spike that comes out of there is going to do a good bit of chunk damage.
Bo.
Yeah, Bo notably here for Queso, just for a little bit of extra vision on these side walls.
And a penny.
You're going to be able to poke out the Rosa a little bit, but too many Piper shots and you're stuck in a corner.
Yeah, that's just not the match that you wanted. They're up against Cerulean on the Rosa with some backup from Spen, and just like that, number advantage favoring Nova. And not just the numbers in terms of brawlers, but Spen's got 4 gems to his name as well. And Tom has used this positioning with the spike so well on the right-hand side to zone out Queso.
Yet again, Spen destroying that middle environment hazard there. Josic around the backhand side trying to trade out, but the damage reduction from Cerulean's going to come out first. It's also going to time out first. He's able to find the kill here. 5 gems still on Spen. Going to look to move forward, grab those smartly, I think, backing off of Albert. But Tom going down forces Nova back a little bit.
Yeah, that's huge that Guile was able to unseat Tom from that position, because we already talked about how hard it can be to reclaim it once it's been lost. So now Guile can kind of do some of this work that Tom was able to do so well. And Josic's waiting for you to step too forward. He might have, though, picked his moment a little bit too soon. Now he's wasted his super and he's fallen. I think Josic overstepped.
Yeah, on the opposite side, Cerulean did just the same, though. Albert's going to be filling that same role that Spen is. One more shot will do it. Onto the penny. It's not going to happen this time, but a lot of cleave damage from Albert. If you stack up too much, if you're Nova, so many of those coins that you see exploding out the back, they actually hurt a pretty good bit. Mid control back and forth so heavily. This is where Spike will really kind of flourish. The spiraling spikes, good zone control here. Big Rosa battle on the right-hand side. Cerulean, though, maybe finds one, adds a second as well.
What? Cerulean survives? I mean, even though he does eventually get traded by Albert, I think he did more than enough on that side. 9 gems now in favor for Nova. Tom takes down Albert, and that's how we get countdown started around here. Josic removed immediately, and now Cerulean in firm control. You could trade your life away. No gems there. Happy to do so. Now it's Spen with 9 gems and super ready. Hard to imagine Queso can get in here to stop him now. This one's all Nova.
Yeah, I don't think there's any shot at that one. Actually, a little bit of, I guess it's
celebration.
Technically not immunity, but taking himself out of any sort of attack range there is Spen towards the end, but definitely more celebration, I think, than anything. But Nova Esports, 2-1s, so very close. I mean, if you're Queso, you're right in there. You almost have a set. I mean, I guess I got gifted a win in set number 1.
That's right, a forfeit the first one.
But close here against Nova, who, again, are one of the teams that we're familiar with. We hear their name a good bit. Very good squad here on the European Union side of things. But not really changing much up are Nova. They stick with the Piper and it works out.
And this is a big play by Cerulean on the right-hand side here to be able to survive in the 2v1. Did get some help from Spen, but that bought them so much time to collect the rest of those gems. And now when you've got a Piper way in the back line with all of your gems, I mean, it's just so hard for him to lose from that position. Yeah. All set up primarily, I want to say, though, by the play that was able to be made on the Rosa. As now we move on to set number 3. It's Siege time. In case of got to find a way to win this one or it's all over.
Yeah, so this one, not only Siege, but I think Factory Rush in general is interesting because there's so many different ways you can kind of look at it. Notably, there's kind of that big V-shaped environment hazard right in front of the enemy team's safe.
Sure.
And opening that up for your Siege bot is actually very nice. Instead of wasting a lot of time, we see that good defensive teams can kite that Siege bot back. Maybe a BB can knock it back. In the time that it takes to wrap around that main mid hazard and get to the safe, it's already lost a good percentage of its health. So breaking sort of that big V-shape obstruction, I guess, in the middle is so important here. Piper maybe makes some sense on a map like this. Again, it's not the best on Heist, maybe not the best on Siege, unless you're able to open that up. If you're able to open up that middle, it makes a lot of sense.
And then you'd feel pretty good about having it. I imagine we will see something like the BBs. I mean, I hate to keep saying my guy is great here, but I mean, obviously Barley's feels really good here on this map as well, right? I mean, name me one where he doesn't. But I mean, certainly, and what's really critical is it doesn't feel like once the actual Siege bot is there, that fight is as important. It feels like you're fighting so much about gaining control over it before the Siege bot actually gets there. So then your Barley can walk in and do all the damage.
Yeah, we saw a little over-aggression from the Barley, I think, in game number 1 of this set. But, I mean, at 952 DPS, I mean, you're looking at a 50,000 health safe, toss out a few of those bottles, especially with the Super. I mean, that stacks up really quickly. You can see an enemy safe go from 10, 15% suddenly evaporating just because of how Barley is. But you're very right in that he is the best when his team is just able to open up the gap in front of him. When he doesn't have to so much fight back or worry about where he's being attacked from, that's when the Barley makes the most sense, especially in this game mode when the robot kind of does it for you.
That's
I
right,
guess.
yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I would imagine Barley makes some sense here, though.
Well, let's see now who's getting these Siege bots here first. A Pam coming out, so you might actually see a bit of lane fighting happening here. No, everyone's going all center right away. Primo, Penny also here. I mean, this composition from Queso is a bit surprising, but they're on the board here first with a pick already.
Pam actually has some kind of sneaky space control. I mean, those individual pellets don't do all that much, but, you know, they stack up. That's half of Spen's health immediately gone. He's able to turn it around on Albert. Ty, no Siege to start this one off, and actually going into the second Siege, we've seen teams end a Siege with a level 2 Siege bot today. So, I mean, it gets scary now. If you lose this next Siege, you honestly could lose the game.
Someone's got to get back there and get Spen. That's 2 magic hands in a row that have instantly resulted in kills. Tom able to clean up Albert and survive, just barely getting away from that last bit of damage.
Force him back.
Fortunately there for Tom, Cerulean able to step up with the Primo and hold off. But this bolt control now pretty much favoring Nova. They're 7-5, and we're 15 away as another magic hand from Spen.
Wow, these are all hitting. I mean, and it's not even so much what environment's in your way. It's just can you aim it better, because it goes through walls, of course. Pulls them right back in as well. It's 11 bolts now for Nova Esports. 12, maybe even 13 by the time this runs out. Likely will be end at 13. You only have 6, and you're going to be going up against 2 or 3 for Nova. So if you're even able to defend this, you got a long way to go.
Now the question is, just how much damage can they get off this Siege bot? They got a lot of tankiness, but maybe not the traditional damage dealers you'd expect. The Siege bot is low. They haven't gotten any percentage in yet onto that turret, and this is where their composition, where it's good in this neutral fight, could potentially struggle.
Right, and that's where that kind of middle environment comes into play. I mean, they stalled it out, and they got 9% with a level 13 Siege bot on the opposite side. I mean, having those environment breakers just allowing it to go right down Main Street into the enemy base, so important here. Already equaling up on the bolts, though. It's going to be 7-7. 5 seconds left, though. Whoever wins these last fights maybe wins the game.
Another pull from Spen takes down Guile. Tom steps forward to try and gain control, and that's just barely enough. Now it's time for one more Siege bot to come out here for Nova, and I think they've made the correct calculation. Maybe they don't have to do all that much damage to the turret here to try and close this one up. 10 more seconds here left, but the Siege bot's already so low. But at this point, I mean, they've done enough.
They have to find a way to find 9% of damage, but they have no direct shots. They have no over-the-top shots, except for the Penny Super, of course. and honestly, one of the least damaging Siege games I've ever seen. Like I said, we've sometimes seen a level 2 Siege bot run it down and immediately destroy the enemy safe. This time, 9% total on the back end of only 2 sieges, granted, but it was a 13 and then I believe an 11 Siege bot there towards the end. It's just enough, though, to find the win.
And they gambled on that their mid-control would be enough for them to win this game outright. They weren't going to need that much damage onto the actual turret. They just need to make sure that essentially Queso never got to spawn a Siege bot. That's exactly how it ends up going. And it was a real narrow margin on that second Siege bot spawn. They just barely got out in control. But, man, by taking away those extra obstacles there in the center, they were able to get so many good magic hands from Spen as well and close that one out.
It's hard to win a game when literally every magic hand is hitting somebody on your team. You're fighting at a constant 2v3 disadvantage at that point. So hats off to Spen for setting him up. There was a sneaky kind of smart play towards the end there from Queso. They dropped the Penny turret to try to find some last-minute poke damage when everyone else from Nova had left, but smartly caught out by one of the Nova players to just destroy that because, I mean, at 9% of an advantage on your turret, that actually kind of stacks up. But well played there in game number 1.
Well, looks like the same competition coming out from Nova, the BB, the Gene, and the Primo. It's Bo, Primo, and Gene on the side here for Queso, so they're going to want some pulls themselves. You got to live up to that name, though. Albert Spen had an impressive game number 1. Well, there it is. That's living up to it. Albert strikes first.
Immediately gets answered back, though. Josic not able to stay alive. That AoE healing from Albert, not just enough to keep him alive. Just now, another tie, no siege to start this one off, same as last time around. That's a good use of the BB super as well to go ahead and get rid of that Gene on the opposite side, and Cerulean's looking to get aggressive.
Hey, my name is Primo. How you doing, buddy? He comes in with the elbow drop and sends him back. So the Bolt still favoring Team Queso here, as Josic willing to commit the super, but it's not enough. It's actually Nova who grab it and put them up 5-4, but we still got plenty of time before this next siege spawns. 20+ seconds still on the clock.
Good from Spen. I mean, the Primo on the opposite side dropped the elbow, and then he immediately pulled him out of range from attacking Tom there. We're going to see that increased movement speed from Tom, meaning he has all 3 attacks charged up on the BB on the right-hand side there. It's going to be a hard BB to hit, maybe dodging out some magic hands. They have a 4-bolt advantage, though, with 5 seconds left.
Yeah, at this point, all they really have to do is play defense. Remember, they're gambling a bit with this composition that they'll control the siege bots because they won't get much damage onto the turret itself, as Josic trades out heavily with Cerulean, but his super doesn't find very much. And now in comes the siege bot, and they're going to wish that they had Josic's super.
Yeah, it's not being stalled out nearly as well this time around as it was last time. This, in theory, could end the game.
It very much could. Down to 11%, down below it. That's going to do it there for Nova, not just grabbing the game here on Siege, but taking the entire set over Team Queso.
Well played by them. I mean, the Siege bot, polar opposites from both games, where the Siege bot is stalled out in front of the Queso base last game, and that is literally all they're able to get. So, I mean, I do have to commend Queso for that, defending that well in game number 1. But then the exact opposite. They lose the trades immediately after the siege bot spawns. They're in no position to really defend their base here. That's a good pull from Spen. He drops the elbow and then says, "No, you're not attacking my teammate," and pulls him right out of danger there. And then right down the left-hand side here goes the siege bot. Only Albert's left alive, and that safe just melts.
And I wonder how much, man, they wish they had Josic's super for the defense on the siege bot instead of that missed attempt that he went to try and trade out with the opposition Primo on that one. I mean, it really does come back to bite them. It's so good for pushing enemies back off the siege bot, for causing some delay, and instead they get nothing.
And one thing we actually didn't get to see a whole lot, but I like to point out in that, you know, BB with the knockback on her fully charged primary attacks. Can knock back the siege bot. So, I mean, we didn't get to see too much of it because Nova, I don't think, literally were ever on defense, and they had the BB on their side. But that's something to keep an eye out for as we progress through the rest of this day, that BB on defense can knock back the siege bot, delay things out a little bit.
Well, it sounds like we're moving at a pretty good pace here now, Dave. We're going to take a quick break, and on the other side of it, we're moving into the round of 16. So don't go anywhere. More Brawl Stars on the way.
Welcome back in, everyone. We're now in the round of 16 here in the European Brawl Stars Open, getting ever closer to some of those qualifying spots for the regional finals, of course. As we jump into the action here, I'm Dolson now on the opposite side of the desk from me. Nick is back and looking forward to some good round of 16 action. We're starting to whittle down some of these teams. They're starting to get a little bit closer maybe. Did see a 3-0 in the last one, but should be some fun. Of course, as I mentioned, here are your qualifying stages. Right now we're in Stage 1, open qualifiers. Compete to find the best teams in the region, of course. You move on to the regional qualifiers. And then the top 8 teams from the regional finals are going to a live in-person event in South Korea. Lots of fun to be had. People are winning some money, though, Nick.
Absolutely. Every single week that we do hold these tournaments, and it's going to be every other weekend up until we get to the regional qualifier phase. First place will take home $600, $200 a player, $300 for second, and $150 for third and for fourth. If I'm hearing correctly, we're about ready to get right in the game.
Yeah, let's not waste any time. Jump down into it. Redbirds versus 3D Max. Of course, Redbirds on the blue team, 3D Max on the red team on the opposite side. Rosa and BB off the table for this set. They are banned out here. Some more compositions, though. Actually, very same compositions on both sides. First gem on the board, though, goes to 3D Max.
Interesting seeing the Tara.
Oh, Russia. Oh, no.
See what it is. You know, in times past, the only real maps we would see her brought out on was actually Sneaky Fields.
Yep.
And I don't understand. You know, double swoosh kind of the same thing going on, but not as tight of grouping to be able to punish with the gravity wells. Maybe it's the piercing attacks. Who knows? We'll have to see. Those gravity wells have to hit, though, if you want to get value from a Tara pick.
And Tom 2, same names, same brawler, different team, different player. Good zoning here from Tom on the right-hand side, dropping out a few of those spike supers, forcing Russia back. Russia's not been able to get involved in that game. That's a perfect target for a Magic Hand. Drops 6 gems.
Jeez,
that means 9 now for Redbirds. They wait for their moment to strike, and now they're just going to hang back. They just need one more gem to bounce their way, and they're on a countdown.
Yeah, if you're Stop Rob, I think you just play so
I don't want to move.
safe. And your teammates are going to be able to come by 1 gem at some point in this game, you would hope. We'll have to see here as 3 gems is the total now.
These teammates, maybe. My teammates.
Absolutely not.
Leave something up to question. Of course, Gene with that splitting attack will be able to charge up that Magic Hand even from far away. Has it right now. He drops down Valkyrie. 3 gems now up for grabs. They don't even need them. They're just going to back off at this mid one, trading out as far as they can. When all your gems are on one person, you don't need to worry about it. Nobody's in range to contest. With 3 seconds left, this one's going to go the way of the Redbirds.
Well, at least MMA, we see that he is running the Mystic Ally version of his super. Maybe that's part of it with additional sustain. And I didn't realize quite the range that had. So perhaps that's part of the reason we're starting to see a little bit more Terra, a little bit more brawlers finding some niches when they do get those new star powers.
Looking at some replays from the last round here. Honestly, to start off, 3D Max had such good zone control. Tom on that right-hand side was not allowing the Redbirds, Tara, Russia in this case, from moving forward at all. But just slowly grinding down. Good Magic Hand. This was actually the second good one from Stop Rob. The first one onto the 6-gem Gene at the time. He had 3, makes it 9.
I wonder what would have happened
That's all that mattered.
if the Magic Hand hit after Red's Magic Hand.
They would converge in the middle.
They kind of meet somewhere in the middle. That's actually the way Grover
just
used
swap
to work.
places.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, like, because I think you do get pulled to where Gene is rather than like where you're hit from. You don't like snapshot that location or anything. So definitely some room for some awkward stuff here, but it will be the same comps run back for some more double swoosh action.
Putting Rush on this right-hand side again, up against Tom 2 on the spike this time around, and that just shows the power of that spike curveball star power, just weaving around these environment spots. Stop Rob finds the first kill, though. 3D Max on the back foot. They have 3 gems, enough to kind of turtle in the back of this environment here. Stop Rob now taking up the mantle of Gem Grabber in the middle of the map here. Redbird's already controlling mid. Just a little bit of damage, and they might find themselves in the lead. Rush has to back off, though, getting a little bit of healing from Stop Rob. 1-for-1 trade on the left-hand side.
Super starting to come up. First Magic Hand of the game will miss. Jason in a good option.
It's going to be the same story.
Follow this one up.
Be the same thing as last time. Stop Rob's going to have 4. Valkyrie is going to have 5 or 6. He's going to find the Magic Hand as he moves forward. That's all she wrote. He's going to move forward, grab number 3 and 4 for himself, so we're tied up at 4. Jason finds a kill. He's going to wrap around behind the backside of Valkyrie now. He's all left alone. He might be able to get himself to safety. Looking like he's going to be able to do at least that. Stop Rob. Magic Hand does not connect, kind of tossing it out for a little bit of a feeler in the grass there. Magic Hand on a Rush on the opposite side does hit, however. It's a 7 8-4 advantage. All gems on all Genes. This time around, Alkari moving up for maybe number 5. Realizes that he's going to get hooked in if he does that. Mr. Linane on the bottom side there trying to find some damage onto Russia. Is able to back off. Alkari needs to be careful here, though.
Both these stars running the Mystic Ally variant of their super. You can see that sustain really coming into play. A lot of supers available. Gravity Well is going to go out. Is going to hit Spike. Will result in a quick demise. The 4-man. Gravity Well goes out, misses, but sustain still in play. Blue team starts the countdown. 2 gems on the line, and they're both going to drop. Nice hand.
Yeah, wow, Alkari pulled him in, and he brought danger to his doorstep in this case. 7, 8, 9 now for Stop Rob on the opposite side. He stayed alive this entire game. Alkari as well. Now has 5 gems back in his pocket. Magic Hands being traded back and forth. All of them hitting, all of them on great targets. Stop Rob looking for maybe one more onto Alkari here. Maybe to end the game. He finds it. Red team was on a countdown as well, but now it's Redbirds who are backing off. They got 13 gems in their back pocket. Oh, but it's a beautiful ultimate, or a super rather there from Linane. Gets the kill, but the gems are still in the blue base. Redbirds now 15 seconds left from the win.
There it is. One Magic Hand can change the game, pulling so many gems. Another Gravity Well goes out, pulls in Spike. And the Mystic Ally, if nothing else, good for bottom blocking some of the follow-up attacks so that your team can push in. Kind of blindly turn your brain off a little bit and just, once you hit the super, you're good to go there, man. But Magic Hand can turn it all around, and that's probably one of the points of frustrations about Gene. You can be beating him all game long, one super.
Just needs one.
And it's all gone.
Just needs one. I mean, positioning so important going up against a Gene, one step too far forward, and it's easy to kind of forget about. I mean, it's easy to think, I'm just going to hang out over here without realizing, oh, he probably has Magic Hand, can pull me in. Alkari was holding the gems for 3D Max that entire game, did a pretty good job of it. I believe this is the last Magic Hand, just too far forward. That had to have been max range, and that sets up the win.
Pretty much. And it helps so much when you throw it and you kind of no-look it and you know you got it and you start running in the other direction.
That's right.
That's what we were talking about. It doesn't snapshot the location when you're
little
hit.
extra.
It's pulling and pulling and pulling and just yanks him half the map. And meanwhile, your teammates are following up all the while. That does it for Gem Grab.
Yeah, Gem Grab on the back burner now. Heist is where we're looking. Rolling Rumble. Should be a fun one here. We've seen sort of a variety of brawlers in Heist and Siege, kind of similar types of game modes here in this case. Rolling Rumble, though, lots of interweaving walls here that you really have to consider. No long lines of sight, really. Up and over primary attacks are going to be so important on this map.
Yep. Unless you go for something like a Bull, like a Maybe. You
True.
don't see a lot of people do that. Even if you have a Bull and a Barley on the same team, usually Bulls will be mindful of like that front wall that's really a lot of where Barley's value comes from, and try to leave that one up and available as long as possible. But if you have that composition and you run it does open you to run something like a Colt or maybe a Rico to be able to actually use that hole to your advantage.
What we haven't really seen a lot today is Dynamite. I feel like we saw maybe in our first set, Demolition, the star power Demolition adds 1,000 to his super, 1,000 damage. You can one-tap so many people in the games with that. Environment damage as well, ever so important. But not a lot of Dynamite regardless. Why do you think that is?
No, I mean, Dynamite hasn't been super popular for a while, and he's just harder. I think, you know what I mean? Like
it's not an instant
It's just not
blast
worth, what Barley brings. I think Barley's star powers are a little bit safer. Barley's star powers are impossible, like we said, not to leverage. Like, you could miss your Dynamite super, and then that's pretty much it. Whereas Barley, as long as you're hitting, you're getting some type of value from it.
more instant damage maybe from a Barley, where Dynamite, you kind of bounce your Dynamite sticks, hope that it hits in the right spot.
Yeah.
As Barley just aims at the ground here. Trades on both sides of the map. Mr. Linane is going to be the first one to drop. Alkari opting for a backdoor here. Going to try to poke a little bit of damage on the opposite team's safe. It's going to be pretty much unobstructed here until somebody kills off a member of the Redbirds to go back to base. Mr. Linane's going to be the one to do it. Alkari's just waiting for his ammo to respawn. 2,800 damage per tick there. Not a super effective trade on either end. You let Alkari in. Actually finds a kill on a Stop Rob as well. The only reason anyone was back there to deal with him because he got the respawns through, and one man was effectively doing the same amount of damage that two were on the opposite side. They could end the game here.
So much movement speed, and Bull's going to be respawning. Has a super, looking for the
goes
target,
Alkari.
diving in. Has the attack speed stim once he falls below low HP.
Wow.
And honestly, that's all Mr. Linane and Tom. That defense was just too effective. I'm extremely surprised that paid off for them. When you normally see 3 players dive in to kind of go all in on a safe, and only one to meet that, call that bluff, if you will. that usually doesn't work out too well for that one guy, but that defense was airtight.
I mean, the percentages coming out of that were relatively close, but I still think that 3D Max was in the lead when we came out of that kind of 1v1 on either side. The Bull was doing a better job alone doing damage to the safe than they were on the opposite side here. And then, 2,800 per shot, especially with the reload stim on the beneath 40% health. Safe melts
too.
Yep. Ooh, get a little Shelly in this one.
For as much hubbub as we've heard about Band-Aid leading up to the start of this tournament series, have not seen too much Shelly today. She's been banned in a couple of sets, but Band-Aid, I was expecting that to be kind of the talk of the town. Valkyrie is going to find an early entrance onto the safe, drops a quick little double tap onto it. MMA will try and do that in kind. Both of them getting pretty good damage off. One running damage reduction below 40%, the other running attack speed below 40%.
Something to certainly note here. Stop Rob trying to play defense, but he is the last and only line of defense. So much free damage now onto the safe of the Redbirds. Stop Rob and Rush are both going to respawn, come back into it. Jason on the opposite side, though, doing some good poke damage to the safe on the 3D Max side of things. You look at 14,000, excuse me, left on 3D Max. About 20,000 left on the Redbird side of things. Rush is going to look to get aggressive. A few more shots will do it here. Damage reduction keeps him alive. He has 42 HP left. One more shot would have done it. One more shot's going to do it. And what a pullback there from the Redbirds.
Nice adjustment there from Stop Rob to make the swap onto Shelly. Shelly's super effective. Really, you kind of need your super, but once you get your super, you get so much damage off of your super, you almost get the other one. But until you get that super, and when you do, you can actually trade with Bulls and Primos because as they're kind of getting knocked back, that little scoot, you're still shooting. You're still doing damage. And that small little window, there's so many little windows in Brawl Stars that can make all the difference with these really, really high burst characters. Shelly is such an effective defender against Primo and Bull. As she gets slain.
Yeah, right, as she gets absolutely popped. I mean, looking kind of dire for 3D Max. Unfortunately, the respawns for them from the Redbirds right on time here. That damage reduction so important. One more tick. The super from the spike may have done it anyway, but it set it up at 300 health left on the safe. He had 42 HP left before the bullet dropped there. So being able to just find one more shot, that's a great example of why that star power is so effective. One more reload sets the table to end the game. Argue they might have been able to do it on the next wave of attacks anyway. They just needed one. But well played by them. Those min-max moments, you're now sitting at 1-1 here on Heist. Things coming down to the wire, especially in the round of 16. I mean, you're moving into the quarterfinals after this. Stuff's starting to heat up here.
Yeah, trying to get towards that money. Just a couple more wins, and these guys are going to be leaning that way. Heist, it's so volatile. It can go either way, and such small little moments can make a big difference. If somebody gets on the runaway for an offense, for instance, we've seen a Bull, if he perfectly wins a fight to put him into the attack speed threshold and then gets onto the safe by himself, just a small little moment like that can completely change the game. And again, here we go now.
Back to the Barley, notably, instead of the Shelly. For Redbirds, they're going to pivot off of something that seemed to have worked. Valkyrie, the man with 2-digit health, going to live this time around. Unfortunately, catches one more Barley bomb on that one. Toss out the super, going to get a good idea of how much damage that can do. 95, 86. A couple of those Barley shots, now 24% gone from the 3D Max base. Jason will opt to just stay here, poke out a little bit more, maybe actually find a return kill onto Linane. He does that. Jason trades himself out, though, but 25 on the dot damage done to the 3D Max safe here as Redbirds look to move forward.
Good shots coming over here from the Barley. Stop Rob takes the double tick. He was winning that trade up until that point. Bull charging in, looking for some damage here onto the safe. Attack speed buff activated. Able to get some damage off. He is still hanging out here, but he will out of combat heal above that attack speed threshold.
Damage
let's watch
being
the
done
bottom
on the
safe
opposite
here,
side.
Bud. There's 5 people down there. Huh? What do you think?
Getting poked out down there towards the bottom. 53%, 51, 52 is all that's left on the opposite side. Redbirds trying to hold back Mr. Linane, who's just tossing those Barley bombs from long range here. Gets it down to about 35% on the opposite side. Still lots of work to be done. Mr. Linane just stays a little bit too long in that Barley fire. Redbirds with a successful defense at the moment. Kind of within that threshold of where a Bull in the right spot and maybe a couple shots from Tom on the spike could end this game. You have to be very careful here if you're the Redbirds.
Full charge is ready to go for MMA. Looks like he wants to pop it. Will take so much damage on the way in.
And they get an opening kill.
That's what it is with Bull. If you can just get in there and dump your 3 ammo, it's kind of worth it.
Stop Rob's just going to hang around 8%. Maybe one more barley bomb would have done it. It's going to go down to 3. It would have done it. He needed one more primary attack. But now back's really against the wall if you're 3D Max. You don't have any room to move forward. 21% though on the Redbird safe. MMA Rush, it's not going to be in range. Not enough health. One more barley bomb will do it, and he hits it.
Wow.
On the opposite side though, Linane so in range of doing it, but he wasn't able to. One more tick away, and that game goes the other way. That's frustrating. I mean, it's a 1-1. So one more damage tick, you have a little bit more health on your safe. You actually go up over the Redbirds in this set. Unfortunately, they do fall, so now Redbirds are up 2-0 instead of tied up at 1-1. Backs against the wall here for 3D Max.
Yeah, it's tough for sure. And so many of those charges just barely paying off for Bull. Having the damage reduction to stay alive, to get one more shot off. It's kind of, I don't know. I don't know if I have a preference after watching this game with one Bull running attack speed, one Bull running damage reduction. It's kind of almost null and void. When you're using both for the intention of getting off one more shot, they both kind of do the job.
Right.
But in other game modes where you want to be a little bit tankier, maybe Siege, like trying to get in there and stay in there for a little while longer, perhaps one starts to overtake the other.
Well, center game mode, center stage is the map here. Brawl Ball being that game mode. Fun way to maybe round it out if you're Redbirds. It could do it. Different look at a Brawl Ball map where you get a little bit more vertical environment in this case rather than some of the horizontal that we see. There are still walls right in front of both teams' goals here in this case, but those grass patches, that big grassy square around the middle, kind of lends itself to some tense but maybe aggressive moments early on.
Yeah, for sure. There is somewhat of a decent line of sight there, but I think overall on the day, it has been so important to have just that one character that can destroy terrain, and it really hasn't been Frank today. I think as teams have been forced to, in this competitive environment, to play more Brawl Ball, Frank has started to kind of wane a little bit.
Sure.
In the first couple of weeks of Brawl Ball, it was literally just Rosa Primo Frank, just as much beef as you could possibly throw on the screen as possible. I like the Shelly here because in one fell swoop and one good super, you can clear so much effective terrain on this particular layout.
Look at this. You get a Rico on one side, a Tara on the other.
My friend.
Poco moving forward. Unfortunately, he runs right into a Shelly. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody in this game, I think, will feel comfortable in that case. Maybe a Bull. He's not playing right now. Stop Rob on the Rico. Gets that kill. Redbirds continuing their aggression here. One more shot onto Tom is all he needs. He's going to be able to weave those bullets around. One more tick maybe on the Spike super. Doesn't find it. Instead finds a trade kill. Spike on the opposite side goes down. Brawl Ball getting actually very close here. MMA Rush is the last one alive. They might just be able to shoot this one in, and around the side they do it.
Dear God. I mean, the man did it all. He got the couple of critical kills up on his side of the field, clears the ball down, gets another big kill, grabs the ball, finds the angle, and shoots it. I mean, it's somewhat sponsored by Valkyrie from hitting a nice clutch heal, but
12.
I mean, Tom pulling big weight at the moment.
It lives with 12 health here in this initial engagement. Jason on the right-hand side trying to find a kill onto Valkyrie. Some of those spiraling spikes will do it. Drops the super onto Mr. Linane. Gravity Well pulls in too. It's so much value there, but is there follow-up? They do have a little bit on to stop Rob. MMA Russia, kind of the last line of defense yet again. He's going to have to find some burst damage or this game is over, and it certainly is.
My goodness. Spike gets done, man. There's really no way around it. Tom just kind of carried that one.
Yeah, he kind of did a little bit there. The Gravity Well from Tara, I think, kind of set that one up. Mr. Linane pulling everyone in there. Lots of good damage on the back end of it. Fun Brawl Ball to watch, though. I mean, it's definitely a game mode that I think it's got its quirks, but little moments like this, Russia not feeling comfortable moving forward, I think realizes that he's going to die, maybe hoping that Jason spawns in time to get in there, but he doesn't, and at the end of the day, that's goal number 1 out of 2. Here's 2 out of 2. Just too low health bars. Nobody can really move forward. And well played by 3D Max to fight back in this one.
Yeah, that Mystic Ally is starting to really change my mind on Tara and really help me understand why we're seeing that character more and more. Those are big heals, 400, pretty decent chunk, pretty decent refire rate. It looks she follows you around, too. I mean, it's pretty fire and forget. If you can pull in, too, with the Gravity Well, I mean, kudos to you, but you're still getting something out of it.
Yeah, you can't always assume that you're going to hit a perfect Gravity Well onto the enemy team. I do like Tara. I mean, you made a good mention, some of the body blocks maybe every once in a while coming into play as well. You can hang out behind it, same as like Anita with her bear. Lots of star powers in this game allow you to kind of hang out, maybe a little bit safer. Tara certainly is no exception here. Brawl Ball Game 1 goes the way of 3D Max this time around. Lots of good zone control from both sides. Similar compositions. I believe Redbird's sticking with the exact same one. They're going to have the Tara on their side. Sterling trades out the Tara, though, for a Primo this time around.
Potential for zone control, environment destruction, and just the threat and the presence Primo brings. And the ability to walk it in, boys. That is what Primo brings. Really case in point.
And now Valkyrie has that Pogo Super. Going to be able to move through, find some good damage with that. Going to pass it off to Mr. Linane on the left-hand side. Gravity Well finds nobody this time around. Stop Rob only finds death around that corner. He drops the elbow. Mr. Linane does. Nobody's left alive. A pass forward. Look
at that
teamwork! Double pass and the movement speed. Mr. Linane seals the deal. Whew. Apparently 3D Max are good at Brawl Ball.
These one touches, man. I love it. I mean, that's picture perfect teamwork right there. Even looking at the elbow drop, clearing out some terrain while still getting damage, following up, getting all the kills. A lot of that, it started by the Poco Super. When you look at just how much that can swing a fight, doing as much damage as it does while healing as much as it does as well. In the first round, it was all about Primo just walking it in. Shelly, the only one really able to kind of stop at Primo. She did not have her super available.
Even then, I mean, you're hoping you can out-damage a Primo, in this case, the movement speed after the super there for Primo. Using the Meteor Rush star power, of course. I mean, just a little bit of icing on the cake. I don't think the movement speed made a big difference there in that case. But you're right. I mean, those quick 1-2 passes just to get the ball in range, ever so important. Of course, Brawl Ball goes the way of 3D Max here in this case. So Redbird are going to look to close this one out on Siege. Some Assembly is going to be our map this time around, and then Bounty if required. An interesting-looking map. Got some trees there in the middle and grass sections on either side.
Most of the Siege maps kind of have this theme where there's some obstructions in the middle. There's one, I think it's called Double Cross or something like that. There's one Siege map that is very, very wide open, and that's where you start to see like the very large variations in brawlers like Pams and Pipers and things like that start to come out. Expecting a little bit more of a stand. This is actually kind of an older school Siege composition with the Gene. We haven't seen a lot of Gene in Siege today, using the hand to yoink the Siege bot away from the turret.
True. Similar to how I was mentioning a BB when Finch was on the desk with me here, ways of kind of displacing that bot, but it's ever so important to deal with the players rather than the bot so often than not, or more often than not, because the players are the ones that are going to actually be doing a good bit of that damage. Level 4 Siege bot for Redbirds, just on the back end of some good mid control here. Certainly is a level that you could maybe see this game end. Already cutting it back. Linane, though, very low here. This is where a Barley, I think, is going to feel very comfortable.
And so much tank. We talked about where the damage reduction star power for Bull might actually pull some weight. And they go all in, still on this attack. At the last possible second, Primo just elbow drops in. Super's committed from both Spike and Barley, just starting to throw out some regular attacks, and it pays off in a big way.
Yeah, I don't mind that, because they still have a couple, Stop Rob and Jason on the back end, that are still controlling that mid. They're not basically giving 3D Max mid control for free in this case. They back off, get a couple of kills, now have some bolts in their back pockets. 3, remember, you only deposit 1 at a time, so if you have 2 or 3 stacked up, it's an individual timer for each individual bolt in that case, or I should say the next bolt begins when the first one goes through. Level 7 starting for 3D Max if they're able to defend this one, but there's no environment to stop it. Russia drops the shoulder here, 30 and counting now for Redbirds, and they're likely just going to end it. They certainly do. Now 1 game away from moving on to the quarters.
Yeah, Siege is looking pretty buttoned up for them if things continue to go this way. And again, this is the same map. Maybe running back the same composition. There wasn't a ton that slowed them down. That composition from 3D Max works when you're all there, alive, have your supers, and you can see a lot of that, right? Bull's tanking this up. Ideally, you want to tank this just inside of the range like this. Once damage reduction pops, you're much tankier. Sets it up for Gene to just get that hand off. But even despite that great defensive effort, the bot got to the turret for just a couple of seconds, and 60% of the damage was already done.
Well, so much of the damage, and you often point this out, so much of the damage on Siege is really just the players themselves. Good Barley Bombs, you stack those up, you maybe start to see 20% suddenly disappear from the safe. The Siege bot does hit somewhat hard, but it's more of just a tanky member of your team that draws the aggro of the turret defense itself here in this case. So, and I like seeing Barley kind of thrive because there's been moments today where Barley has been picked, but just hasn't looked good. He's not really great kind of on the defensive end. So really seeing the door opened there, I think is a good look for Barley.
Yeah, you got to look at some of the ways that the meta has sort of changed around him. There's a lot of things in flux at the moment with so many new star powers coming in. I think you're seeing a lot more Bull in general today, a lot more Poco.
True.
Those two together, very, very dive-heavy centric. Two guys, I won't say the whole composition, and every comp has been around diving today, but Barley does not do well when you get in his face. And if Bulls are out and about, then he's going to have a tough time for sure.
Well, he's going to be happy there are no Bulls in this game. Mirror matchup, both sides. You got Spikes, Primos, and Barleys.
Happy to see some Primo out here.
I agree. Love some Primo. A lot of that up and over damage. Spike Supers being traded out on both sides. 1-for-1 is where these bolts stand. Stop Rob nearly stepping into that last Barley bomb from Tom. Able to get out alive. Mr. Lenane's going to be the first blood in this game. Level 2 Siege Bot, though, goes the way of 3D Max. If Stop Rob is able to grab maybe one more bolt here, they'll set themselves up very well. But already tying things up towards the next one. They have no advantage going into this next siege.
Nice job. Rob really focused here on the players moving in alongside this bot, realizing where a lot of that damage potential is going to come from. The bot gets to the turret with some decent HP left, but only gets 12% done.
Yep. That's ever so important. I mean, you're seeing 600 per hit rather than like a Bull who can do 2,800 from time to time. Good bombs there. Tom and Stop Rob both trading out 1-for-1. Now it's a Spike versus Primo fight here in the middle. 3, 4, almost 5 once this one's confirmed for 3D Max. Being traded out onto Alchemy. 5 seconds remaining. Not sure they have the bolts in pocket or bolts on the map even to tie this one up. They need that one to confirm. It's not going to. They're going to have a level 5 Siege Bot to start off next time around if they're able to survive that long. They're able to defend half as well as they did before. They should be in an okay spot here. Players not really moving forward. Stop Rob with his zoning super is going to prevent Alchemy from moving through, but Tom finds the damage. Suddenly the safe is under all sorts of duress. 38%, 20, 14, 4%, and the elbow seals it up. 3D Max ties us up.
That's all it takes, man. Just a little bit of time for Barley to get his DPS out there. 1,003. A lot of trophies on this Primo since probably the rework. Like I said, I don't think we've seen too many people be like Primo mains before he gets that Meteor Rush rework. The movement speed, just so important. It is a lot of movement speed as well. It is the second highest instance of a movement speed buff in this game. The only one he loses to is Rico's Robo Rush. When he falls below a certain HP threshold, he takes off and stays that way until he regenerates. So really, really good Rico players, and I'm sorry, I'm sad we haven't seen any of that today, of just like staying at that threshold and just absolutely abusing how much movement speed you can get.
I guess you kind of have to ask the enemy team to hit you a little bit in order to stay down at a certain area, but then also stop the passive healing, just firing your auto attacks from time to time here. 1-to-1 is where the bolts stand. Russia moves forward, gets the first one in their back pocket, pushing forward. Russia adds another kill. Jason as well, trying to trade out with Alchemy here. Jason back at base. Stop Rob. Maybe one more primary attack will do it. Forced into the corner there is Alchemy, level 3 Siege Bot to start this off for Redbirds. Already a bolt advantage going into the next mid-round as well. Lenane misses the super on the backside. Jason finds the kill. There's nobody left alive to defend here. This could be a level 3 Siege Bot. This could move them on to the quarterfinals. They want to end it right now. 10, 11, 9, 2, 0. And Redbirds seal this one up, and they're moving on to the round of 8.
Yikes. I mean, once that Barley gets in there, man, you see things just start to melt. You can't body block those attacks. Spike, you can barely block either. Wow. If you take the full brunt of a Spike grenade, it's one of the higher instances of damage possible, especially for given the range that he's got as well. Throws the super out. When people start to fall before the bot even gets into turret range, that's when you start to look at that. This is probably going to be a one phase.
Yeah, you need to cut yourself back here. 5 seconds left. We're in an okay spot. I mean, the respawns were starting at around 5 or so seconds, but I think once Tom ended up dying on the back end, it might have been sealed up before then anyway, but this is where you can just see the damage pour in. Stop Rob. No threats in his face. They're going to tank up the last few shots and seal it up.
What an absolute symphony of death. The Spike Super, the Barley Bottle, and then the intergalactic elbow just all coming over the top at the same time.
Well, taking a look at the bracket here, moving on into the quarterfinals already. PSG Esports 3-0. So they are awaiting their next opponent. That'll be the winner of that bottom matchup there in the round of 2. Boss Gaming Capos looking to move on, maybe face PSG Esports here. Nova versus Patates. are going to be our next matchup that we're looking at, round 2, looking to punch their ticket on to the quarterfinals as well. Interestingly enough, PSG Esports, I know that they're relatively big organization in some other esports games. So good to see. I know we have an SSG team over on the North American side of things, so lots of fun to be had.
Absolutely. We are, again, still in the round of 16, so Gem Grab on Double Swoosh, followed by Heist on Rolling Rumble, and Brawl Ball on center stage. Siege and Bounty only if necessary.
And it was.
The Brawl Stars scene is really kind of up and rolling with their World Championship announced in South Korea. A lot of people starting to get involved here in this great little game. Been a pleasure to kind of have this one since its infancy.
Agreed.
And
it's
see
been a
where
lot of
it's
fun.
headed.
Been a lot of fun. Double Swoosh, fun map to watch as well here for Gem Grab. Literally double swooshes of grass there on the opposite sides. So much of Gem Grab, though, oftentimes comes, not so much, a little bit of Gem Grab comes down to just which way that gem kind of spits out.
Yeah.
You'll see people maybe overextend from time to time, get a little bit too far out. A magic hand rips through, pulls you back in. Little things like that. You'll see a team with 9 gems, and the gem just won't bounce out on their side of the hole. And this is a map that's kind of no exception. When you have these big kind of double swooshes, you don't know where anyone is in those bushes.
Yeah.
You kind of have to hope every once in a while RNG will bounce in your favor.
Yeah, I think I've not really paid super hard attention to it.
No,
I think it's RNG in terms of which way it'll bounce first, but overall, I think if you literally just take turns getting 1 and 1 and 1, that's why that mechanic of the countdown stops if both people tie up past 10, just to make sure that whoever gets that first bounce doesn't get to just end the game off of that.
It's almost like not really a true mid on this map because you can kind of wrap either way within these double swooshes here. It's more of a left and right rather than a one true center here. Nova Esports on the board first with 2 gems. Yosef on the Patates on the opposite side has 1 in his back pocket. Getting very aggressive here onto Tom. Finds the 1-2-3 punch. Wins that Tara battle as Cerulean's forced to back off here. Mid, or I should say right control. And another good magic hand from Spen. Pulls in one jeb up for grabs here. Cerulean continuing to stay aggressive. Gets himself a gem. Good gravity well as well. Keeps him alive with 60 HP.
Not even close, baby.
Calculated.
I was kind of looking forward to seeing some of the Roses run the Spike Glove, star power, the extra damage, but I guess the more I think about it, when are you ever just God, if I only had a little bit more damage from Rosa. Once you, the trouble is getting there. Once you kind of get on your target, you're kind of good.
Right. And at some point, 200 extra damage maybe just feels a little bit egregious, but running in here. That's going to be a huge one. A Gravity Well finds 3. They confirm 2 of them. The Rosa's going to be the next to drop down. There's enough gems on the map to win this game right here. 1 more. They can back off. Talk about stacking your deck.
Gee whiz, man. You don't see too many, and probably because we didn't see her too often beforehand, but always looking forward to see more of those 3-man Gravity Wells. Tom, the legend. 3 letters, all he needs.
T-O-M. Don't forget him.
Man. Holy.
Huge Gravity Well. Nova Esports strike first. Well played. I mean, what else is there to look at? I mean, that's so satisfying. The big man Wombo and the follow-up, especially. The team is in the right position to follow up on that good bit of damage, because so often you might see somebody hit a huge one, and the team is nowhere to be found, and it just goes wanting. So well played by Tom there, but also well played to the rest of Nova to be in a good spot here. I believe this is the Gravity Well. Just catches the edge. 0 there. The DR from the Rosa Super keeps him alive just a little bit longer, but that's all she wrote.
Well of time. Just for safety there, you can see throws out the Gravity Well just to spawn that clone potential body block target. Spamming heals on the 10 carrying Gene.
Right.
Min-max play there. Just that's an 800 trophy Tara player, and you saw, I think it was only like a 180 trophy Poco for Patata.
Yeah.
So not to say he's a very hard character to kind of get the gist of. You slap out your big cones and you hit your super, which is not even easier to do than hitting the main attacks, but a little bit of experience, I think, leading the way of young man Tom, and it's showing through in game number 1.
Spen continued his magic hand dominance in that last game as well. Had one that pulled in a few gems on a target here. Zero's in a good spot. Gonna use it. Spen again right out of spawn. Finds the kill. Potentially the body blocks could come out from Yosef. Doesn't end up happening. Spen with another good magic hand has a second one charged up already. The follow-up damage is gonna get rid of Yosef. No more Tara. Now she's down to Rose on the opposite side. Tuna is going to hold down this left-hand flank here. 2 to 4. Patate's still certainly in there. 4 for Nova Esports here. Cerulean has that super up, ready to get aggressive here. Countered out on the opposite side as the gravity well. Tuna stays alive through that one. 5-2 now. Spen is going to get aggressive. Has a Rosa hanging down around the back left-hand side here. He's waiting for Tom. He finds Tom. The gravity well puts him in a bad spot. He's able to trade out 1-for-1, and that might be important.
Tom's really not wasting any time. And ARZ with his super feeling pretty confident to push back here. Cerulean has his shield. The hook lands again. And this Poco, maybe a little bit of the inexperience showing through. He's really kind of dove deep on his own a couple of times. Neither have paid off. He's done nothing but just hand gems over to blue.
The gems on the opposite side. It's another good gravity well. Is going to do about 1,000 damage on that one. Rosa caught out, 1 second remaining. They actually stopped the countdown. They have the gems in their back pockets. Now Cerulean has to stay alive, and now he has 10. The Rosa, the frontliner, has 10 for Nova Esports. They're in the back. Tom is going to feel free to move forward and do some zoning here. Zero's the last one alive in range for the Patates, as Tuna now is in range to try to contest this one, but with 3 seconds left, you're not going to find Cerulean hiding in that bush. Nova Esports, a seal up gem grab.
Kind of a scary speed bump at the end, but overall, it's actually better once you have enough.
Yeah.
If your gem carrier dies and your tank picks them all up, that's ideal at that point. But up until that point, you do want them on your sharpshooters, on your Gene, because he's really just chilling in the back, hitting magic hands every once in a while.
Yep.
Once in a while might not be the right terminology for Spen, because he was just cranking these out. I don't think I saw him miss one except for that very last one that was really inconsequential anyway.
As soon as it's up, you got to assume Spen is going to use it. And that's it for gem grab here. Of course, our first game mode in the round of 16, which means we're moving on to Heist on Rolling Rumble. Always a fun one to watch. We saw actually a good few kind of, I don't want to say back doors, but kind of trades back and forth kind of open up there in the middle. You can walk right on through, and teams really trying to calculate out, well, can we ignore this one guy kind of wailing away on our safe? Can we move forward? Some of those interesting decisions that in the heat of the moment, kind of hard to make.
And they're crucial. Those split-second decisions in Heist matter so much when you're dealing characters like Bull, Incredible Burst, Barley, who we've seen, you get almost as much damage as Bull when you can throw out as many as attacks as he can. And for Barley, your windows of opportunity to attack are so much larger. It's so much easier to just barely get in range and get one off for your nice little double tick. But as Bull, you have to be much more careful. Seen some variety in the star powers from so many characters today. This large star power injection has been great for the game overall, bringing so many characters who weren't picked before into a spot where they're being picked with at least one.
Right.
And in the case of Bull, you're seeing both of his star powers being picked.
Of course, both options at 40% HP threshold is what you look at with Bull. 30% DR if you're running tough guy.
Buddy.
40% health, your
Beef gang.
reload speed doubles.
Beef gang.
Spen is just going to run right up the middle here. A little bit of movement speed when you have that fully charged bat up here. Yeah, both sides. Three beef frontliners in this case. Zero on the back line with the Bull is going to be the only one with a gun in his hands this time around. Cerulean with the early super is going to get in, get a little bit of plug damage. 1680 this time around. Spen in the middle as well. Spen is finding the damage. Oh no, Cerulean. There's 3 members alive for Nova Esports. Only a couple left. That's going to be a great BB super. It's going to bounce 4 or 5 times. 1400 per tick on that one. 56% for Patates is all that's left.
So much just went well. Cerulean had that dream scenario where he survived his 1v1 with his attack speed buff enabled. See how he's floating up near the top. He doesn't want to come all the way back to do this defense. He's going to let his teammates handle this. He is going to threaten continued offense, gets good value, and keeps them in the lead.
Yeah, I think he got 8 or so % on that one. Zero, as soon as the super's up, he's going to move in, has that damage reduction, star power up, it looks like Tuna. He's going to pop the super on the Rosa as well. Cerulean is just kind of ignoring everyone on Patates right now and charging in at 16%, and you realize 1 or 2 more of those charges could turn around, but now the Patates have found enough of a staggered team fight that puts them in a good spot. Tom drops the super from El Primo.
Oh no!
And it drops a second one. He recharges it up again. 9-8-7. That's going to go down to 0. Tom uses one, gets it up again, leapfrogs a second time, and ends this game.
And Heist is the only real mode where not only is there not really a comeback mechanic to help you, bring it out, but once you fall behind, it is actually almost worse. It's almost like an anti-comeback mechanic. Once the pressure is on your safe, it is incredibly difficult to move it down to the other side of the map. And not to call it over before it even really started, but Cerulean winning those trades early, getting the first bull charge, getting to the safe, dumping damage, winning a 1v1, being in his attack speed threshold. Literally everything went right for that guy in this game, and he made damn sure that he closed on it.
When it's those little moments where you look at composition, I mean, it's a very, splitting hairs moment. If you have a bull with a ranged attack going up against a BB or a Primo on the opposite side, that has to be a little bit closer to you. Able to seal that one up. Tom with a clean double here. Spen notably going over to the Ricochet this time. He's going to get damage increase. I believe 100 damage per bullet as long as you're bouncing it off of a wall first. Everyone from Potates right now getting melted, and so is the safe. The safe is no exemption to that one.
Wow.
Good shots there from Spen. Plugs away a little bit extra. Cerulean sneaking around the backhand side here. Spen is going to drop out the super, 37%, and dropping now for the Potates. They're just going to drop everything in one of the fastest games of Heist I've maybe ever seen. Nova Esports seal up the second game mode.
Adjustments from both sides, BB for Rosa, but the Rico coming in it's kind of like a blind pick. Whoops.
Right.
Well, now we have this massive advantage over you, but that's just kind of the way she goes. Spen knows his angles, too.
Sure.
I mean, he was crushing everything, even dumping his supers into walls to make sure he gets the bonus damage, because that actually applies to both the regular attack and the super attack.
Yep.
Little fun Rico trick for you guys out there. And I mean, an early lead again, turning into a quick demise.
You can tell the difference if you're looking at Spen on Rico. The gems in this case start to glow a little bit brighter. I believe his standard skin just has some streaks behind those bullets here, but really just seals it. Spen is free and clear to hang back. Even if you dealt with, the frontliners from Nova that were in your base, you still have Spen on a Rico sitting back pouring out damage.
That's the crazy part is I don't even know if he did the most damage to the safe in that instance.
I'm not sure he did.
Because he's poking from range, he's softening up these targets, meaning his bull and his Primo just steamroll over them whenever they feel like it.
We get a little brawl ball to maybe seal this one out, and Nova are going to be feeling just fine about their chances heading into center stage. Of course, we'll see the graphic in a moment, but reminder that it's this nice big square around the opposite side. Don't need the graphic if we're going into game first. Tuna's going to try to pick up the Rico this time, forge that one into victory. Tom flexing onto the BB this time around. Spen, of course, on the Tara on the bottom side there, passing it around.
Ooh. Well, pretty significant differences in the composition here. Very few ways for terrain to be destroyed in this instance. I think Tara has to really land the gravity well onto a piece of terrain, and again, it's not going to be effective. It's not what Spen's going to be looking for. Don't expect to see much of that at all. Look at interesting here. Both Rosa shields popped. It's going to pay off for blue. Yeah,
Yosef's shield expires first. Actually needed a little bit of help down there. Cerulean, it's a map of can you trade more effectively. He has 380 health. Zero with the miracle save. Stays alive, and then a double gravity well from Spen. No kills, though. Potates are able to turn that one around completely. Poco with the save. The gravity well looks good, but there's nobody in range to complete the defense. Now you pass the ball off to Rosa, who's very tanky. Got to deal with that one. 1-for-1 trade here back in the base. Tom is going to start moving this ball up the right-hand side here. And then with a little bit of that BB movement speed, when you have 3 charged attacks, you can really flank with it. Another good gravity well. Immediately deletes Rico. In this case, Yosef snapped back. A little bit of healing. Cerulean gets the ball. The respawn is going to be, he passes it off the wall back to himself.
What a beast.
Gets it, scores it, and up 1-0 are Nova.
Just so he can get the super off without having to expend the kick.
I mean, that is big.
Beautiful.
That is big brain.
Big brawl ball mechanics there. Super good to see him do that and pull it off successfully. Sometimes you can see these goals coming a mile away. Tried to go for the same thing there. I don't know if he thought he had shield or what the deal was.
Tom's going to walk it in.
Runs it down, 300 HP to spare. He poofs out of existence, but with his dying breath gets that goal. That does grab the first game of Brawl Ball.
It's had a little bit of extra tankiness, I think, on the Nova side. Both of the goals were effectively somebody just running into the base of the Potates in this case, having BB, having Rosa, as opposed to having one of the two as well as a Poco and a Rico on the opposite side worked out. So here's that pass, bounces it off the wall, immediately hits the super button, because you would have used a super shot in that case if you didn't have the super this time around. But smart play there from Cerulean. That's the sort of stuff you're going to start seeing, Nick, as we move forward in this bracket. Of course, now in the round of 16, round of 8 is where these teams are fighting to get into, and that's the sort of play maybe we expect to start to see.
And in the finals, you might start to see him not even do that because he was so far out. Like, he didn't even really need to do that. Maybe he was doing it for style or whatever it was, but he was so far in a goal position that expending that super might be something that you see even held in some tighter matches later on.
The teams are actually going to do a little bit of a flipperoo here. Tate's now going for a more damaging, or a more tanky, I should say, composition. Tom sticking with the BB. Cerulean on the bull, though, just deletes 0. Poor Poco, in this case, has no leg to stand on. Cerulean has the super, could open up the front door here. Notably, a little bit of environment damaging coming in now from Nova Esports. Going to use it right now. Is maybe going to try to delete the Poco here. Gets knocked back from Yosef. Tuna's going to try to find the last shots on to spend. Does just that. Rico back at base. Now on the attack are the Patates. There will be respawns from Nova, so not just done yet. Good double knockback from Tom. Launches it back out with the super, though, in this case. Maybe he was looking for an actual super, but he had the ball at his feet. Couldn't have done anything about that one. Spen trying to find the kill onto 0 here. Doesn't just do it. The ball stalls out.
Tom is going to be able to move on over here to Poco. We'll get the kill. BB's going to be there.
Yeah.
Knockback swing.
It's a fast BB.
Yeah, definitely. Trying to pass that one up the field to Bull, I think. And this is somewhat of an attempt at, I think, like outplaying a blind pick with the Bull. They figure, well, Beef won us that game. They're probably going to draft some more Beef. Let's grab a Bull. He's going to do super well for us and just chunking through these tankier characters.
Well, nice double knockback there from Yosef. Cerulean's going to get aggressive.
Oh, nice try.
Nearly stalled out when he had the ball. That would have been a quick turnaround from him. Smart play again from Cerulean there. Certainly the right thing in mind. Spen expends the super here, finds a kill as Tuna does the same on the opposite side with the Rosa, of course, this time. Cerulean now in a good spot. He could find a kill onto Yosef. He might just take this one in on his own. He has the damage reduction. He finds the shot on the opposite side.
This kid can move. I mean, he really can. Movement is the only thing really keeping him competitive because he's really just trying to score goals. So he's not, wasting his time getting up in people's grills. Rosa and BB have the range advantage on him. But Cerulean just phenomenal movement this set has really put his team in a position to win.
Standing out as maybe an MVP candidate, the pass forward as well, the assist. That's all she wrote for the Patates in this tournament. Nova Esports to the tune of 2-0. 2-0. 2-0 are moving on to your quarterfinals.
Hats off to that move.
Yeah, wow.
That was really good stuff.
Satisfying to watch. Nonetheless, I mean, those little moments, the movement on the Bull individually this time, and then the Rosa, the pass off the wall back to himself.
Yeah.
Well played.
Jukes the BB swing, back in, damage reduction just enough to get him there, and Bull is a character of those pixels. Like, you have range difference on that shotgun makes such a big difference. So being able to move like that, and he almost got that first goal that he almost got was almost perfect as well. The charge was just long enough, just couldn't get the ball, and if he did get the ball, even though he was extremely low HP, he would have been clear on the goal. So definitely want to keep an eye on him moving forward. Yeah,
it's a team, I think, in general that you need to keep an eye on as we start to whittle down what we saw here. And, the Patates making it this far, they're obviously a pretty good team as well, but they get absolutely wiped here by the opposite side. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Pretty convincing on that one. But that's going to do it for the round of 16. We're moving into the quarterfinals now with that last game being wrapped up. But first, quick break.
What up, Brawlers? It's your boy, Tom Battinger, back in the building. We got the round of 8 coming at you right next to me. I've got the illustrious Pretty Air to break down some of the business that we've got going on. Fun tournament up until this point. We got to see the European talent. For those of you that actually got a chance to see the North American Open once upon a time, it was NA focused.
Yeah.
Now we get sort of the EU teams. We've really got a chance to see some of the new up-and-coming talent and some of the talent that's been around for a moment. And this is what we're doing this time around. It's all about World Finals in Korea later on. We're at stage 1, though, Open qualifiers.
We are. Every other weekend, we're going to be playing these events to qualify a total of 8 teams for that stage 2 part where you see the regional finals. The best teams from these regions are going to compete for that spot in Korea. Europe is sending 2 teams. North America is sending 1. And then the combination of the South American regions are sending 1 team as well.
And then, of course, on the day-to-day, It's all about that money, baby. $600 US. That's first place, second place, third place, and fourth place. We'll get a bit of that as well. So you want to go ahead and try your hardest, even if you already qualify. Go ahead and grab some paper. We're here in the quarterfinals, the round of 8, baby. We start off with Heist, Siege, and then head into Bounty, Snake Prairie, and Gem Grab Brawl Ball if we need it.
Yes, sir. It'll be interesting to see how this one evolves. We are officially in the end game here. Just the last couple of teams fighting for the money at this point. Safe Zone is going to be our first map. This is what it looks like. You're looking for those long-range brawlers, Brock's, Pipers, maybe even some Jesse.
I like this one. We've got some open-ended stuff. So Daryl and Gene
Sharpshooter
are the bands. Daryl, one of the characters that can get over the water, so you want to get rid of him. And Gene, Magic Hand is powerful.
Oh. You can see if this Bruiser plus Piper squad gets up close and personal, it is going to be trouble. Even if these respawns come through, and they will come through, Bull is just going to be able to, walk around and start 3-tapping these characters. This is bad news.
Piper is just chilling. She's getting her long-range shots out there, doing whatever she wants. Nice job trying to put the turret there to kind of zone, but, I mean, God just got smoked. Sorry, buddy. Skyrim.
That's a weird
able
sentence.
to do it.
Might have to expend the Piper super. Wants to hold on to it. I wonder if that's for a coordinated dive later. A little bit of play with the water over there. Twistic finding a lot of damage here, but it's a bit trapped.
Still, PSG they've been pushed out a little bit by the other team, but PSG right now obviously have the ball in their courts, no pun intended, as you see BB going up to spit the bubblegum ball right out on top, and AK will get it. The long-range shot brings it home, and PSG take the first game.
So we saw somewhat of a comp dynamic similar to this in the prior match on the Brawl Ball set. And really what it comes down to is you can win with that sharpshooter squad. You just have to be on point the whole time. When you start to slip a little bit, that little bit can turn into a whole lot of problems for you, because once these big guys get going, they have so much burst on the safe. And look at Piper. This is the first time we're really starting to see that new star power snappy sniping come into play. She is cranking on this safe for almost bull level damage as well, you have to keep in mind.
That's the thing. She's able to do it from a distance.
Yeah.
You mentioned the new star power, getting back ammo, well, half ammo every time you nail that shot. If there's no bushes to really hide in, that's going to be the way to go. And looking at this map, like we said, we're going to play 3 games on the same map. It's a nice look because you've got your ideas for what star power to employ, and the bands also directly spoke to this one. Daryl being taken away, I think, was a big deal.
Now this is where the mind games start to come into play. None of the brawlers from last game being played here.
For the losing team at the very least.
Yeah, Havrigrin.
Yeah, I said the other team, if you didn't notice. The blue side.
The Uwu boys.
Yeah, Chad, help us out there. We'll see how the anime squad will do there. But the PSG squad looked pretty confident in their decision-making. However, Havrid, they go all the way up top. They're the ones that are playing aggressive. 13% already done. But check out bottom side. PSG also doing damage. 81% all.
But you're looking at just a Poco on the safe, you're literally not worried about that at all. You just don't care. His damage is too slow. It's not high enough. Having your BB and your Bull crank down, you can see the race is very, very firmly going the way of Red.
But here's the thing. KC goes ahead and wipes him, so now blue team are really the only ones up here. Red might have had the DPS earlier, but the damage to kill the offenders certainly went in the way of PSG.
And here's the charge.
Trouble. Here comes KC going to business. Does he have the sunshine?
Yep. One trap you can see people fall into that Twistic did not fall into is that you can get close and you can panic and you just start quick firing and you dump all your shots into the enemy player instead of that just one you need into the safe. Another move that I like was as soon as she saw her teammates die, you saw Piper rotate down to go on offense because she knew the respawns would be there to help handle the defense. And it was that, actual, increase in uptime of damage that actually helped make the difference in what was a pretty close margin game.
Here's some of the plays that we saw last time, and this was the big deal. I really enjoyed watching Havrigrin look for the offensive play, because a lot of times, specifically in Siege, in Heist, you can just get stuck playing defense and not have that opportunity to kind of jump in front. Here, they took the bull by the horns, wound up losing, but that's the offensive approach that you need to see.
It's the adjustments, right? And yes, it is still blind pick, but you have to almost play that mind game a little bit. And given how well game 1 went, I think it's safe to say there was no adjustments coming out of Red. Everything that they ran was pretty good. That does it for Heist. We're going to be moving on to Siege in Junk Park. And this is where you will see, obviously, very different compositions, very different game mode, but the large theme of most of the Siege maps is some stuff in the middle of the map, and then you kind of build around that. So you grab a couple of tanky guys. Sometimes you see some Barleys. You'll even see what used to be a meta strat of Gene every game to just pull the bot away has largely fallen off. I think due to how much faster the game ends, right? You may not even get a chance to do that. There could be a one-and-done siege if you don't do it right.
That's the thing. We normally would sit here and watch 3, maybe 4 bots every single game. Now we're lucky if we get 2. Well, I like the short games, but to get 2 is a rarity. So the idea of pulling the bot away is a little bit less so, and people are looking for more all-out offense. You can see Barley, BB, and Bull, the triple B coming out from PSG. These guys are looking to be offensive all the time. Drive. Love the Barley when it comes down to this. On the other side, Havergrid, they've got some offensive players switching out their Barley for a Tick.
If there was ever a mode that Tick could be successful in, it's got to be Siege. You know where the objective is going to be before it even spawns in the world. However, you are the squishiest character in the game. Not the ideal guy to be tanking up this bot, but damn it if that Tick isn't going to give it all he had.
Just going for it. Here comes KC to go ahead.
Look at this. Without the bot.
Easy.
They just kit without the robot.
Easy.
Why even wait for the robot? Just dive in there and get it done.
Like I said, pick the aggressive composition. Triple B is just going all the way in, man.
Dude, the damage reduction paying off in a big way in Siege. So much damage. I mean, once those supers come online, if they coordinate, and this is what we're going to start to see, Siege is a much more volatile game mode than it once was with the rework to just the pace of the match overall. I mean, a lot can happen so fast.
Yeah, and this is exactly what happened. You see Yeed come in and just dash through the middle. That opens up the wall for Sky, and that is a lot. I love the way that happened, too.
Yeah.
The middle, the left side is broken, so the right side still provides the bounce for the BB bubble. This is
that matters.
This is a well-practiced team. That was a strategy. It wasn't a mistake that half of the bricks got broken and the other half was bounceable. That was on purpose, and it brings the win.
That type of stuff absolutely matters when you factor in how hard BB Super can actually hit when it makes multiple connections like that. Small adjustments here. A Spike stepping in for God.
Love it. I think Spike, we see Spike all the time on the Brawl Ball. People understand, how Spike can kind of work and slow down areas. Well, not only do you have areas of denial where you want to slow the bot down and slow the Inquisition down, but also where the nuts and bolts are going to go ahead and spawn. You can toss out nonsense there and kind of defend those so you can build your own siege bot a little bit more effectively. Spike does kind of everything you want.
Level 3 siege bot will be the first offense of the game here. A lot of defense coming from outside of the turret range, which I don't necessarily love. And it is going to open up a rather large window of DPS here for Spike, but none of his other teammates did survive that onslaught quick. And maybe they're doing that actually to be respawning as the bot reaches the turret and use those respawn shields to get a little bit of tanking going on.
Exactly. You can kind of get 2 defensive waves because usually, I mean, this goes all the way back. You fight on the flag, right? This goes down and back for years and years. You always want to fight on the objectives most of the time. But if you're able to pull out a little bit here and fight in this middle area and then respawn, you get 2 defensive waves instead of just that 1 defensive wave that you would sitting on your turret. So a nice play there by PSG. They kept the opposition down only about 23% here.
This is trouble. I mean, everyone's a little bit soft.
See, look at that.
Spike has some good opportunity to do some damage. Tick does as well. Not overly potent offenses here, but consistent. 5 bolts in hand, entering the last 30-second siege building phase. This is where if you can really control mid as strongly as Blue has all game long, you're just going to get another siege and likely to win the game off it.
That said, PSG, they have the 5 nuts and bolts. If they're able to keep control and send 1 bot, we saw how quickly this composition was able to go ahead and burn it down. Composition definitely has tools in hand. It will be a level 9 siege bot. It's up to Havergrid to defend.
We're all dead this time, though. I don't know if the offense is going to be able to get here in time. BB is starting to work her way through. Bull's just positioning, waiting for the robot and his teammates to kind of get there. In he goes, trying to do as much damage as possible. It's a high potency off. They win. That's it. It's just the potency of that one offense and the coordinated dive ability that Bull brings, baby.
1% still left there, but just like Milk, we're going to take it home. Yeed, AK, and Skyriz go ahead and grab that game number 1. And again, I mean, match number 2. That was just the composition.
Yeah.
It was all offensive. Sure, you got 1 goal. All right.
Yeah.
You got the second. But watch me jump over your team and 360 windmill dunk.
I was wondering if they didn't get that third robot, would they just
go for it?
Go anyway? I mean, you might as well.
Choo-choo.
You definitely lose if you don't. And I mean, like we said, the first offense of the first game, they literally didn't even need the robot. The robot was just tanking the enemy team while they went to town on the turret. And that is a great way to highlight just what has changed about Siege. That is just never possible before. The turret has too much health. The dives would not be effective. With the new style of Siege, all of that is on the table, fair game.
And I invite the volatility.
Yeah. Frankly, I kind of do too. A lot of people were resistant to it at first, but I think that's just humans and change and how we deal with it in general. But I think overall, Siege has become a much more interesting mode given that you can actually turn things around with a coordinated dive with the right brawlers.
Exactly. I think, the changes before, we used to see 2 Siege bots, and you're like, all right, we got to go through the end of the match, but I mean, we already know what's going on here, right? So some nice changes here kind of make things nice and balanced. Siege goes the way of PSG, just like the first one. Moving into our third set, we go ahead and we're going to look towards Snake Prairie. This map's a lot of fun. We've obviously watched players kind of run around in circles and do their thing. This is going to be an interesting one, watching PSG and Havergan kind of go up to the case. We get to see some of the characters that we don't always get a chance to see.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see some Shelly, some of the big boy killers, because that's who's lurking in the grass.
I wanted to talk about Tara for this map as well, because back in the old days when we were doing the North American Open, she was seen only on this map and at no other point in the tournament, on no other maps really in the tournament. But now we're actually starting to see her a little bit more because of her new star power and the ability to just get value for your gravity well, even if you miss, and if you hit it, it's even better in that scenario. But Tara actually has been a little bit absent on this map today, so I want to keep an eye out for her and see if these teams elect to run it.
I said during the NA Open, months and months ago, that it was interesting. I think we'd see more Tara if Jean was brought down a peg because of the utility characters and they set up for everybody else. Jean was brought down a peg, and we see more Tara. It's really just about playing the role more so than the character. Havergan going to spread out an oddball strategy for this. They will get beat up for it. PSG land the shots. Nice job there from the Piper.
Tara was so good because of the clumping, and I mean, just looking at the start of this game, there really isn't a lot of it. I mean, they were pretty decently spread out at the start. Those Tara tarot cards pierce through any of the targets that they hit and can really get some high value if people are clumped up. Shelly is going to sneak her way through, find the Bo, but Bo sees you first in the bushes.
Got the bigger range of sight, and so he's able to go ahead and make those shots. Red team falling back. 6-2 for Havergan. Another kill from Cursed. The answer back. It's 8-all. Wonderful play there by Bo from a distance.
Great grab. The out-of-combat region actually ticks Twick up high enough to survive that Bo mine. There's one small blade of grass connecting these two halves of the map, so you can still see people sneaking across. One quick shot.
Interesting.
Would snuff it out, but God is not going to see this one coming.
A map entirely made of grass, and Piper not using her grass pass. The return ammo is just so strong.
Yeah, it really is, and I think it helps cover up some of the weaknesses that the character has if people get in your face.
Absolutely.
If you leverage the ammo fully, like if you're hitting all of your shots, you're quickly going to get, I think, a little bit more value. And we do know, you can look at the map right now. You're right, a lot of it is grass, but it starts to get mowed pretty quickly.
Who's going to make the move? Tied up here at 8. 13 seconds to go. This is when one team has to jump in there.
They're probably just going to tie this one out, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I don't know why you'd be the bigger guy to just int in.
Tied at 8. We'll do it again.
Yes, sir. Snake Prairie. Bounty can go this way a lot. You'll see Bounty more than any other game mode. Kind of nothing can happen because when one thing happens, it really, the ball's in your court, right? You don't have to do anything at that point. Your opponents have to be the predictable ones, which is inherently the weaker position to be in.
Here we have some of how the game started. We see the step up. God goes ahead and picks it, then gets picked off. But then after the fact, we had a whole bunch of kills going the way of blue team. And this was a big play for red. This is where they were able to go ahead and recoup some of their losses and actually tie up the game. And that's what kept us at a draw pretty much from that single play by itself.
Yeah, especially once the map gets, like we said, mowed down to the point where nobody's sneaking across half court anymore. It's kind of tough to pull anything off. Nobody wanted to take that risk. Understandably so, because this is getting towards money rounds. Like
Sure.
you don't want to leave that on the table if you don't have to. Same compositions, same map, same teams. We go again.
First star targeted by God last time, and Havergan were able to take that one to the bank. This time, Casey playing it safe. Havergan know the players are on the right side. They know all of them are there. The knowledge is not power. The first blood, so to speak, goes down to PSG, and they're not dead. Kirsten is here. He'll get chased away by Yeed.
Super spent entirely to prevent the enemy Shelly from flanking, but does not quite hit the mark. As God still has a nice, pretty chunky path. Trading late like that is fine because you're going to keep that lead that you built. Once you get the kill, you're worth an additional star. So if you're, running it down to try and get a kill, you got to keep in mind that you're going to be worth one more on the way out than you were on the way in.
Certainly a way to get yourself noticed is to have a whole bunch of gems above your head, a bunch of stars and bounty. Right now, everybody's got 2. 5-4 read the kills. PSG in the lead. Scratch that. Number 7 there. As Kirsten grabs 7. 3 are stats back. It's the lead in PSG's favor.
Respawn Shield going to keep the lead here for Red. PSG leading 2-0 in the overall match, but it's 0-0 here in this particular set of Bounty Games. Bow Mines starting to go off. Both those players running the Mecha Bowskin. Band-Aid's going to heal Twistic. Ooh, he doesn't quite have the range and is actually punished. Giving the lead back over to Blue unless he can grab this kill. One more shot would do it on a Curse. Trying to keep him low.
Oh!
Can't find it.
Here comes Shelly, though. 9-8. 15 seconds to go. Yeed has to run away. 14 in the lead. Havergren take away and look for a large chunk.
Nice try.
16. That's way out of reach, as the Get Up Kids would say. And Get Up Kids, because it's the first win for Havergren here.
Ooh.
Even get a little spicy towards the end. But that's the first, just game win. They didn't win anything earlier on. So on the board, there's Hav.
Yeah, pretty close stuff there. Can go either way. Just, a matter of pixels being the difference of life or death for that Shelly Bow 1v1 that really sort of settled the score for me. That's when the teams really diverted away from each other. First grabbing a couple good ones here. Red maintained the lead for the majority of the match, but kind of lost it here in this final push.
This map is always interesting to watch because we have all of the information. We have what's called caster bias, where we have the observer, the observer, The enemy team can only see themselves, so that's pretty tough.
Little switch up here, foregoing the Shelly in favor of the young Brockman himself. Do a lot of damage, but has to take some punishment in return. Red in the lead by 1 star. Not too much to write home about at this moment.
God here walking into the wrong neighborhood. And Tick not able to finish it off.
Nice job.
The old shots from Bo. Bo Super, Tick Basic,
Yes, sir. Rock Super is going to mow down the left half of this map for the time being, shutting down Shelly's flank routes, but he's going to lose his life. A 3-star swing ties up the game.
Hyper with the long-range shots. Twist, able to hit one as well. Not nearly as hard. Trade out here from Bo to Skyrix is not successful. There comes the shots, but it's the other side. God wins the 1v1 on the left, and Hav has the lead one more time, 10-5.
Band-Aid's going to bail Shelly out as well. Snake Prairie might just be Havergren's thing. They are dominating this one. One more kill ties it up, though, just like that. Casey is worth 4 stars right now.
Big plays.
A big bounty on his head. Pulls 3 back, but is now worth 5. Could potentially swing the game. Not to tie it up. Red would be winning if they can bring down this Piper.
Half a minute or just south of it. KC grabs another one, 3 stars. That puts the team at 16.
Man, that might just do it. 4 stars again. Have to get the kill onto KC here. He's the only one that matters. Nobody else is worth enough. 2-for-0 trade would have tied it up. But you already know that wasn't about to happen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 goes Snake Prairie. And the first set will actually go Havergren's way, so they're actually able to stay alive in this match. Continue to fight back against PSG.
That's kind of nuts. I mean, that's a situation where we see the enemy team they haven't won a single game yet. I mean, game number 1 swept. Game number 2 swept.
Not even really close
game number 3, they did the sweeping. Yeah, not even close with the other ones. I mean, were they asleep and now they're awake? I don't care. I'm just ready to see some exciting Brawl Stars now.
I like Snake Prairie, but it is a little bit... I've seen this theme on the day, right? One team is losing and... for whatever reason, maybe to say it's a little bit more volatile, it's a little bit more RNG. These trades happen very fast. Who's running into who first? Who gets that glimpse? Whose bow is in the right spot at the right time?
It's a big deal.
It is a little random.
I watch everybody go clockwise. Maybe somebody's got to run the other way.
True.
Maybe it's just that simple.
We had a game. Was that me and Dave? I think it was me and Dave. Maybe it would have been me and you. It's like literally like a minute and 45 seconds.
Yeah.
They just merry-go-rounded around the map.
It was you and the Dulcinator.
That's what it's. You watch that game, and you're like, okay, I see the randomness you're talking about a little bit. Yeah, you're kind of like just running around without any information. Like, hope this goes well.
But on the other side, what I do like about it, as we get ready for gem grab and still talk about the last one, I do like how you can build a composition around it. Right, just big tankies or ones that kill big tankies. Here for gem grab, you want at least one of those big tankies. Instead, it's going to be PSG going for the tank killer. Hurst on the big tank.
He's in a good position at the moment here, but flirting with Shelly is a dangerous game. God gets the first super, and that Poco heal will not only be good for a heal onto his Primo, but a kill onto the enemy Shelly as well. 2-2 in the gem department. Barley in trouble, dumps as much damage into the enemy Primo as possible. Both these teams they're do-si-do, and they are on each other's sides of the map. They are all over the place.
Gem control was given to blue team for a moment. Kind of snatched back. Yeed needs to survive this fight, and he will. Left side, though, Curse jumps over. AK gets a kill, and then Curse dies as Yeed turns around. Beautiful play, puts his team 5 gems up. Gems in the back line, AK uninterested. PSG looking strong here.
Yeah, you see teams do this when they don't need to pick these gems up. Now that they can start the countdown, they will go do so. Why bring them back into enemy territory when you don't need to?
Easily played there. 10 seconds to go on the countdown. KC on the left, Cursed on the right. Doesn't have the super just yet, but Yeed will go down. That puts the gems on the ground. Everyone down for the count. No one's got the gems. Everyone picks them up. Red team countdown reset.
That's tough. I mean, it's at this point, almost like how in Heist, once you get far behind, it's tough. Once the 10 gems get so deep onto PSG's side of the map, it is very difficult to bring this one back. They may have just done it. I mean, the Primo super, the movement speed is good. Ideally, he gets the kill, gets the gems, and supers away. That was one easy way to solve that equation. But can Lightning strike twice? I don't know.
Getting some big damage with that curveball. 4?
50-50, they guessed wrong. They went to the wrong bush.
And
he's twisting around, dude. Come on, bro.
Spins, baby.
Oh, man. That's funny.
You love it. You love it. You love it. You love it.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. You hide in one bush. You get spinned on.
Maybe to you.
You get 50-50'd wrong. Maybe to me. Not when I'm playing. I got to say, I finally got my big brawler game as my screeching solo Poco, and I just lawnmowered kids. 3-minute, 5-second survival time, my best ever. I thought it was the world record. I was real high on myself at that moment. It's like an 8-minute world record. I'm like, who are you?
See, I'm out there rocking like Mr. Yeed. Just fantastic play out of the Poco. Big damage as well as the healing, obviously. The healing comes through in the clutch moments, but people I think used to underestimate the Poco damage.
Oh, yeah.
And now, no longer the case. He comes out with the power chords and you just can't
You literally
deal.
Can't ignore it.
You can't deal.
It's such a... I love to see the character. I mean, he's pretty iconic for the game. He's on a lot of their graphics and movies and stuff like that. I like the guy just for the sheer cheekiness of him. I think all the cheeky characters are my favorite. Spike, Primo, and Poco. A lot of fun to watch and so much fun now that the star powers have kind of made so many more people viable in a lot of different ways.
That's really what we're looking at. And it's that next level that really impresses me here, because the additional star powers, Nick, what you're able to do is before you were like, this character does this, and he's got one role. Now you've got two different jobs. I think Carl is the best example of that, where you can play DPS by speeding up your pickaxe, or you can play more of that front line by getting the additional, 40% damage reduction when you're in your super. So you can be that tank in Brawl Ball, or you can sit back and be that zoning DPS in some of the other game modes. Gem grab here. I think that's why we get a chance to see some of these other characters like the Spike, like the Nita in the gem grab.
Nita, pretty rare sight here. Her star powers, I think largely her bear has the problem of just being too easily kiteable. So I don't know if her new star power necessarily makes up for shortcomings that she once had.
These 1v1s are great for Nita. When the opponent doesn't have a Poco, great heal by Yeet over there.
And Band-Aid. I mean, Twistic he's working with effectively almost 10,000 health, even though his health bar only goes up to 5K.
Ooh.
That's the best part about Screeching Solo right there. It goes over walls.
Through the wall.
It is impossible to miss.
Yeah, man. That's me and my neighbors in my apartment when I play my music too loud. The super is just too much. It goes right through the walls. PSG 5. 2 gems north of their opponent. Now getting aggressive. KC a hair of HP, but no gems to speak of. God, on the other hand, half HP and has 3. Curson answers back, drops down 1, but still no gems to speak of.
Obliterated by the Screeching Solo. Doesn't quite have the range there. Spike does get taken down in the crossfire. Almost collateral damage, if you will. Twistic, one more shot. Not quite enough. 168 HP, but God is playing with fire here. Has his Screeching Solo available. Going to sit on it for a little while and maybe go for a coordinated dive on the Yeet.
KC left side, super available. Tossing that out, and spread damage is really big. Super goes right in the awkward spot, to be honest with you. That'll get some of the players out of the grass if they were there, but big if.
9-6, man. This one it was looking kind of over. Big dive on a Yeet is going to leave those 9 gems safely in the backline. This is actually interesting because now they can just ignore these, literally all go out together finally without any risk and get that 1 gem that they need.
But at the same time, Havergren have 8 gems in total. Yeet is the target because if he goes back here, the countdown's going to start. 10 for the red team.
There it is. Nita's going to be respawning. The sustain from the Mystic ally from Terra has actually been really, really impactful. 18 held by red at the moment. I don't see a way to bring this one back. The death in the backline actually ends up being very, very fortunate.
Works out. Easy peasy. That was PSG's kind of best scenario. Like, hey, can you do me a favor? Kill me in my base?
Yeah, it's tough because you kind of gotta. I mean, what are you gonna not? You just gonna let him go again?
If you don't have the other teammate, I mean, maybe, honestly.
Yeah, sometimes I mean, I've come close to winning some gem grab games just because the gems really get onto the wrong character on my enemy team, and then they're just out of the game for the majority of it. They just they can't risk running 7+ gems back out in the midfield.
Oh, your Daryl has 8 gems? Cool. He can't play the game.
Exactly.
That's totally fine. Poco, on the other hand, willing and ready to stay in the back line. Fantastic job, both with how he was able to kind of just shoot the opponents and then make his maneuvering over there to go ahead and grab the gems. So clean stuff from those guys so far. Let's take a look at the bracket and see the big picture as far as this tournament is concerned. We just got a chance to see one team take the victory. PSG will go ahead and move on against Havergren. We're going to look across the way and see where these other players. Nova will be up against next, and they are going up against Existence.
A couple more quarterfinals to clean up before we get into the semifinals. Got some more quarterfinalists that need to qualify themselves still. So left side of the bracket, got to hurry up if you want to keep pace. Some of these other guys are going to get here to that next round and get pretty comfortable. Nova, pretty quick work, I think, of their last round matchup. They're looking at, obviously, a big name in mobile esports, big opportunity here to start to cash in on Europe. We don't have our front runners just yet in North America. Of course, we're going to have a lot of familiar faces. We did 8 weeks of open tournaments over there, so we kind of know who we're expecting to come out on top.
Yeah, I think we're familiar with a couple of the team names here, like Redbird's obviously a new name, but we understand some of the players, and then we see some of the, Leon, and we see what goes on in the Pro League, but this is a different sort of platform, different sort of tournament, and the first time the EU boys are getting a chance chance to go through the gauntlet that is the open bracket. So fun to take a look at. Nova Esports banning out Shelly and Existence going to say no to the Terra Curl, and very eager to see where these wind up.
Penny to me feels a little bit like a throwaway, like a way to pass a ban. You know what I mean? Like she's not really being picked very much today. She wasn't picked very much, you know, when we used to do the North American Opens either. None of her star powers have exactly, you know, overhauled my thoughts on Penny. Somewhat of a similar style here. Nobody going for the full beef squad. Nobody going quite for the full sharpshooter squad like we saw last time around. Bit of a mix of both. One team taking Bull, the other with Daryl.
I like the Daryl choice. I think Cerulean plays his up-close and personal kind of style really well. He has this idea, he has this kind of play style where he just snaps into the super, and it's really unpredictable, and that unpredictability, I think, allows him to kind of do what he does. Looking at the choice across the way, why Daryl over Bull, I think it's because of his ability to do that. One shot away from getting rid of the Jesse in the back line, but no deaths on the other side.
Yeah, Bull just spends his charge to open up some of the map for his boys. Cerulean spends one ammo, and if I know anything about Daryl, that super's about ready to be charged again anyway. Gets in there, but gets out of there before trouble is too much. Trading turrets as well.
But the amount of space created was enough for Brock to come up and just unload the super out onto the target. Easy. 59% left for Nova Esports to kind of go for. Tom landing these long-range abilities. Cerulean getting up close and personal with the Daryl roll. Will fall down, but 39% and ticking for Nova.
You know, making the Tom jokes with you sitting here is a bit of a low-hanging fruit for me, so I'm just going to let that one. I'm going to spare you that expense this set.
It's rough. I was just like watching the show, and you're like, Tom.
It's so distracting, I bet.
It really is. It really is. Tom, though, cannot kind of control it. His team's going out of control, 1%. That'd be that. And Nova takes it easy.
That'll do it. I mean, Coltot's never able to really quite get in there and make some big connections and get any real uptime with Bull, whereas Cerulean with the movement, the one thing that Daryl holds over Bull are very similar characters outside of the fact that Daryl charges his super passively. So even if neither of those characters are ever able to get any poke for the first half of the game, which is kind of likely because it can get a little awkward with these long lines of sights for these shotgunners, Daryl will eventually just get his, and he will be able to roll in and start to do what you picked him for.
Only real character that gets that passive.
The only one, yeah.
BB gets the the little extra bonus as you wait there, but nothing like that. Daryl again is very similar to Bull, but I like the fact that he gets that shield that he can kind of just. Daryl is going to dive your team. Bull is hoping you're not there, so he can just barrel stuff to save. Daryl doesn't care if you're home. He's coming right in the front door, and he hopes it. That's his goal.
Definitely. We don't really see Daryl's new star power get grabbed up either. It's kind of interesting, but with a shotgun, the likelihood that you burn all of your ammo before supering into the fight to get close range with your shotgun is pretty slim. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a world where you soften targets up with the tips of your range and then go in, but I don't think in these team scenarios that is going to be very likely. I think that's a solo queue talent.
Exactly. It's, find some fun in some of the other game modes, but when it comes down to working around the team, your job as a Daryl is to go to the back line and just do work, especially on these siege missions, on these heist games, even sometimes on the siege. You'll see, especially with new siege, kind of last-ditch effort, Daryl roll in and take care of business that way.
Definitely. I mean, there's so much opportunity to just have that dive pay off in modes like Siege. Here on Heist, things have been pretty volatile today. Still a lot of Bull. I would say Heist, frankly, the meta has probably changed the least of all of the game modes in my mind. You still see a lot of those Bulls. You're still seeing a decent amount of Barley on a couple of maps, but every other mode has seen a lot of variation.
Just kill the target. As simple as a game mode as possible. Even more simple than Bounty. Bounty kind of comes like kill the enemy, but then you're going to be safe about this, that, or that. Literally, kill the other person's thing. That is the whole goal that we have here at Heist. Cerulean occupying the left side. That's why we see the two players here anticipating the Daryl roll. Let us in trouble as Spen starts to shoot out the Brock super. Not as great as a moment. But here comes Cerulean on the left-hand side.
There it is. Doesn't quite have a super recharge there. One quick fire from Brock will do him in. 3 members strong. Existence starting to push across the moat. finding some good damage out onto the save, scoring about 25% before backing off.
Yeah, here's the change here from Coletas onto the Daryl, taking the opposition's choice. Tom will go ahead and take him out before he even looks at the safe. Nova Esports trailing right now. They haven't had their opportunity, but Cerulean looking to change that. Daryl roll right on top, brings it down to 81%, gets targeted out by the enemy Daryl. But hey, what up? There's a turret just going crazy.
Yeah.
Jesse's been killing it.
Yeah, decent amount of uptime here. Bouncing her shots off of the turret to heal it and honestly get the cleave all the way down to the safe as well. Cerulean goes in again. Doesn't get a ton done, but I'm sure he holds these two players back and almost recharges another super anyway.
You know, that it seems like such a crazy kind of dumb strategy. Just go in, down roll. I got 2 shots and I die. If you keep doing it, look what happens. The enemy is at 19%. So is it the most technically advanced strategy? Do you need to pull out the whiteboard for this? Probably
No, definitely not.
But it is effective. It is absolutely getting the job done.
Yep. The number one thing we've talked about with Heist is just keeping the focus, keeping the attention and the weight of the game on your opponent's safe and away from your side of the map. And if that has to be just, you know, go in off cooldown, then so be it.
The only reason Cerulean's playing back right here is because he was trying to charge up that star power. Now he's going to go for it forward, but trouble as Existence has found the offense. Coletas could get it done, and he will. Oh my goodness, the turnaround.
Well, it's going to take game 3 to decide this one. It's just one little moment there where we've rarely seen a turnaround in Heist like that. So I guess that speaks to the resilience of Existence to keep their head on straight and realize they've got probably 1 or 2 good opportunities to turn this one around. They find a good fight, and they do just that.
Fabuloso here for the team from the Iberian Peninsula. Really impressive stuff as they go ahead and just find this win. And a lot of it, I think, was on Coletas. The whole time he's on the left or the right side. Check out all of these replays. He's always kind of lurking, looking for this flank, doing the same exact thing that we're seeing out of the enemy Daryl, just this time a little bit more effective. So nice moves, and we'll get into the tiebreaker here as we jump into game number 3.
Same compositions, everyone pretty happy with what they've selected. Not a lot of Jessie today. In fact, I think this might be the only map that I've seen her on today. And this is somewhat of a relic of the past. Not much has changed for this map in particular. We talk about what brawlers are popular on certain modes, but even within those modes, it really is up to the map to decide who's getting played where. One more shot will take down Cerulean. It's an early offensive lead here for Existence.
Tom gets kind of sandwiched there. Nice play. Cerulean over the wall looking for Jessie, and that's a big part why I think I like the Jessie against some of the rushdown characters. Cerulean will get some heal and be able to deal the damage up close. It's going to be a base race here, folks. Cerulean up top. We see the respawn coming out from the red team. On the other side, no respawn from the blue team. Nova Esports' save is getting destructed. Coletas taking their time. Cerulean finally taken down.
Oof.
14% left.
Man, that last roll-in really started to kind of seize the lead back for Existence. They're very conscious of how much health they've got left. So they have to be very wary of any offensive pressure. Jessie here has bought so much time for her teammates to come back in. That might have just done it.
Yep.
By just not doing anything and staying alive, I think Madrid does what he needs to do to close out the game.
Yeah, nice and easy peasy. A nice turnaround as Nova came in here in game number 1, like, boom, this is us, watch out. And then Existence went to Lo siento, and then just took it from there. Really clean. I was impressed because I wasn't expecting that level of bite back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've seen a lot of 2-0s so far in this tournament, but as we head down to the round of 8, you're going to see a lot more close games. These are the guys fighting for the money.
So, you know, you were bringing up the Jessie here, and obviously any turret character that can drop the turret and have it deal damage to the safe is going to be nice. But I really like how Jessie worked against some of these rushdown characters. Obviously, speaking about Daryl, Bull comes to mind, right? Daryl comes and jumps on you, and he hits the bop. You can drop your turret, and now that's going to absorb some of the shots that these shotgun characters are going to go for. So that kind of helps you deal with the rushdown characters a little bit better. You know that Daryl is going to come, or Bull is going to come in this map, so you counteract it with the Jessie. Nice tech.
Done with Heist, on to Siege now for our quarterfinal match. Still have a couple of games left to play on either side of the bracket, so we're going to head to Junk Park for these two teams. And in this match last time, we saw Bull BB as well as Barley be kind of the effective choice. Not a ton of offenses, but even when they only had one opportunity to get it done, they pretty much one-phased the turret every single time. We'll have to see styles changing. There's a lot going on in the Brawl Stars meta right now. One thing I'm looking forward to seeing is just, what does North America look like? Is it the same as Europe? We do a lot of kind of international stuff here, and seeing the differences from region to region is always interesting to look at, especially when you're looking at a world championship in Korea, when you have so many teams from all around the world. Those styles colliding and seeing who comes out on top is a lot of fun.
I mean, if you're a top team, it's not good enough to just look at your own game. You obviously have to look at the game of the players that you're playing against. And if you're confident that you're going to be one of those qualified, you got to look at the players that you're going to be possibly playing against. I know I saw some of the NA players sitting in chat watching the European teams. And, of course, at the end of this European broadcast, we're going to go right into the North American stuff. And I hope that you guys kind of stick around and see what kind of competition we have going on this side of the world. Because, like we said, the NA Open was a lot of fun, and I just expect it to be even higher after we've had that. After that came, we saw DreamHack, we see the PBL, and there's a whole bunch of things going on. There's a lot of play out here, and we're finally getting a chance to kind of bring the world together. That world in Korea is going to be insane.
Yeah, for sure. As we head into our first game of Siege, slight differences in the composition. Gene versus Barley in this first round of 8 Siege game. BB and Bull will be mirrored on either side. Opening swing goes to Tommy. He actually misses one.
Ooh.
Gets the first super.
Oh!
Fortunate bounce back on a Barley as well.
2 different methodologies.
Oh, wow.
If I look at the big picture here and zoom out, the Barley is really aggro, saying, all right, as soon as I get up to the plate, I'm going to be able to Barley super and win the game. And Gene is pretty defensive, saying, all right, if you guys get too aggressive, I can kind of pull this into my own world and kind of set up a play like that. And that's offense by way of defense, if you will, and the blue team pushing up.
Tanking inside of the turret radius as well, but now everyone is sort of here. But not having that Barley, you don't really have a lot of that long-range damage, so this could be somewhat of a war of attrition. If Nova can just win the mid-phase every single time, then Existence never gets to go on the offense. Doesn't matter if they only do 1%, that's going to be enough.
And that's kind of the idea here, I think, with Nova Esports' plan, is just they have better tools to catch Existence from pushing up forward, right? The problem is, Existence only need one push.
Very, very true. We'll have to see if they even get it. Another level 6 bot is going out. And even before the bolt phase, the last bolt phase begins, it's already tied up again. 3 bolts is all Existence have been able to get all game long.
Big play there by Bull, charging out in the middle to break over these boxes. It's going to give a straight shot to the Siege bot. So the next time around, it won't have to make that awkward kind of curve around. It can just go right to them all as the crow flies. 63% for Nova Esports.
Oh, Cerulean tried to grab that bolt and charge out. The right idea, but the execution was, as most executions are with Cerulean, just a hair off, if anything. This guy's movement has been great so far the tournament. He's been my player to watch so far today.
Yeah.
But overall, it looks like the last Siege is going to be a close call. It's again another level 8. The war of attrition successful here for Nova EU.
All right, well, Existence on the back end, but still kind of feeling confident. Tom takes out Coletas, and here's 10 seconds left to go. Nova Esports pushing up 21-8-5-0. Easy for Nova.
And, you know, it might not be quite as exciting to watch as a composition designed to one phase, but the tournament's the tournament. It got the job done here.
Show me the fundies, baby.
This is where, you know, that blind pick on the same map comes into effect. Do the mind games start to come in? Does anyone switch up their composition? Sure. Do we try to outplay you by thinking what you thought we thought wasn't what we thought?
No, I think both of these teams, honestly, I just want to see the salty run back. Like I said, there are 2 different methodologies, and you can win both ways. You can win by the slow and steady kind of chip away the fundamentals, as I said. Nova Esports just bringing the fundies. Big old magic hand, grab them, go ahead, collapse and kill, follow up, and then you see the other side, just the powder keg of emotion. If we get one shot, it's it. One shot, it's it.
Exactly.
You let Barley in. Barley ain't walking out empty-handed. So look at that one. 2 different methodologies. Salty run back. Just do it again.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Siege is going to be decided in this best 3 style like all the other game modes. So it's win or go home for Existence in this set. And they will make just a small adjustment. 2/3 of the salty run back.
Existence saying, All right, your strat's better than ours. The all-in commit not going to be on the table here. The menu has shifted, and Gene will be played here by utility player for existence. So already a nice little pull there into a kill for Madrid, but Cerulean answers back. Still, three siege bot here on the side of Nova.
Almost every super ready to go as well for Nova EU.
Oh, missed hand.
What can they do? Missed hand. The bubble will connect and come back straight on the trajectory that it left at. Full tanking for the robot, so the robot will make it relatively healthy to the turret.
Big push, though. Last time around, only 11% was done. The first push left us at 89%. Nick, this time, 40%.
Much bigger difference this time around. The third and final siege was about 60%, but I reserve the right to say that that was only because Existence had already given up at that point, because they didn't have another chance to go. You kind of saw Bull like idling around. 5 seconds will probably, yeah, that's going to be actually the first siege finally for Existence. They will tie this one up in the bolt phase going into the next one with a 6-bolt lead. So unless this one ends the game, things are looking rough for Existence.
They do not have the same composition that they had the last time. The all-in comp might have been able to win this on one push, but their composition combined with the fact that their respawns were kind of staggered in the wrong way. Only one player was able to walk up with it. 3%'s gotta hurt. Letos pulled into the terrible spot. A nice little cute kill there.
Double swing from Tom. More bolts being banked. 15 seconds to go with a 7-bolt lead already. This one should be wrapped up for Nova EU. And this is, Siege was made faster, right? And we're already seeing a game here that's kind of over before it's over. Back when the game was, 5 or 6 minutes long, like, you would see this a lot more often. So again, I think a lot of the changes to Siege overall have been good for the mode.
Without a doubt. I think it's more fun when these matches go a little bit quickly, or at least when I'm playing at the very least. This one, though, will end very quickly. And Nova Esports grabs their second victory here for Heist. Siege. Nice job there.
Yeah.
2 maps down now, and we're split at the middle. So we're guaranteed at least a 4th match. Very exciting. Because these splits, as we get later and later into the tournament, you see more and more of them. And that's really what we sign up for. Stomps are fun. Stomps are most fun when I'm playing. But when you're getting the chance to watch everybody, I want to see the back and forth, man.
You want to see a little bit happen.
Hell yeah.
Between these teams. Much better offenses the second time around. Frankly, I don't really know why that was. I mean, I think part of it had to do with Gene had an open angle there, kind of right up the gut to be able to get some type of damage out. It's nowhere near competitive with what young Barley would have been able to serve up. Bounty will be not the decider, but game 2, as we are tied up 1 apiece here. Gem grab will be necessary this time around, and then backyard bowl, brawl ball, only if this one's continuously tied up.
We shall see. We just might get that opportunity. Snake Prairie, the place where the bows come out. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Shelly also shows up. A lot of strategy. You just clump up as a death ball, and Shelly can kind of get rid of everybody that way with a big old shell shock. So you like to see that move. Are there any kind of oddball selections? I know I've got one. That's why I'm asking the question. Are there any oddball selections that you particularly like?
The oddball selections of today are kind of the old meta selections of the past for me. I don't know what you were thinking.
Give me a Frank. I love Frank on this map. He smacks the hell out. All of the grass goes away. He has these giant cones.
Yeah.
And that's what you're looking for out of like Shelly and Poco, because it gives you the vision. It's oddball, and there are ways to counter it. But if you show up with a Frank, man, the cone is so big and he's so tanky that even if you do catch him in the weeds, who cares?
Yeah, people are clumped up, definitely susceptible. Either of his star powers are kind of fun and interesting in their own way, whether you want to go more for the all-in style of just having a ton more damage after getting a kill, or if you want to just literally have 1,000 more health, as you are already the tankiest brawler in the business, can be made more so by Sponge.
Most of the time, I think the DPS is probably the way to go.
It is a very good buff.
But I think Sponge is excellent here specifically because you're kind of just the I almost want to say your Frank leads here, and then you have your other 2 brawlers right behind, and Frank just goes ahead
Flying B, baby.
Find people. Go find people. And then, somebody punches Frank and he catches their fist.
Yeah,
and then everybody else jumps on the target, right?
It is hard to do that much damage, even like a full swing. You got to look at a super plus 3 attacks from Shelly just to get through Frank. Could be an interesting possible selection. You'll get the next best thing in Rosa. This is more of a somewhat of an older style composition with the Jean, the Tara, and the bow. This is what you would have expected to see in that North American Open we keep referencing, a couple months ago.
Span with some nice shots from a distance. Cerulean is sort of the idea here, but maybe just up a tier as far as Brawler is concerned, where Rosa's going to be too difficult to kind of just one-shot or jump on, and if she finds you, she can kind of hold her own until the rest of your teammates kind of jump on the target as well. So I think it's the same mentality that I was getting at with Frank with respects to Rosa. The big difference with Frank is that he can actually clear a lot of this hidden bush area if you want to avoid that.
Spency finds a nice blind fire here. 3-0 lead as Nova look to mow the grass so they can kind of have a better idea of where Existence are coming from. And Tom is that 3-star target. Again, Piper super popped just so all of the information is Nova's. They know exactly where these players are approaching from, and because they know where they're approaching from, they can just crack home some of these snipes and put themselves in an even better spot. Should somebody attempt to flank the right side, Cerulean has it covered.
This is real clean play by Nova. I mean, this is what you expect out of teams that have been around like this.
Yeah.
Just unmatchable.
And that freebie, Cerulean cashes in on that once. Probably won't be able to do that again this game, I would imagine. Coletta's just trapped, though. Nice bow mines from Tom. They know exactly where this bow is. He's going to try to weave his way out of here, but Cerulean's on his case.
Coletta's 98 HP after that brawl. Will get a kill. He falls down after the fact. It's a nice shot, 12-3. This one undoubtedly going the way of Nova Esports. 5 seconds left. It ain't over till it's over. But Spencer just continuing to put things in his corner. 14 stars versus the enemy 3.
Wow, that's a 903 trophy bow.
Oh yeah,
bow is tough, man. You got to get that little that thing down where right when you let go of your attacks, you move left, so they kind of like go in a straighter line. You really got to nail down that little mechanic, or you're gonna have a bad time. So a 900 trophy bow is certainly one to watch and study, because he's got this one wrapped up like a nice little bow. And I like, actually, he threw out some mines at some point in this game. Yeah, it's kind of slightly before this replay to keep the enemy bow trapped in that corner.
Tom, one of the perennial players out of Europe, and watching the Bo play, like you said, Bo's one of the characters where, like, I always watch the top echelon of players, and Bo's one of the characters in Brawl Stars where you can actually make that play. You mentioned the move left or right to change kind of your shot pattern. That's the stuff that's fun to watch. Where you can watch a player, and I admittedly, guess what? I'm not a pro end player. That's why I'm not in this tournament. I'd be going to South Korea, right? But I don't have that. And you can watch these players at home and go, damn, he's doing something that I can't do, and that's crazy. You can follow up with a lot of it, but sometimes the player's just a little bit out of your reach, and that's fun.
Yep. Aspirational content. That's more or less what we're doing here, is giving you guys an eye into the top end of this game. It's been a lot of fun to see a lot of different brawlers come out today. Bo really is powerful on this map, and has been for some time, and just knowing what the star power does and looking at the map layout, you would kind of assume that. But I think, small little numbers adjustments has really kind of nudged Bo into the limelight a little bit more. And sometimes those little numbers adjustments can, influence a couple of, better players to start investing time into getting better at this character at face value as well. And it all starts to pay off down the line. Also, for what it's worth, your team can't have the same character on it. You can't have the same brawler on your team. And Bo and Piper, Bo kind of discount Piper in a certain way. Long-range shots, able to find them. Bo, of course, coming with some of the terrain destruction that Piper has as well. Yeah, he really kind of is budget Piper.
And, that's kind of what you're looking for. You want these long-range sharpshooters, as you love to say. And it works out perfectly here if you have the skill. I like the death ball comps. But we're seeing what Nova Esports are able to do. Take 2 long-range shooters and a bouncer. Y'all come too close, we'll Rosa you up. Y'all stay too far, it's all right. We'll shoot you with Bo or Piper. Ain't no thing.
And what Nova do really well is once they get this even 1-star lead, because that's all you need to win the game, they start to mow the lawn and realize
They have all the information. They have the advantage. This is what you do when you get the advantage in Bounty, but now they've just given it back. That's a 3-star kill. Existence in the lead by 2.
Big plays there. See some shots going on the right side. Like you said, they've mowed the lawn, but Nova has left a hair on both left and right. So Cerulean pushing up. The enemy doesn't know they're that close. Tom going to walk out in the open. So will Spend. Enemy getting pushed in on the left side.
Oh, they're playing with fire here for sure. Madrid down to about 400 HP. But the lead maintained for Red. 27 seconds on the clock. Super ready to go for Piper. Good positioning here for Cerulean and Spend. Tom can make it out alive here. He has softened up Rosa. A potential for Cerulean to get in here and make a big play, but the bow mines are going to be a great way to counter-aggress.
8-4 right now. Existence take control of the game. 7 seconds left. Nova Esports have to get aggressive, and that's what they'll do. Piper's still alive, but it's going to be a change. 10 as Tom falls down. Existence takes game number 2. And one more time, Nick, we're headed to a rubber match.
Well, that's the way it can go sometimes, and it's the way, game 2 would have gone the same way as game number 1, but you saw somewhat of a risky play payoff before that lawn could be fully mowed, or at least, Nova could start to abuse it. They kind of made the play happen, right? Existence is like, well, we're here, and we either get these kills now, or we're going to back off, and we're going to find ourselves in that very, struggle bus scenario that we were in game number 2. A nice snipe from Madrid makes that all possible for Hwanshu to just clean up upon, and then from there on out, Cerulean would have brought the game back if those bow mines weren't exactly where they were, and that's kind of the painful part about it if you're rooting for Nova, but that's the way she goes.
That's the way she goes. Tied up here at 1 in our third match. Big picture tied up here at 1 as well. So definitely looking to get the lead here. Whoever wins this one won't take it all. It will take one more, but it certainly will set the tone for our round number 4.
Yep, we're going to gem grab and then brawl ball if necessary. So we're at least going to see the gem grab here, and depending on how good Nova are at either closing this one out and their gem grab performance, we could see this one go all the way. Haven't been a ton of matches that have gone all the way today. Saw a couple yesterday in Latin America. The game begins anew. Nobody grabbing that neutral star just yet. Cerulean will lay out for it. He gets
a
it,
trap,
but dies.
2-1, Existence have the lead. Every game, both games, we've seen Nova Esports kind of have the lead and hold it, and now it's Existence's time to kind of take this. So last time Nova had trouble kind of reacting and taking back the lead. Cerulean making the wraparound, makes himself known, and kind of enters loudly, and that'll open up a window for the opposition. Cerulean versus Coletas, but Coletas hits the super a little bit after, finds the retreat.
At the perfect time, too, because if that snipe connected unmitigated, that probably would have been a kill. Bow mines here. I think they know that they're there. The way that they're kind of, teetering on the edge of activating them. Hwanshu and Coletas probably know where this approach is coming from. Early trade going in favor of Red, and it's going to stay that way.
Nice shots from Piper. Span LC, by the way, on the right side to keep Bo kind of at bay. Tom, on the other hand, just eating stuff. Existence up 4-1. 40 seconds left to go here. Nova have all the time in the world to get just 3 stars. That's 2 kills or a single one if they focus down the Piper.
I think Bo also were 3 here, so they have options. Cerulean flank. Oh, man, it feels like that could have paid off. Again, I have all the information, so it's tough to call. He only sees that bow.
Ooh.
You kind of have to assume teammates are nearby.
That is very close to game. That last kill, and that one will do it. 8-1. Sure, you got 6 seconds here, Nova, but I think you're going to be looking up at an enemy lead. 3, 2, 1. And it's Existence that goes ahead and takes it. 2-1, big picture. We move on, and Existence are on match point.
I don't know what it is, but it just feels like even though they're winning right now, it's the somewhat volatile nature of the game modes that they've won. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Snake Prairie, Heist can be a little bit that way.
it just doesn't quite, and how dominant Siege was, it just doesn't quite feel like Nova are out of this one yet for me.
I feel that, and you hear this a lot of times. You're like, hey, the other team is better, and it's just kind of like whether it's RNG or what you're saying about maps or picks here. At the end of the day, you can say a dog can't play basketball all you want, but if Air Bud is going to jump over you and dunk it in, you're getting dunked on by a golden retriever, and that's what's happening here. Existence, sure, I know Nova Esports such a big deal, but Existence are coming out here, man. And they're just doing the thing.
They are, and it's going to come down to Gem Grab and Brawl Ball. If Existence can just take one of those, they're going to claim the match in this case. Gem Grab being kind of that's a decider for me. I mean, it's not. There's really not a lot of randomness about it. You got to win the game mode if you want to take this set. You know what
I like about Gem Grab, because kind of bounty is the absolute. No random, right?
Yeah.
Gem Grab gives you something to react about, so you can play kind of like quote-unquote perfect Brawl Stars, but then there's also this sort of like game mechanic that you have to work around. So it's a little bit of, are you good at the game like Bounty brings, and are you good at the game mode like Brawl Ball brings? Gem Grab is kind of directly in the middle.
And Death Cap Cave, one of the more open Gem Grab maps in the pool. So if we're seeing some Piper back there on Snake Prairie. Not going to be surprised to see that run yet again here, and there's not too much room to flank. This is like Snake Prairie without the bushes, so you have to kind of factor that in, that even though you're starting with very minimal ground, you could lose what you even have, what little you have to lose.
Rosa on one side, BB on the other, both tanky. Just a matter of Rosa more defensive than Madrid's choice, in my opinion. Would you agree with that take? Rosa kind of more defensive, Madrid looking for the offensive pushes?
Yeah, absolutely. You look at a super that's damage reduction versus a giant piece of bubblegum that can rip you to pieces if you know your angles.
Mid control going to Nova, but here's the pull. Coletas taken
scoop.
care of. Mid control kind of given to Existence, but Nova Esports have been playing the fights really well.
Yeah, for now. And that's the thing, man. When Gene's in the game, Gem Grab is literally not over till it's over. I mean, one magic hand completely swings.
Oh, it'll hit. It'll hit.
Nice bubble for sure.
It hit on the third ricochet, by the way. Red team snatch a little bit of everything. 9 gems. Nova's senior Existence find themselves.
That's what I'm saying, man. One magic hand is a 6 gem swing or whatever it was. And that's pretty much it. One more grab for Existence, and they'll be in a good spot. But this is that awkward spot where BB has the 6, and now she can't really quite be as aggressive as I think she would probably like. Wantrue, one more magic hand. He's aiming it. He's looking for it. He's got the vision. Spin. Just gets the read.
Tom here tosses the super up top. I did not like that super out of Gene. Gene will survive, despite getting hit by Tom.
Yeah, it was one of those, like, I know you can see me, and so I'm just going to, I completely know what you're looking for right now. It's still on.
It's a frustration.
Missed that one for sure. And now it's getting interesting. The 8th gem for Blue is about to spawn. It was 9-1 or 9-0, but now it's been evened up. Basically 9 apiece here. Cerulean pushes the backline. Still has shield. Good flank around this. Get in on top of Juan Chu and this curtain's 10th gem on the field. Either team that wants to grab it, red team will start their countdown.
BB super speedy. Look at her just dodging, ducking, diving, and weaving.
Uh-oh.
Good pull there, and it's going to be a turnaround. 10 gems as one player goes down on Existence. 11 for Nova at the moment. Countdown restarted 3 times.
There it is. BB still has 7. But again, gem grab becomes very difficult once you get the gem successfully onto your side of the map. 4 seconds on the clock. No way to stop this countdown.
Kill it, BB!
And can't quite get it there. That's going to be game 1 going the way of Nova. Early game heavily in their favor. Mid to, frankly, most of the late game staying in Existence's favor. But one little magic hand, a couple of nice plays later, and we're back. Nova on top.
Like you said, Nick, this gem grab really figures out who the top team is. Nice back and forth here. And, this is best of 3. Nova Esports and Existence. What this game has told me is that we've got a nice matchup.
For sure. There was the big hand that started it all. But again, once they got that lead, Existence
really wasn't able to make a whole lot of moves outside of that. So like we said, there was like a 9-1 or 9-0 lead for Existence, but then mid control was just in Nova's favor for the next minute and a half of the game, and they just spawn grab 9 times until the countdown starts. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, yes, Gene Hand can flip the game on its head, but unless you flip it and get the countdown rolling, if you weren't winning the game up until that point, you're not going to just all of a sudden start winning the game because you have 9 gems.
And that's the other thing is that I in a lot of games I try to apply the terminology or the phrase use your life total as a resource, and here use your gem lead as a resource. If I have 9 gems and we can't take the mid fight, take it, man. You can have 1 gem, you can have 2 gems, you can have 3 gems. Once you hit 4, I'm starting to bite my nails a little bit. All right, you're kind of close up. But take a gem or 2 while me and my team solidify and start the re-push. But you've got to stop it at some point. Letting them take 9 gems. An uphill battle for sure.
Big adjustments from Nova EU. Small adjustments, but adjustments nonetheless. For
Big
Existence.
impact adjustments.
Yeah, bringing out the barley this time around. Spin on the Piper for the angle. He's got one to work with here. It's a matter of who. And the more open this map becomes, the better for Piper.
Nice shot.
BB utterly shut down by that gravity well.
Yeah. Tara really coming through in the clutch there. Still 3 all as far as our gems are concerned. Long range shots out of Spen just short. Excuse me. Mid gem. Nobody's taken 2 in the middle now.
How long does this Mystic Ally last?
This is a long time.
Jeez. Does it even have a duration?
Oh, another super. I don't believe it does, by the way. I think it just lasts for, does its thing till somebody kills it. 9.
Actually, wow, grab it.
10. I'm out.
Piper's out of there, dude. She's such a great character to have it as well. She's going to really soften these targets up as they approach. And hopefully the boys can clean it up. Still 6 seconds on the clock. BB's really the only one that can make this play happen at this point, but another supercharged. Up, down. Gem grab goes the way of Nova.
Piper's a fun character to have your 10 gems on because you only really need 13 seconds of countdown because the last 2 she's going to spend in the air with her super anyway. So you can kind of cheat a little bit in that regard where you get that the invulnerability frames.
That's a lot of syllables. And I'm proud of you for working your way through it.
We worked through the
We
syllables.
got there, baby.
We got there, baby. Talk good for a living, by the way. Another win going in the direction of Nova Esports. They were able to take the set, and we are tied big picture 2-2, baby. You know what happens, Nick? When we go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and we find ourselves in the last moments of competition, how do we find the top team, Nick? Where do we go?
Football.
Brawl ball, baby. This is my favorite.
This is,
Could you tell?
Backyard ball. I mean, I'm right there with you, man. Brawl ball is hype. I think it's the most popular game in the world for a reason.
Absolutely, man. Backyard ball is going to be the plot that we're up against. Some big defensive lines right up in front. If you're able to make it past there a little bit easier. Not the most ricochet-friendly map. I think we have some fancier brawl ball maps to really do that. But here, I'm ready for some action, baby.
A lot of beef potentially. We'll have to see which one this one kind of goes. I mean, Piper, if you're going to play her in Brawl Ball, and I have to say, I went on like a 13-game winning streak with a bunch of random solo queues when I was playing Piper on this map. So I don't know. I've seen it work. I think Brawl Ball. I think community manager Donnie was posting up a couple of his Brawl Ball plays with Piper as well on this map. So if we're going to see it today, I would imagine it comes out here. Unless we head over to North America OG, I would expect to be running that most of the day as well.
One trick. I want to see some Frank. That's what I want to see.
Not today.
We'll get the Poco, though, one more time.
Get
on this
sustained.
side, Pam. So, with Poco, with the ascension of Poco, I talk to me about why you like this Pam pick if you do it all.
So Pam is better at holding the... Once you get it, she can lock down. She has more sustain than Poco does, but for the trade-off of it's not immobile. Like what you're rooting down where you're rooting down. Poco can kind of be on the fly, moving around. Nice clear. Cerulean's got to clear the ball as well. A little bit further would have been ideal.
That's fine, though. The respawns, you got enough damage. You're just looking to tread water at that point. Nice plays.
Are they both? I think they're both running the new Pam star power where the turret does damage, actually, is what's going on here. Because the healing turrets were killing each other slowly, and I was like, wait, what's happening? Oh, they're both running the new one.
That all of a sudden makes a little bit more sense. With
It's got a cheeky name. What's it called?
Mama Squeeze.
Mama Squeeze. Look at these healing turrets 1v1ing each other. Absolutely riveting gameplay.
And it's not bad, by the way. I love this timeline. For those of you that have followed Nick's career outside of Brawl Stars, Nick in general hates turret characters. This is the bane of Nick's existence. So, more turret characters. I'm excited. 300 DPS is nothing to shake a stick at, Nick, and I think that is the answer to my Pam question. Is, like you said, you're able to kind of lock it down and look for the damage as almost a fourth character.
You get the Mystic Ally, you get Jean inside of the healing turret that is damaging you if you're stepping inside of it. It's just
walk it in.
It's
walk
this
it in.
web of sustain. If the stars align with this composition, I see the merits of it.
Yeah.
I absolutely do.
It's an interesting look.
What is that? 300, 500. Everyone's getting 500 HPS. Somebody else is getting 900, whoever the Mystic Ally
Look at that sandwich.
Yeah.
Cerulean, the previous scorer here, gets eaten up. Pam also relatively, there it is. I believe tanky is the technical term.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. 6K.
Yeah, relatively tanky
That's
here.
as much as BB, pretty much.
And so that, you're always looking at characters that can kind of like take a beating when it comes to Brawl Ball, mainly because how we just saw Cerulean score, and it might be the only score of the game. Pam just walks it in. Pass forward, kick it! Oh, it's blocked by Spen!
Oh my, it's only because the magic hand there. I mean, completely ripping the ball away from BB. That's clutch. I mean, having your magic hand up right there kind of decides it. Congratulations to Spen. You had what you needed, and you still hit it. Absolutely still hit the skill shot, but having that resource available was big.
Oh, well, nice goal there. So we've got one down, potentially one to go. Is this the first time today in Europe that we've gone the whole distance?
I believe so, yeah.
That's crazy. Nova get off. Just one score, and this is it. And this is what I was talking about. Cerulean, 6K HP, is able to just walk it in. If you're playing a squishier character, that's not going to be possible.
As well as from Spen, I really liked that magic hand was extremely inconsequential in the previous replay. That one saved the game.
Yeah.
But it destroyed a small amount of the boxes. None of those characters are reliably destroying any terrain otherwise, so I like that he does that just in case they find the opportunity. And in that replay, we also saw as close as those stars got to aligning in terms of the Jean AoE passive healing, on top of the Mystic Ally, on top of the healing turret from Pam. A lot of potential for sustain with that composition. Small adjustments made. No more BB in favor of the Tara. A lot of sustain for the side of Existence, and Tom has gone for the Spike in response.
I love this. Spike, one of my favorite characters on Brawl Ball specifically. It's just beautiful. It might be. Coletta's here. Could play defense, but
another one.
Wonderful. I mean, what else do you say about that magic hand?
It did everything it possibly could have in that moment.
That is the job of Spen. That's why the character selected. Thank you for coming. Thank you for playing. See you next time. Smiley bag on the plastic bag. Nova Esports looking for their second goal here. Only one in game number one. That's all they needed.
Super kick was ready. He wanted it. I could see hungry for it. Has the angle and the slow. Tom on this spike. My man puts it away.
Those are the shots, the long-range shots past the defender. That's what gets me riled up,
man.
That's going to be good enough for it. Existence, wonderful play. I am sure we will see them in the future, but it is Nova Esports to go ahead and take it, and we'll move on. That was a match.
That was really, really nicely done.
Good.
Tom has had some clutch moments in Brawl Ball today. Lots of composition variety in Brawl Ball as well. It's kind of made it more interesting that you sort of run the same map back 3 times in a row. I personally like the mind games that it's sort of introduced, but again,
I've enjoyed this format as well. I think it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, this magic hand pulls in the Poco away from Tom, but also destroys and opens the angle.
Oh, here it is.
That is then used to win the damn match.
Yeah, the first one's all teamwork. This, Tom got that finesse.
Young Tom.
Tom got that finesse, baby. Just right on the left cross. Nobody's that fast. You ain't Pele. You can't catch that one.
No.
Done, son. And Nova move on.
That's great stuff there. I mean, good content all around. A great set. The only one to go to the distance today. And I think that Nova Esports finally
put their foot down and assert that they are the better team. Pretty close on Heist, not super close on Snake Prairie. So my feeling is feeling a little bit vindicated that they are the stronger team today on the less RNG modes.
Little back and forth for sure. But like I said, I think we will be saying Hola to Existence one more time. That won't be the last time we see them on this stage in the European Open. But we're going to cut to a brief break. We'll be right back after this with more Brawl Stars.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Open. My name is John Finch. Happy to have you with us as we are starting to close things out here today. Still in the round of 8. We'll play a little bit more from here and then start moving on further in the tournament. Joining me here on the desk, I have Tom F. Badinger here with me. Tom, we have seen some really good games here so far.
We really have. We got a chance to see our first one go all the way.
Yeah.
5 full games sets to bring the match. And it was Nova versus X6, which is really interesting. Existence has, a name around the scene, but not the level that Nova does. And so it was really cool kind of seeing one of these teams that have been climbing the ranks and climbing the scene kind of go up against Nova and be like, what's good?
Yeah, we've kind of been able to track Nova throughout the entirety of the tournament, so that arc for them has definitely been fun to watch as we're still here in the quarterfinals for now, which means we are going to be starting with Heist, Siege, and Bounty. We'll see some gym grab later on if necessary, but we start off on Safe Zone here for the Heist. And the name of the game today on Heist has just been aggression, man. It has been to pick bulls and BBs and just get right towards the safe. It looks like we're not going to see anything different here, except we are on the side of Redbird's team. None of those bulls or any of that.
So I was just going to ask for our bans. It's going to be BB and Gene, but really all I care about is Daryl banned? Because Daryl is the guy on this map. He's able to traverse the water there, no problem. And he's going to fit that aggro pick that you were talking about. Just somebody go, hit the gas, and shoot the safe.
I think we also have seen some Pipers have a good time on modes like this. As into the backline goes Daryl, but both Daryl, so Stop Rob is getting in some damage. But there's a Daryl that's trying to match him on the opposite side. It's Achille who's there. He's just been removed, but Stop Rob is not done. He's going to get in some damage and waste some of Tano's time before finally going down.
2 of the big-name teams going head-to-head. Redbird's a newer team, so to speak, but the players, MMA Russia, Stop Rob, one of the stronger players, I think, in Europe here, as he's able to just take down Mommy Jordan like that. But going up against ATM Squad isn't an easy task. You can see the turret kind of doing the work there. Good forethought from Mommy Jordan. Even if she dies, the turret will stay alive. So able to provide a little bit of defense in a mode where you don't want to provide defense, but you're by yourself.
But Tano's getting so much free time over here to just take pod shot after pod shot at the safe. That's helped bring down Redbird's safe to 21%. Even Mommy Jordan sneaking in what shots they can. And now it's time for Achille to move right in. That's the game in favor of ATM Squad. They get it done with long range, a little bit of Daryl dive.
Listen, Daryl has very rarely been a brawler that I actually care about. Usually I just go, wouldn't you rather be Bull? Right now, give me Daryl, baby. I want to see Daryl roll all day across the water, right to it, get the job done.
Yeah, and on both of these compositions, the front line can be a little bit light. I mean, you're trying to hope that your Brock can match this Piper in terms of that sort of range poke damage, and obviously you want to go Daryl for Daryl. But I think the team that was able to maintain that mid-position control a little bit longer and let this Piper sit down and find some snipes, that's the team that grabbed the win here.
Absolutely, and that's the case anytime you've got a sharpshooter. If you can kind of create a commotion over here, oh my God, look at the left side of the map, and then you're homing just on the right, like, pop, pop, pop. I mean,
looks like we're running the same compositions essentially here back into this one, so
over and over again.
Yeah, it's just gonna be the same thing, running it back and forth, and see if you can find nice picks like this from Jason. Mommy Jordan has now been removed already. Can slowly see Redbirds moving up then on the back of that pick, but Tano, not to be outdone, finds Jason in return.
Nice job. Stop Rob, gonna barrel roll, but hits nobody. Not too big of a deal, mainly looking for the rotation, but the damage coming the other direction. Tano and Mommy Jordan able to find 2 kills, and the damage onto the blue team just starting now for ATM Squad.
Tano took a few pot shots here and there, but it was mostly
Big
the
plays.
damage from Stop Rob, who's been removed. He only just respawned. That means Achille can just take all the time he wants to put in damage onto the safe, bring it on down then to 50%. But on the backside, Jason doing plenty of damage of his own. It's these same two spots for both of these Pipers. Whoever can get a little bit of extra time there creates that last extra bit of percent to help their team.
Achille does have the down roll, trying to decide if he wants to be offensive or defensive. Decides to go defensive and gets punished. Ooh, that's rough.
That's brought the safe down to
Is that
5% here at this point, but they got a few of the kills they needed, took down Mama before that last kill could come out. That was incredibly close too. We are just 1% away from this being tied up here at 1-1.
Look at him go.
And so that's why the Piper call to use the super stop Rob goes right through mid, and that means Red Birds are now on the board.
It's so tough, man. Unlike the real world, the 1% never gets protected here in Siege, Heist, where am I?
Can't afford to
It's
make that
just
joke.
rough, man. It's tough, and you're right. But it's just a situation where, like, when you're hanging on by a thread, how do you defend ultimately against the long-range shots of Piper, against Daryl, who's able to come right on in there? Really rough stuff. So when you sit there at 1%, you have to look for the aggressive play, but you can't. I don't know, man. I don't have the solution. Don't get pushed down to 1%. I think it's the
Yes, the decision point came earlier in the game, or your interaction point, right?
Exactly.
If you're down at 1% already, then there's been some errors. So let's move on then to the final match that we're going to be seeing happening here, as these two teams try and make towards the bank. And yet again,
Penny.
Jason finding some nice shots.
We get a penny, though.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
Russia's
slightly
gonna
different.
Still a turret, but a different style turret.
This time, meanwhile, the squad from ATM Squad is relatively the same. Achille on this Daryl baited out some abilities and decided to move right towards the safe, but Stop Rob and Russia have won their two matches. That means Stop Rob can make his way in, and Jason's still relatively healthy, and Russia's still up there. But has anyone come down to stop Achille, who's still lurking?
Oh, I thought Stop Rob would forget about Achille, who played that really smartly. Now Achille, just forget it. Hide, go. That's the play, Achille. That's how you do it. 47% for ATM Squad. Oh, man. Base race.
And Achille able to trust the rest of his squad to keep the base safe. It's basically just Stop Rob, who's up top to try and match it. But now that Russia and Jason both respawned, haven't been killed, they can finally take care of Achille on the backside. So things return to a small bit of parity, 22 to 27%. Not much difference between the squads.
Red Birds with a very slight lead, but slight. This is the definition of it. A turret from Jesse doing work till shot down by Russia. Long-range shots. Here comes Daryl. Achille looking for it. 9-7.
And yet again, Achilles able to make the big move, makes it down to the safe, and that's all that it takes. Russia couldn't do enough to stop him once the roll came through. That's another part about the safe. You can kind of use it in between you and your opposition, where you could be doing damage and they can't quite get to you. It's a lot of interesting stuff that you can do, and that sets up for that nice win.
Real tough stuff. Russia couldn't save the 1% that time.
Yeah. Yep.
Just saying.
That's a good win, though, that comes out from ATM Squad on that very first set they were taking a look at. And because the composition were so different, or so similar, then the differences just came between execution in most cases. Even in the place where they were rocking different brawlers, they were different brawlers doing essentially the same role here. And I like what Achille was able to do. He bought so much time hiding back there towards that safe.
That's the thing, is you're looking here for the role. You know, you have the Piper. If Piper's banned, you probably see some other long-range characters. Then your Jesse and your Penny. You saw Penny swapped in for Jesse a little bit later by the bottom team. And that was really just, all right, the turrets are good defenders, but maybe we can make use of the star power. You saw the launch out come through when the turret was destructed. But really, everything revolves around Daryl there. You know, no pun intended with the revolution, but he's just got a Daryl roll every time, and it demands so much attention. He's either being aggressive and Daryl rolling right into your safe, or he's doing it defensively and taking care of business that way. Daryl is the center of that composition for sure.
And in that last game, what they tried to do was kind of ignore Achille for a while, and then he would go hide in the bushes, and when whoever would respawn would come back, oftentimes Jason, and they would try and fight him there around the safe, but then they couldn't. I mean, like you said, it puts you in this situation where you can't afford to ignore him, and you can't afford to try and go back there and stop him either, and it ends up coming out in favor of ATM Squad. So now we're prepping up to move on into Siege here this next time, which we've seen kind of go back and forth. We've seen some explosive ones where it's over right away. We've seen some long, drawn-out ones with a 11% damage, and that's all you needed to win the round. So it's hard to know a little bit which one we can expect.
I'd like to see 3 bulls, but I don't think we can do that. Russia going to bring 1 here on the left side, and that'll be the difference maker. Bull versus Primo. Anytime you're playing Siege, though, I want to see some Barley.
And that's exactly what we got, dude. I love seeing me some Barley there for Jordan. We'll see if he can make this one work for him. MMA Russia has already moved a little bit beyond, kind of flanking essentially, so the first time will be a tie. We don't be expecting any Siege bots to pop up here. This is more about who can control this center area for the bolt spawns instead. And Tano doing his best to try and keep Russia away.
Really the definite, we've called some stalemates here before, John Finch. Straight up tie is one thing. Redbirds have taken mid-control, though, after the fact. And this will be a very, very large Siege bot. Right now it's poised to be at a level 11. That is overkill.
Yeah, Achille has not been able to do much as far as tanking goes in this mid-control, and I think that's a big reason why there's such a huge Bolt lead coming out now for Redbirds. 13 of them stacked up and ready to roll, and they have Stop Rob here on this Barley, so once it gets in there and starts tanking, you know there's going to be plenty of damage.
Level 14 Siege bot walking up. Stop Rob doesn't have his super, but MMA Russia does. Could look for the dive right now. Go for it. There it is. There's the push. The Siege bot in. Barley popping it as well.
Gracious, that's it, man. Just one push. That's all that it takes. Barley barely even had the super to get in there, but they just had too much damage. When the bot makes it that far in, you're going to be taking down the turret. Just that simple, by the way.
Yeah, just absolutely. I mean, what else do you want? You got a giant, beefy Siege bot. I mean, this is the official analysis. Siege bot tanks everything, and Barley does good DPS. Like, there it is.
Right. Well, I mean, like we said earlier, right, with how do you defend from 1%, what happened is that the interaction point was way earlier on when you lose 14-4 in terms of the bolts, right, before the Siege bot ends up spawning. And to me, I think that's because Achille wasn't quite doing enough on the Primo to serve as a front line there for the squad.
Yeah, Primo here is definitely the offensive selection. You've got Bull, Primo, and Daryl, and I guess Rosa, all at varying levels of how offensive or defensive they are, when they're all going to occupy the same roles towards our role conversation earlier. And with that in mind, you look at Primo. If Primo's team wound up being the one ahead, I think we'd be talking very nicely about how Primo was able to jump on the bot and go ahead and do things. But we just couldn't see that. Instead, it was all on the other side. And, well, you saw what happened there. Redbirds take another one.
And it's not the first time today we've seen where Primo's choosing to use that super cooldown be really big determining factors on Siege in particular. We've seen Primo's dropping the supers right before the bot spawns, not getting enough value, and then now all of a sudden the bot's walking in unchecked. So this time we're getting bulls on both sides. We won't see the same imbalance here.
Not at all. Tano here on the Piper. Not my favorite choice on this map. Piper's sightlines are obviously kind of bunked. You've got this, like, everything in the middle of everything. If it does get cleared out, Piper's Piper. She's one of the best brawlers in the game. But it's just really hard to land these shots, I feel, Finch.
Well, our Barley's traded out for a 1-for-1 on the right-hand side. Early Siege bot spawns in favor here of Redbirds, and Russia takes down Achille, though he had Jason's help on that one. Don't want to give him too hard of a time, but it's Stop Rob's time to shine now. When the Siege bot makes it in, he's able to win the 1v1 against Mommy Jordan and drop the super as well. This is a level 1 Siege bot that they're doing 100% damage on. That's the game, and that's the set for you. Wow, Redbirds just kind of came in and took it.
I've been ending a lot of these by going easy for that team, and spoiler alert, it's not easy. That time, I think it was easy for that team. Redbirds just walk in and go, hey, mind if we just move on to the next one? We're done with Siege. Let's keep going. And, I mean, this is – they just did the thing, Finch.
Well, and a couple of points that came up to me. Stop Rob and Mommy Jordan trade here, but a little bit later on, MMA Russia and Jason are able to take down Achille, and then that sets up for Stop Rob to move up, win his 1v1 the second time around, have the super available, shreds through the turret.
Man, you really see with that skin in particular, the maple syrup skin, just
right.
that brown yellow color, just like all over the place. You really see just how much area that Barley super does. We were talking about the damage, and the DPS is obviously a very high component to what makes it valuable, but also that area all around the safe. You've got your melee brawlers going in there just doing it, and then how are you supposed to stop? You got to walk into the AoE, the enemy AoE, to stop those players. So Barley Assault is really double or like a two-headed dragon to that. You've got two things to worry about from one guy. That can be tough.
Well, if you thought that our last one on Siege a little bit too quick, I can guarantee you the pace is going to slow down a little bit here as we move on to Snake Prairie Bounty. Expect some bows and the like to be coming out here now. This is one where we might not even see any action until a good bit of time has passed. But with this neutral grab here by Russia, maybe that won't be the case after all. They've got a good idea where everyone is, but now we move back into the underbrush and the chase begins.
Yeah, this is all Redbirds. They should just hang out and let Russia kind of stand a little out in front, but no reason to go chasing. I like the soundtrack.
It's a nice soundtrack, occasionally drowned out by all the action, but here on Snake Prairie, sometimes things slow down just enough to enjoy. It looks as though ATM Squad have a pretty good idea, thanks to these trades with Stop Rob, where Redbirds are hiding, but they're so worried about a potential flank coming out here from Russia. Because you have so little information, you can never know for sure.
Left side, Mommy just too afraid to go in with the bow, but now Russia's being targeted.
Jason commits the super, and they know where he's going to land afterwards. That sets up for a couple of nice picks. And just like that, ATM Squad are the ones who are now out in front, plus a lot of that grass on the right side just got cleared out.
Big deal. Nick always likes to call it mowing the lawn.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing here is you want to go ahead and get your win and then dig a trench like it's World War I. Make these people cross the no man's land, and we'll see what happens. Tano on the right side, Mommy on the left side. Russia's in trouble, but Achilles nowhere to be seen.
And you can tell how differently these teams react as Tano finds another kill, but now he's a very valuable Poco, but look at the Poco heal, letting him sustain through the damage from Russia. Goes back in to drop the Rosa, nice try, and suddenly it's 9 stars to 3 in ATM Squad's favor, and the healthy bounty way in the back is Tano, just kind of chilling.
Meanwhile, Jason gets the long-range snipe onto Achilles. The Tara goes down. It's 11-5, Finch.
And that feels like one of the differences here on this squad is with these last few seconds, it's going to be so difficult to identify where Tano is, but Russia does. Gets back there to find him. That's the kill. At the last minute, Russia takes down Tano. That makes it 14-11, and Redbirds grab it. I almost called that one too early.
Yo, the snatch away was so crazy.
I don't think that ATM Squad expected that either, clearly from some of the positioning, because I do think Tano could have afforded to move a little bit further away on that one, but expected for the time to expire sooner. But that Rosa damage came through.
That was the big deal, was it was all about the left side flank. We've discussed this before, where when you're playing Bounty, a lot of times it's get the first star chill, and then the losing team jumps up with like 11 seconds left to go. When you're on this map, it's a little bit more intricate because of the timing, but look at this left side flank. Piper gets the one shot, and then you see Poco with all of them. Piper is off the minds of everybody else. It's 11-5. This seems out of range, but Russia sneaks up on the left side and takes down Yano while Piper takes down the player on the left. They divvy their targets. They get their DPS. Split DPS is usually the wrong thing to do, but when you're a dedicated DPS like Piper, you do want to split your DPS. Target prioritization is important, and that's what brings the win home.
Man, they spent the full 2 minutes of that first game worried about where Russia was on the Rosa, and until the last final seconds, you've got to stay mindful. A nice quick kill on the Tano, and they end up losing the round. Achilles goes down as well to Jason's hand, and just like that, Redbirds are out in front 3-0, but we know how quickly that can fade away.
That was some of the most impressive execution I think we've seen all day, because it was second perfect. With a dive like that, the enemy team can answer back easily. You have to get that win at 1 second, otherwise it doesn't happen. So now Redbirds are right away into this one with the momentum that they had with the last game, Finch. They've got 3 stars.
And now Redbirds are in a position where I think they are happy to kind of mow the lawn because they're playing from the defensive position. They don't want to let that cover exist for ATM Squad to move in, so Achilles kind of relegated to the left-hand side where there is still some grass he can use.
We'll leave the regulation to Warren G. For now, Stop Rob is going to try and relegate players out of the right side. That left side corridor is still open, and that is how Redbirds won the last game, so they better have an eye on that border.
And Russia is the one positioned right there just in case someone comes through. I love the way that they're positioning. Stop Rob is here where you can do ranged poke along with Jason, and Russia's covering the potential flank, but now they have enough information about where ATM Squad is positioned. They know they're all here on this right side.
Tano could be in trouble. There's no Gene, and this is the, if Gene is in this game, you play so differently. Tano's just walking around middle lane because he knows that there's no issue here. He's got to watch out for Jason, but if he's full HP, the Pogo can take 1 or 2 hits.
McKinley looking for Poke. Right now, Tano without the super.
5 seconds are going to go. In about 15 to 12 seconds, that's when Red Team needs to pull the trigger if they want to win.
And that's what's starting to happen. No, it's Russia who's pulling the trigger here despite being ahead. He's not particularly valuable up until now. We're 3 stars. But even so, if just he were traded out, it would not be enough for ATM Squad to grab the win. But suddenly things are starting to dematerialize. The Redbirds, they find 10 stars and the win here in this set. Up 2-1 all of a sudden.
Really smooth play. Like I said, around that 12-second mark, that's when you want to see the team jump in. And like you said, oh, well, it's Russia that's going. And so when you're sitting there, you know, it's kind of like American football where it's like everybody's lined up in the line and you're going for it. Ready, set, go, hike. But if the enemy team jumps over the line and you're not expecting it, you're sitting there trying to get all your ducks in a row, and all of a sudden you're jumped on. You're going, hey, wait, we're still in the planning stage. Like it's Rainbow Six. No, son, no planning stage. Jump on you. We'll see you later.
And Russia even got, I believe, one of the final kills to grab some extra stars to turn that one around. So now we've made our way towards Gem Grab off the back of 2 very impressive sets that we just saw happen here in these last 2 months. We're going to move into Gem Grab, particularly Death Cap Cave is what we're looking at. Lots of patches of grass, but not all connected. It's going to be about controlling space and then hiding once you own it.
Absolutely. You know, this is a very different one from Minecart Madness, obviously. Minecart having that extra kind of stage hazard. But in this one, it's all about, like you said, maintaining control and kind of figure out where you want to stay. Do you want to make use of the grass at all, or are you going to be a team that's going to punish those that decide to do that? You can go ahead, pick Piper and pick Gene and just kind of chill and kind of snipe out, or you can look for the aggressive plays. Get the big boys, go forward, and just say, you can't hide here because we're going to jump on you first and foremost.
And if you do pick up a Gene, that gives you a chance in these rounds, even down to the final second. It's so hard for a round to fully be over unless you know for sure Gene just doesn't have a super or something like that. He can always pull that high-value target back out, spread those gems back out in the countdown, and suddenly even turn things back in his own favor.
Very similar to what we saw about Bounty, a little bit of a different story, but with respects to trying to come back at the end, you're going to be looking for those last-second plays to go ahead and snatch it. The difference here, Bounty ends at 0. When it comes down to Gem Grab, it's a 15-second countdown no matter what, so the whole timing thing becomes different. You don't want to time it down to the very last second. You want to time it with your teammates to be able to take advantage of a team fight.
Looks like Spike, Poco, and Tara down here for Redbird, so actually pretty different idea about what the composition should be. We see Nina and Barley coming through on the side of ATM Squad, but it's Mommy Jordan who has 3 gems already, but it's Jason who's first on the board. It is matters for space control, but not so much for gems, but they're all in the hands of Mommy Jordan right now.
Left side, Killian stop Rob going head-to-head. The Nita has shown her face here and there. It's the right side, Jason that's handling a lot of business, trying to deal with all of this. Tano's able to find him. Jason just walked through all the Barley damage.
Yeah, and the Russia damage there too, by the way. Hello, I'm playing Poco. How are y'all doing? It's been a little bit too much that's coming out from Redbirds here so far, and all the gems collected on the Poco is perfectly. Now he can afford to play back, and let's stop Rob punish them if they step in exactly like this by dropping down the pull.
Jason's been doing a great job. His role in this game is zoner. Jason's job is just to make sure that enemies can't walk where they want to.
Oh no, that's 8 gems that drop. Jason's forced now to walk up and grab them, but they need Jason a little bit further forward to be the one that's poking and zoning.
They do, but Jason can be mobile with it. It's not like he's a bull or a roaster that has to be up in the enemy's face. So this might be worst case scenario, frankly, but you can still absolutely play the game. And like I said, it's not like your Daryl has 9 gems.
That's right. Maybe not the absolute worst case here for him, as Russia has to fall back a little bit, but you can tell already just by how far forward ATM Squad is that they're missing Jason's presence a little bit further forward, and suddenly all the gems have been popped. Mommy Jordan has 8. They don't even need all of them, but Tano grabs them all anyway. That's 2 separate targets with 8 gems apiece. It's going to be so difficult for Redbirds now to make their way back in and slow down ATM.
Jason wins the fight on the left side. He's got to go ahead and win it. 5 seconds to go. Tano won't be able to. Great pull by Tara, and it gets the reset.
That's just enough to bring Tano back in. But of course, they are still on the red spawn side, so they pick them back up. But countdown yet again canceled. Stop Rob staying near. He wants to punish Mommy Jordan for coming in, but the Tano damage mixed with Mommy Jordan is too much, and now 17 all on the back line.
Just not enough DPS for the guys on Redbirds. Beautiful try. I think this is a go ahead and wipe it and reset. ATM squad played that well.
Yeah.
Man.
As soon as they had to put those gems onto the spike, though, man, that's when it felt like things got out of control there. Because they lost all their zoning. You were just talking about how important it was seconds later, and when you have to position further back because you're holding the gems, it takes away the zoning.
Like I said, that was the worst case scenario for that team. But there was a way to victory. Like I said, if this was a melee character, I would have been like, well, I mean, of course that's what happened. But here, Jason kind of walks up a little bit too far. Jason can start to play zone from further back, just didn't have the wherewithal. A beautiful play here by Stop Rob to get his team back into the game, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, to at least stop the countdown that one time. But as you said, once there's that many gems on that side of the map, obviously the advantage is yours. You're more likely to be able to pick them up safely and keep that countdown going, and it's exactly what we saw happening on the back end of that one. Tough if you're on the side of Redbirds, but a huge win for ATM.
Yeah, it starts feeling like when you're in that position, it starts feeling like you're like in a canoe that's filling up with water, and you've got just a little bucket to kind of toss it out. You're doing all this work. You see Tara get this solo kill to the left, and then toss the super out to the top. That's an awesome play, but much ado about nothing in the park, man. Like, what are you going to do there? Team's not able to follow up because they're a little bit too far away. Just really good stuff on the other side. ATM squad stopping that was a big deal.
And remember, because ATM squad are down 2-1 here in the overall match, they really need to be able to find that win, so that's huge for them, right? They're trying to get us towards that 5th set, see if they can keep things moving, get out of this quarterfinal stage that they found themselves in. It's just not going to be easy. Redbirds have been playing so well all day long. In particular, Russia, by the way. I've been really impressed with what he's been able to do.
MMA has been a big part of what's going on here. Stop Rob, though, is, kind of the name, and MMA Russia is, I mean, that's the guy that's been really pulling everything out. Stop Rob is nailing these awesome, half-court three-pointers, if you will, but across the way, just like the easy bounce pass, the easy quick shuffle, the easy set the pick till the other guy roll. That's what's going on here from MMA Russia. He's the role player that's enabling his other teammates to shine. You gotta love to see it.
And I know ATM squad won, but I can't say I was all that impressed by the Nita for Achille, and it looks like, despite that, he's back on it. But the headline is obviously Jason on this Immortus. We've not seen much of him today, and yet here he is. Very
interesting choice for the assassin.
I assume the longer dash is what he's gone with here for that star power?
That's usually what we're seeing here. Mortis, the heal is actually a big deal. That allows him to waterfall throughout the team fight. Get the kill, heal, get the kill, get the heal. But the dash is what allows him to be played against good players, because that type of range is what allows him. If you have to walk up to somebody, they'll just shoot you when you're playing against high-level players. But the dash, you can find the pounce is probably a better name for it, and then take advantage of the surprise.
Him working together there with Stop Rob for good damage. Didn't find one pick, but the gem advantage still favoring ATM squad up until now. But a nice ult account from Barley buys him some time, but Tano able to buy himself some time and ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. That could have been a whole lot worse. Tano made the play.
At the same time, you're looking at the Mortis player, very importantly, walk away from the gems on the ground. Jason wants 0. He wants these trades to be positive. Doesn't matter if Jason trades out 1-for-1. If he has 0 gems and Mommy has 4. That's the goal here for Jason. Is very much kind of, everything to the wall, just go for it.
And this is where the Achille on the Nita actually looks really good, because when Mortis dives to try and keep Tano out of the fights, then he can send the bear forward to be that frontline, almost zoning presence that Tano is doing with his Barley damage. They kind of trade those responsibilities off until they can handle the Mortis.
Top side, Mortis is still here, and it's because of the Mortis that this team has been able to work on the bottom side pretty much unfettered. 8 in total for MMA Russia. He's got to stay on the back line.
And they've got a ton of gems down here on Russia. He is absolutely the one that needs to be kept healthy. Nita trying to force it, but so difficult at this point. That is going to do it. Redbirds, they find a win. That brings us to parity, 1-1. Because we're going to have one more happening here on Gem Grab.
I love it, man. As the day goes on, you get these better matches, back and forth and back and forth. And again, before we were looking kind of X6, kind of raising up to meet Nova, and that was really fun. This is interesting. Redbirds and ATM squad, we know these names as far as players are concerned, but the teams is a different story. So kind of, setting their own storyline here in the European qualifiers.
And Gem Grab is so interesting, the way that you have to play around that center spawn. You don't need to be zoning forever. All you need to do is zone for a little bit around around when the gem pops up. Your team dips back into that space you created, grabs the gem, and comes back up. And it was Barley doing a lot of that for them. But when Barley couldn't, that's when they had Nita come in, bring out the bear, obviously create that same kind of space where you can dip in a little bit, grab the gem, and bounce back out. That thought that were working for a little bit, but the Mortis bought too much space. They had to come all the way to the back to try and stop him, and that's how they get way ahead in gems.
That's the thing. Mortis is up there just being a mosquito, man. Just like the kills doesn't matter. I don't, you know, we don't even have the slash line because that's not the relevant stat. I can't tell you that he had 20 kills and 2 deaths because we don't track that because that's not the stat that you're looking for. That doesn't win you the game. So if Mortis dies 20 times or gets 20 kills, it doesn't matter. Really, the stat that I wish we had was attention paid. Jason goes from one person that you've got to pay attention to the next in the Leon.
Jason is flexing
Yes.
the brawler pool right now, isn't he? I mean, this
yeah.
is impressive what he's been able to do. It's even more impressive, obviously, if they win and they can keep moving on and threaten people with it.
Hold. Tano now using the correct skin on Nita.
That's a big deal, right? Now we
Big
got
deal.
the Shinu coming out. Right?
Shiba Inu.
You're helping me. I don't know
There it
what
is.
dogs are.
The Shiba Inu, Nita. This will help. On a serious note, though, going back to Jason, the Mortis and the Leon, same role. This is pure assassin. Leon's going to stealth and look to murder you in one shot. Mortis is going to break open your front door and look to murder you in one shot. Beautiful play there by Jason, chasing Tano around the mulberry bush.
Yeah, leading him right into Russia's damage. And Russia has been able to stand on the spawner, basically, because of how much space Stop, Rob, and Jason have been able to make. And Jason goes back to drop the super, and now it's flank time. They clearly know that it's happening, but they didn't know where. Tano ends up going down. Russia should be able to grab the 10th gem here, even with Mommy Jordan nearby. That's a blue team countdown, and I don't know if they're going to be able to make their way to Russia at this point, man.
Not at all. Stop Rob doing a fantastic job of occupying enemy time on the Tara.
Goodness.
But all eyes on Jason, the Mortis, the Leon. You've got to love it. What a wonderful play.
Yeah, that's a huge flex for him. I mean, because that does it there for Redbirds at 3 in a row, set-wise. That gives them the win match-wise. So not only are they going to be moving on from this quarterfinals, they're going to be moving into the semifinals, and now you're wondering, well, what's Jason going to play next? Because he can play just about anything. What do you ban against this guy?
Ah, man, I don't know. Frank?
Yeah, ban Frank. Yeah, okay, sure. And then you still just got to worry about the Mortis and the Leon and whatever else is in the brawler pool for this guy, man. I mean, that ring around the rosy strat to bring Russia in for a little bit of damage. I mean, easiest Poco game of Russia's life.
Yeah, like you said, he just had to sit there. Just hang out. Got his 2 teammates to do work. I mean, Poco's job is to heal his teammates. Stop Rob has his own pocket healer thanks to the star power, and Leon is going literally invisible. I'll hang out here, guys. I got 8 gems. I got 9 gems.
Yeah, wait on the next one to spawn. I'm just kind of hanging out.
What are
in
you
the
guys
meantime.
doing over there?
And when I say easiest Poco game, it was like I mean it. Not that he didn't do enough. I mean that his team made his life that easy for him, right, by playing the map correctly for them there on Gem Grab. So an impressive victory for them to be able to move on. I mean. When you're one of your best players able to come out and flex the brawl pool like that, man, or brawler pool like that, it makes it hard for your opponents to prep for you.
Again, the bigger conversation that we had has been about role. You know, you look at one ban each, but it's about the role. Jason there was playing assassin. His job was to have 0 gems the entire time, get behind enemy lines, kill players. Hopefully they have gems. Maybe if they don't, just occupy the enemy's time. And he did that with a multitude of characters. You know, pull out the Mortis, pull out the Leon. That's important because if you pull out the Mortis and then they get used to it, well, then they can counteract it. So just keep your enemy on their toes, keep your enemy on their heels, and then you find the victory.
Well, again, we just had our victor here in the round of 8. That was our last one for the quarterfinals. Going to be a quick break here for us. We'll come back and get started on the semis. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Open. My name is John Finch, and we are moving into the semifinals here in Europe. Joining me here on the desk, I have Tom F. Badinger right here next to me. This set that we're going to be watching, this one is Redbirds up against Nova Esports. Got the bands right here. Redbirds ban away the Gene, and then Nova Esports ban away the Barley.
That makes a lot of sense. Barley is something that Redbirds go to time and time again. Gene has Magic Hand, so you kind of want to take that kind of out of the conversation.
Is Magic Hand good? Is that a good ability?
I think so.
It's especially really good on Siege, which is one of our first matches that we're going to be seeing here in the semis. That'll be our set one. We'll be going down to Bounty and Gym Grab if necessary. And these two teams are really good, so I wouldn't be surprised if they end up being necessary.
I am very excited for this one, to be sure. I think Redbirds has been perhaps one of my favorite teams to actually watch, and Nova has been one of the teams that I've been most excited to watch on the European qualifiers here. So, hey, we do get the Frank, baby. That's the stuff. Shout out to MMA Russian.
And this is an area where Frank can really feel good breaking down some of these walls, because the map obviously wants to kind of split you up into these lanes. We have Rob and Tom left-hand side having their BBV Bull matchup, but Frank kind of breaks all those rules.
Yeah, right now, Cerulean doing a great job of dealing with Frank by just being able to zone away and walk away from those hammer hits pretty much by himself. But the first siege going to come out from the top, and Nova Esports will be on the offensive.
It's going to be up to MMA Rusher to try and keep this siege bot at bay, but Cerulean going to try and use that to dive in and find himself a double. He does at least get two as he expected. Stop Rob went down, but that's not any damage onto the actual turret itself, though they will still be in great position to grab some bolts.
Here comes Stop Rob coming out of the top. Russia going to finally land a couple of hits, but getting rushed down by Cerulean. The Frank has not been a good pick.
Yeah, Cerulean's been a monster here so far as Stop Rob tries to trade out with Tom and can't. Spin there for a little bit of extra damage, and now the bolt control heavily in Nova Esports' favor.
Spin LC now has option. I thought they were going to go a little bit harder than that, but again, here comes the siege bot, level 10. Speedy as all hell, rushing in a great spot this time around. Cerulean from the right side could make trouble for the turret.
And keep an eye on Tom as well. He's running with that extra movement speed to try and get himself in. Cerulean now getting in to do some work onto the turret, bringing it down to 63%. So that will be it for the siege bot. So Cerulean takes a little bit of extra damage, but yeah, bringing it down to 28% feels good.
Yeah, just a little bit. Nova Esports able to make this one happen so far. Stop Rob keeping Cerulean at bay, and you know it really is. You know, this Frank pick finally comes through in the clutch. I just have not been impressed with the Frank.
Yeah, it hasn't done a whole lot for them. Hasn't been able to answer Cerulean here so far on this Bull as well. And even now, just barely will the Siege Bot be coming out in favor here of Redbirds. And they're starting to run out of time. They don't have to do a full 100%. They just have to do enough to get it down below the 17% that's been gotten already for Nova. But they're not even in position to follow up here. Stop Rob has been kept relegated back.
And Jason all the way on the left side. It's really, really tough. This is a great push for Redbirds. If there was another minute in the game, there isn't Finch. So it goes to Nova.
It absolutely does. Very, very close there for Redbirds, but it's just not enough. Nova do enough. And again, Cerulean, man, so much work he's able to do to keep Stop Rob out. He's the one that's going to be barreling in, obviously, on the Bull for turret damage, and Cerulean never gives him the chance.
Not at all. The Frank was just handled. Whatever the conversation was, whatever the strategy was, whatever the whiteboard said in the locker room, yeah, Cerulean came through and just erased it all. This was really good play by Bull, knowing his position, knowing his role, and understanding exactly what his job was to be. If Bull loads in and there isn't a Frank, he is an offensive onslaught hero. That's all his job is to do, is to be aggressive. But with Frank there, his job changed. He was willing to take that and did just that.
Yeah, we didn't have much time to talk it over either, so I wonder about our Redbirds. We move right back in to the next game here where Nova could come away with it just this quickly. They have secured the very first bolt, but look how far forward Stop Rob's playing this time. Didn't seem to help MMA Russia much, but he's got some good position.
Their first kill going to Spen. First bot will not come out. That's what I was holding my breath for. I wanted to see which direction it would go, Finch. And so with the tie, you're going to see a little bit more all-out just fight, because what else are we doing? Tom going to the left side, launching the super, but Jason shows up and Tom hits him in the face. Beautiful play there for the BB.
And we didn't get to gas Spin enough last game either, but his turret placement's been perfect. I mean, whose job is it to get back there and stop this turret damage here at this point? No one has been able to do it effectively, and Spin's had a pretty easy game of it because of that.
That's one of the big deals. If you're playing a turret character, you want to look for those little cubby holes. Next siege in about 14 seconds here, Finch and Nova with an absurd lead. They've won the team fights in this middle section that allows them to go ahead and get this beefy siege bot. A level 13 or 12 siege bot will be incredible. It will be level 13. All they have to do is look at the turret.
Tom does end up falling to MMA Russia, which is strong. He didn't have the super anyway, just used it to clear. But Stop Rob yet again is taking a bunch of free damage. In comes Cerulean, and he's already starting to chunk the turret. He does get answered back.
2 players, though. That's good play by Redbird's team. They're able to just go ahead and collapse on the opposition. The 2-man squeeze puts him in the ground, and Cerulean unable to do what he came to the party for.
Yeah, Tom going to take another seat to Stop Rob, relentlessly hunting him down. Finally, some nice turrets on the side of Redbirds. It'll be up to Cerulean to clear that one out. But look at this bolt disparity. Redbirds might finally be able to make a bit of a play when there's still some time on the clock.
That was the biggest thing. That level 13 siege bot kind of needed to do work because you saw that 13 goes down to 0, but that you leave your opponent with the 6-7 bolts that they had started. See, Nova have 7 now, but will they even get a chance to use it? The answer is no. How much can Redbird's team do here? That's what they're looking for.
And they've got to be able to get it down below that 54%. MMA Russia is trying to find his way in, but you got to keep your eyes on Stop Rob. He's the one that's point blank, and that's going to be more than enough. Redbirds have made it to be able to find their first win here in this set to tie us at 1-1.
Oh, semifinals. But we've got an all-the-way barn burning. You love to see this type of competition, man. Back and forth from minute 1.
And I think that the big difference this time is that MMA Russia's impact was much improved. I don't want to say it's because there wasn't a Frank this time, but I mean, there wasn't a Frank this time, so I mean, yeah.
I'll say it. It's because there wasn't a Frank this time. I think the play was just better, without the Frank. I'm down. I think Frank does have his spots. I'm a big Frank fan. I think there are niche applications.
Sure.
But with Cerulean across the way on the bull, I mean, just no chance.
And it's surprising, too, because Tom wins the initial 1v1 here between the two of them and leaves Stop Rob isolated in this 3v1. But from then on, it is all MMA Russia in that one-on-one left-hand side and in the BB matchup.
That's the thing, is BB is able to just traverse the map a little bit easier, and she's got a couple of different options. The knockback is going to be a clean look as well. Frank is able to control a large area of space and shut down players no matter what size they are, but that wasn't the goal here for Siege. I think the mentality was to use Frank against a Siege bot respectively. You just go for it, find the stun, cut him down, but that wasn't ever the option because Cerulean did the job. So a beautiful kind of answer negated what Frank was supposed to bring.
And remember, in neither of these matches have we seen a full-on turret destroyed yet. It's been about who can get more turret damage in, and recognizing that Redbirds have gone full beefy.
Oh, yeah.
Jason on the Primo BB and also the Bull coming out. Good luck getting through all of that.
I like this composition better than I like Nova's, and I think that Nova has been the better team in both games, believe it or not.
Sure.
But I prefer the composition from Redbirds. I think, yeah, there it is, man, triple tank. Look who's alive on Nova, the tank. I think the tanks here are really effective. Jesse is doing the work here, or Penny's doing the work here, but I like the tanks just a little bit better.
I do too, and when it's really we're going to be able to see that big decider is in who's getting the most bolts
Jason.
here in this phase right now, as Jason is all
Get the
primed up
two-player
and ready
jump.
to go.
Oh, I wanted Jason to look for the 2-player dunk. Instead, he'll isolate Tom and get the chase down. One push ain't good enough, and Jason has been the man with the plan.
Cerulean finds one of his own. These bolts are still tied. We're only 15 seconds out from this next spawn. A slight edge to Nova Esports, and they do have more people up and in position to control space. So I would give them the advantage, and as a result, they've tied the bolts back up. It's still very, very close, but they just edged out towards 10. No, it ties again. Still no seed
Oh my
spot.
goodness, this is the first time I've actually seen double tie. A back-to-back is a big deal.
We might have just one spawn here, Tom.
I mean, the next siege bot's going to be level 800 million.
That's pretty good. I mean, should have went with an over 9,000 meme there, but whatever. That's
No.
fine, Tom. You missed your window.
I don't know. We're okay.
Cerulean dashes through towards his death, but he does clear out those obstacles that were in his path. Hopefully that was the goal, because he sure didn't win the fight.
45 seconds left. 3 matches of 15. We'll see how these teams go for it head-to-head. Cerulean is going to be a big deal on this right side.
Yeah, he's the one that's trying to slow down Stop Rob, but it's hard for him to be a big deal, and Stop Rob's got the shield. and to bring them out on top 23 now for Redbirds. Hard to imagine this siege bot that's about to spawn is not going to be getting the work done here. They're at 90% right now, so Redbirds do have to get in and at least get 11% done.
Look at this dude, this siege bot, this
Yoked, by the
insane
way.
siege bot bolt right here, just going right down the middle. The damage is gonna follow, but look how fast he is.
Okay, now it finally is. The siege bot gets in, and that is indeed this round one. That is the set one. Redbirds come out 2-1 in siege.
Yo, Jason right there, star player in my mind, in the game. That was absolutely all Jason. I was sitting here while the game was happening, and right when I mentioned Cerulean kind of takes the fight on the right side. Jason supers in the middle, hits a player to the left, hits a player to the right. I'm just sitting here like, go Jason, it was wild. That's the gameplay. That's the gameplay that got you to the semifinals. That's the stuff that's going to continue forward. That's the stuff I want to see in Korea. Jason just controls this mid-map how he wants to. Nobody can pass him, and nobody can win.
Yeah, and apparently the Frank pick gifted one away, though, because, right, this was looking all Redbirds after that. So really strong there for them to have been able to realize where that adjustment was. I mean, it was MMA Russia who I think made the initial adjustment and looked a lot better, but Jason was happily able to follow up for him on this El Primo in this last game. And, I mean, I'm starting to think there's a lot of games where this sort of beefy, all-tank, if you want to call it that frontline type draft, is actually just the best way to go.
Yeah, you know, the damage dealers, whether they be sharpshooters or whatnot, the damage dealers are important in the other matches, but when I'm looking at how this one kind of went, that was a replay of us.
Yeah, we're having a good time. I don't mind. If you're looking good, play it twice.
I saw myself not doing what I was doing. I don't know. It threw me for a loop, just like we saw Redbird throw him for a loop. But that was the play that I thought was really important, kind of watching the reflection and the answer back, the kind of left and then right tweak. That's really that pulled it out.
Yeah, I think that was the big kind of determining factor for them. So they grabbed that first set. That was Siege. We're getting ready to now start moving on into our next set. And we're in the semifinals here now, man. I mean, so we are, I guess, suppose, in the money here for some of these teams. But everyone wanted to make it all the way to the finals to get into that top 2 spot. It will be Brawl Ball that we move on to next. Particularly, we are going on to Super Stadium, as we said before, Bounty and Gym Grab, only if we need them.
Dummy excited to get into some Brawl Ball as well. Super Stadium, a cool place. We'll see how it all works out.
Hey, you think it's nice weather there? Like cold or?
Yeah, I think it's brisk is the word I'm going to use.
Yeah, that's a little more cool. Yeah, that adds
Frank
up.
would be acceptable here. Not going to see him though.
It's Shelly instead though for Cerulean.
Jason. I literally AFP. Do we say away from phone? I don't know. But like, what are you doing? Jason just went to sleep, and Nova walked it home.
Yeah, Cerulean got the easiest score I think he's ever gotten before, thanks to that. So we've seen Jason make some mistakes and then rectify them later on. So the opportunity still exists here. Some nice Poco heals coming through from Stop Rob. Ball still in neutral position this early.
Sitting here like Beetlejuice saying his name 20 times, hoping he shows up. Jason here in the second round, a different story in MMA Russia. Nice knockback by Spen. That was wonderful because that was a guaranteed goal. If Spen doesn't drop the super to pull the BB back, that is a guaranteed walk in because of how much HP Russia had. You gotta love to see that. Wonderful play by the Tara.
But look at all those blocks that were in front of the goal. That has all been cleared out now as a result of that last push by Redbirds. That could have been a skull for them, but maybe there could be a block here. Cerulean can't just walk it in. Instead, the ball gets kicked away. Finally, the second score comes through from Cerulean.
Man, Brawl Ball gets me amped. That was so much fun watching. So she comes down the left side and kicks it to herself to opt out. So much fun to watch. Good play in Brawl Ball.
Yeah, very nearly was able to get stopped there, as you said, but Nova have been able to play around Brawl Ball here so well. The Shelly pick, I think, really worked out for them. Obviously, a little bit of help from Jason on that very first one where it looks like he wasn't quite there for him at the start, and Cerulean punished rapidly. But for the most part, they just played so well. Spin stopped that goal earlier on with that Tara ultimate as well.
Press X to Jason. Cerulean here. Some team play as well.
Able to eventually bring that one home there for the squad.
Jason, Jason, press X to Jason. I'm losing it, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, but Jason was losing in the first round. Later on, a little bit different, but Nova Esports take 1.
Yeah, that's right. Not quite as much on the line for you as it was for Jason. So if one of you's got to be there, it should probably have been Jason, right, in that very first round. But that's okay. There's still plenty of time for them to come back in and turn things around. Nova Esports do go into this one up 1. It will be the Shelly, Tara, and the Poco. So Jason looking for a different look here, not on the beefier front line this time.
Yeah, Redbird's going for a much squishier composition. Jason going to be popping on the Tara and stop Rob. It's his job to keep everybody alive.
Yeah, we're essentially looking at the mirror here between these two teams, so it will be coming down purely to execution. Tom moves the ball forward here early on, and Cerulean just wants to try and walk it down Main Street. Rethinks it, though, as another shot comes in from Jason.
Stop Rob with the save. Beautiful super kick coming out from Red's side. Spen looking for it. Left and right.
He's able to weave it in yet again. You're right. He goes that little bit left that pulls MMA Rush's attention and then just weaves the shot back in across. Gets Nova on the esports on the board here first.
I can't wait to watch that replay. That one's going to be fun.
You want another replay of us, you said?
No. All the way from downtown.
Oh, spin again?
Yeah.
He's a madman.
That's the power of the super shot, man. You want to look for those long range every chance you get. I mean, Tom, 900 trophies on the Poco. Homie knows what he's doing, and he's able to just long range shots with the team. Nova are able to go ahead, grab that one, and we tie up 1-1. Big picture.
I hope you all enjoyed the brawl ball that you got to see there because it is done already. Nova Esports have already grabbed it.
I'm down.
And we're moving on to the next set. That was quick, wasn't it? They just kind of ran through.
That's Nova going, look, we've been doing this. We know what we're doing. This was the beautiful stop by Stop Rob. You see the long-range shot from Tara. Stop Rob gets it, but then Tara's able to get it in the midfield, goes left, shoots right. MMA Russia takes it. I mean, ankles broken.
And we're at the point now where these bounces off of the obstacles, the walls, the blocks here on the map, those are going to start to go from being some nice style pointer scoring in some of these earlier rounds to being necessary if you want to get past some of these more stalwart different defenses on Brawl Ball. But now we move ourselves on to Heist. We'll be on to Sandy Gems here in particular. We will now need Bounty as well, as it is 1-to-1 set-wise. Sandy Gems, the map we're doing it on.
Sandy Gems. You know, sand is kind of a collection of tiny gems.
Keep going.
Because sand are all these grains of crystals and you know, rocks.
Those are the same as gems, interchangeable words. Yes,
exactly.
Gotcha. I'm right there with you, on your side, backing you up as you make that point.
That seems disingenuous.
Maybe a little bit. Don't sleuth it out here in front of everybody, Tom. But yes, indeed, we are going to be moving on to Heist here, and we've been talking about this throughout the day, that we've moved from the sort of defensive match that we had earlier on to just aggression here on Heist.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just all-out aggression. And just to touch on that, they're minerals in the sand, actually.
There we go. See, Tom saved it, brought it back. Everyone loves it. Anyway, the aggression on Heist.
All-out aggression, pedal to the metal. We're going to look for the all-out push. Bull, Daryl. These players are just going to look to go aggressive. I think when we see the Taras and the more defensive characters, those are in the more the game modes where it's a little bit more amorphous. This is just, I got a safe. I hope nobody kills it. That's really what you're looking for.
Yeah, trying to keep it safe in the back. You made the safe joke there earlier. I don't want to, tread on your ground. But sort of as you said, BBs are going to feel really good here as well, right? They do have a little bit of control. They can get back there and do decent damage on their own. We saw some sharpshooter teams earlier, like with Colts coming out and with Ricos, and those can do some damage, but it doesn't matter as much when Bulls are just running and then like barrel stuffing your safe.
Yeah, I mean, it's just straight up Bull on parade. That's what you're looking for in this game mode. Just every single time, rush them down. In fact, if you get too concerned with defense, it could be bad for you, which is why I like Spike here. We're obviously talking about all these just rush down characters, but Spike is a character that can go offensive or defensive while still doing the same thing.
Yeah, Jason and Spen will have a lot of work cut out for them deciding where to use their supers as Tom goes down early. Cerulean has made his way to the safe already. Meanwhile, Stop Rob has not. That means a bunch of free damage for Nova Esports they can start this off with.
Yeah, we see on the bottom side, it's about 10% down here for the red team. The blue team has yet to find any damage whatsoever. About 15
still down there.
to be particular.
And hey, now Tom's on his way to come in with the elbow. That takes down MMA Russia. Jason does at least win the Spike 1v1, but who's going to stop Cerulean, who's now made his way in? Good call from MMA Russia. He's just popped up, so now they've isolated the Bull, but that means Tom can just come right down Main Street and look for a little more damage.
This is what we were talking about, Finch. All-out aggression, because the aggression stops the enemy. You see Spen continue to walk forward. He's not falling back to play defense. He's continuing to rush forward. That forces the opposition to turn around. Just play aggro, baby. Unbind the brakes. Go forward and find the finish line.
And they've been doing it so well. When it's so offensive, it pulls away from their defense back towards their own safe. Now down to 25% is the safe of Redbirds. Nova Esports way out in front. Tom is still down here. Finally, he's sent back to the grave. Spen will be joining him shortly, and this might be the only push Redbirds get.
This is the biggest push that Redbirds have an opportunity for, but they're
Cerulean
stuck playing defense. Cerulean shows up on the right side. Tom is going to pop over the wall and draw attention to himself. Stop Rob doesn't take the bait.
Oh, but Stop Rob stops him just barely. Only 1% is gained. Jason is trying to throw in a little bit of damage of his own. Stop Rob finds one more kill. But see what I'm saying? Tom and Cerulean are just going to head right towards the safe. What can you do?
Tom just Leo walking down the court like, what's up, dude? I'm just hanging out. Here we go. I mean, that right there was probably the best example that I could give you, where you just don't get the opportunity to play defense. That was the one shot where we had the clear wipe, where you could have seen Redbirds kind of walk up and take advantage, but they opted not to, and whatever the conversation was, it's tough. It's so hard to get stuck here. It seems very momentum-based.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, the decision point in this game was very likely much earlier on. I mean, once Cerulean makes that initial dive that he makes to flank all the way down towards the safe, he's kind of dictated from then on the way that has to be played by the opposition for him. You have to worry about where Cerulean is, because Bull just has too much threat onto the safe by himself. And so that's the kind of the initial point is where they maybe fell behind.
Every single time. They got to keep an eye out for that one for sure.
Yeah, I think that's about the only way that you can play it. That's why those spikes were both picked up, right? Because spike should, in theory, give you some chance to kind of cheat in between, and when you need to drop the super in the safe, that shows down Bull or slows down Bull, but in that case, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I brought up spike before because you can kind of play in the middle of the team fight. I use this terminology a lot when I talk about the 3 versus 3, just all-out fight, whether you're up front, in the back, or in the middle. Spike can play in the middle, and what I mean by that is you can toss these offensive shots like we see Spen do, but if MMA Russia gets a little bit too far, wins this 1v1 on the right side, Spen can fall back and toss a super and slow it all down, so we can do a little bit of both.
This time it's Stop Rob who runs right to the safe, because Jason wins the fight up against Spen. Stop Rob should feel pretty comfortable sticking around. He gets Spen to use some shots already, forces out the super in response, and that is a ton of damage. He's already down to about a half on Nova Esports' side, but Cerulean find himself a kill. Him and Tom and Spen are all here for damage.
Meanwhile, Tom has not been able to find much against the enemy safe here. Cerulean down to 1 HP and will get taken out, but meanwhile up top, there's damage as players are pushing up, but the respawn is good.
Spen the only one standing for now. Now Tom and Cerulean are here to join the squad, but Stop Rob is doing a lot of what he saw Nova do last time, just barrel stuffing the safe. MMA Russia wins, so it's just going to be a straight-up DPS race. It was very, very close there, but I think it's Nova that came out on top.
There it is, Nova Esports, Cerulean with the star player. Fantastic work. I want to put Tom with the 900 trophy primo. What have you been doing?
Really good. Playing Primo, I guess, right? Yes, that's all I can think of on that one. But it's Nova who come out and grab the 2-0 there, Tom. I mean, and that was one where I think actually they didn't look that good at the start of that map, but they were able to bring it back around.
Yeah, I mean, that was just about adaptations. They were able to really figure out, what was going on and then make the flanks. A lot of times when we talk about adaptation, we're talking about character selection and which brawlers you're bringing to the table. This was much more about the X's and O's on the battlefield. How you're moving around and where you're finding your fights. Are you being offensive? Are you being defensive? And who's winning their 1v1s in their individual matchups? That's what kind of sold it for me at the end.
Well, on to Bounty we go, and Layer Cake in particular. So this could be a bit of a different type of bounty because there's not quite as much of like the hiding in the grass.
Love it.
We're not on, prairie here with this one, so things should look a little bit different. There is some more room for some of our sharpshooters, I feel like, this time.
Yeah, ain't no snakes in the grass here. We're going to take layer by layer by layer, and I love this. It's very easy to kind of like compartmentalize or just kind of break down this one in comparison with some of the others because of how the layers are. And it's just easy to understand. There's a neutral game. When one player pushes up, you can very clearly see what layer you're on. Now you know you're being aggressive. You can very clearly, they're like road markers on the highway. You know how aggressive you're being by what layer of the cake you're on, and that allows you to play much more tactically.
It has worked out so far for both of these teams, but a little bit more in favor of Nova Esports. They're the ones up 2-1. So if we want to make it all the way to the final mode, which I believe is going to be Jim Grabbed, and they're going to have to make something happen for them here on Bounty if they want to go all the way to the Game 5. And Redbirds have played so well throughout this tournament. I'm sure they don't want everything to end for them here, but Nova Esports stand in their way.
This is where Tick finds a home, I think, honestly. Stop Rob playing the big shark guy. What you're able to do here, we've seen so many times how this game comes down to one shot, one opportunity, that whole 8 Mile situation, right? Stop Rob will be able to headhunter or head first. That's the big deal. From a distance, you can safely go and get this kill, and that is going to be a really big deal if we come down to that kind of one kill, one trophy scenario where you need to get the single star to get the win.
Tom's already committed the super trying to find Jason, but the 2 shots after aren't enough. It takes his 3rd one to finally bring him down and improve up to 3 stars on the side of Nova. Now they can fall back and retreat. We do have 3 of our sharpshooters I'd like to mention, and willing to use the Piper super there to clear out some space in mid is Spin.
It's a beautiful play for Spen because this opens up the map for the Piper. Piper on Layer Cake is not the greatest as soon as the match starts. Piper on Layer Cake after she's able to super once or twice or has help from her teammates to clear some of these obstructions is fantastic because she gets those long line of sight shots like that. Jason cut down from 100% to 45.
But I don't think Spen has hit enough of these shots. Look how far back they've already been pushed.
Look at
now
that.
Maybe they can buy some time and force back a Redbirds. Tom coming in with a little bit of Brock shots of his own to try and slow things down. So finally they hit enough to slow down Redbirds. But remember, Redbirds don't have to act just yet. They still got plenty of time to move in and find these kills.
I like the pace of this one, Finch. A little bit slower, but not a snooze fest. This is kind of how I wish Bounty went every time. Sometimes it's a little too slow, sometimes it's a little reckless. I like this pace, honestly, for both teams. Again, Stop Rob on the losing side, 10 seconds to go. I'm looking for the super play here, and it's going to be going up against Cerulean.
Yeah, any clean kill would be enough for Redbirds to take the win. Cerulean's down quite low, so instead he's going to step forward and try and dash past the damage. Piper makes it up, and Nova Esports protect their 3-2 lead. That's enough for them to go up 1. They're now threatening to move out from semifinals and right to finals.
Very unfortunate. I put that whole thing on Stop Rob. No disrespect to the player. I think he's one of the better players that we've seen on the entire tournament. So shout out to Stop Rob. It's been a pleasure watching you. But unfortunately, that time, the win condition here is Stop Rob's head first. It's 3-2. 1 kill gets it done. If head first goes in and is successful, that's why Cerulean does a good job. If head first goes in and is successful, they take the game. There are a number of different things that kind of stop that for sure, and Cerulean making sure that he has the matchup versus Stop Rob on the right side, giving the tankiest target for the head first target. That's certainly a great look on the other side of the team, but at the end of the day, Stop Rob had to do something, and he missed the shot, and unfortunately, that's where the game lies.
Yeah, and through the middle of the match, I was criticizing Spen a little bit about missing some of those shots. I felt like, he committed the super to open the map up, but wasn't hitting quite enough. But once they fell all the way back to their backline, that was when he started hitting them. And so eventually, as long as you do eventually hit them, then they will come in time, and that's what Spen was able to do.
There's also something to be said about kind of chip damage, if you will. Shout out to my FGC friends. You're looking for this shot, put him down to half HP. That player can't walk out again because if you hit them a second time, they die. They have to wait the full 3 or 4 or 5 seconds to heal that back up. So
goodness.
The poke damage is nice, but Jason will take a full-out kill.
Yeah, that's just a little bit better as now they move up to 5. You only take the chip damage if you can't get the kill. Exactly. So Jason gets the whole job done that time, and now Spen can no longer afford to play that slow, relaxed pace from last game. They need a kill, but Stop Rob not letting them. Cerulean ends up dropping. The Brock not working for him as well as the Bull.
Yeah, big things here, and because of the lack of a tanky front line, we see a much different play style from the guys on Redbirds. Jason gets an all-out kill. We see the right side push up even more. Tick was very aggressive, and now it's 7-0. Nova have put themselves in a position where they can't just wait for 12 seconds to go and then look for the all-out push on one player. They need to spread it out. They need to kill Stop Rob and Jason to tie, let alone win.
There's not enough points out there right now to make it easy enough to do one of those 10-second pushes that we've seen before. Not to mention the fact that Redbirds are still putting out damage, but Jason's so low. That's why he felt forced into the Piper Super there. He had to reposition to the back of the map, but MMA Russia drops. That's 2 more stars for Nova to start building this comeback.
And again, now you're talking about big picture chip damage. You're talking about less about creature damage and more life total. 7-2 at the moment. Again, you still need 2 kills, but that will give you the win if you start getting the Stop Rob and the Jason shot.
And Spin has been playing the spacing really well aside from that initial 1v1 he lost. But Jason just chips him down to 1,040. Another big shot from him. And now with 16 seconds left, they need 5 stars to try and make up the difference. That means at least 2 kills. Jason's already dropped the super, so they know where he is. The pathway's been opened up too for them to move in. Tom finds MMA Russia. It's now 7-4, but they're going to need more than that. There's the super coming out from Cerulean to get Stop Rob. They improve to 11, and that makes it a draw.
Oh my goodness, Cerulean, fantastic play, timed it perfectly, and then I don't know what to say. Homie on the other side just went, oops.
And able to find 1 more kill on the back end of that. What a close one. Really, I think pulling it to a draw is pretty good from where Nova Esports were in their position, in all honesty. I didn't think they'd even be able to get that close.
No, absolutely, and shout out to Cerulean for dreaming big, man. I mean, he was absolutely going for the victory. There was no thought in his brain, but as we watch the replays, this is all Redbirds up until this moment.
Yeah, it's about as rough as you can start those 2 picks that Redbirds were able to find, but Cerulean locks him down. MMA Russia gets just close enough to find 1 return kill into Cerulean. He got poked out a little too much.
Yeah, it was Russia. I didn't realize how Blue Team was able to get it back.
Right.
But it was MMA Russia able to just go ahead, and that, you're looking at, that's a team loss, unfortunately. More power in mid is what I need to see there to stop that from happening.
And that's a bit of a momentum killer for Redbird, because they got there off 2 really nice shots at the beginning, but I just don't know how often they can count on getting those, especially with how well Nova's played this map so far.
Stop Rob is going to switch to the left side as Tom picks up another tick. So we've got head first versus head first. Certainly a different look here for both teams. 4-2, Redbirds in the lead here, John Finch. And I want to see them be a little bit more aggressive than we've been used to, because you know that Nova are able to pull out those last-second kind of diddlies.
And I know that you said we aren't counting those slash lines and player damage that much, but if we were, these ticks would be way up near the top. Their poke is so constant, and the harassment makes it really hard for everyone to step forward. But Nova's opened up a lot of this map. That's where they found this pick from to bring things back to parity. You know, it's a little bit better than parity is just outright winning. That makes it 6-4 in favor of Nova.
And that's what I was talking. I needed Redbirds to be a little bit more aggressive, because this is more like TDM, where we're seeing more fighting. This is not just get my 1 kill and walk off, Finch. These guys want to prove something.
Yeah, they're absolutely just trading right now, and it's Redbirds who are now the ones that are coming out on the favorable side.
Nice
Here comes the super
shot.
Spin, takes down Jason, but they want a little bit more from Tom. He does get some chip damage, but not a full kill. There's the super from Spin. They're up 8-7, so they can fall back.
Spin using that offensively, and by that I mean not on the enemy, but on the
Terrain.
the terrain, so that Spin can actually find these shots, because look at the damage he's been able to do.
And now it's only 20 seconds left, but remember, any kill for Redbirds would be enough for them to reclaim this lead. Spins down to half HP. Be careful in range of MMA Russia's shots, and that's enough to move up to 11.
Seconds.
Redbirds now out in front, 11-8, and still holding on. They're the ones falling back. Nova Esports starting to see their ticket to finals slip away, as they're going to have to do a lot more work to get it now.
13-8, Redbirds are going to tie it one more time. John Finch, Nova Esports have a tough task in front of them.
Yeah, that's twice now that Nova Esports had a chance to just finish this off, move out of the semis, and get right on to finals. The first time they clawed back to a draw, and that's what's really earned them this chance here to get that third win.
Really impressive stuff here on both sides of the coin. Like I said, the science of the set is always fun to me as a commentator, and watching these teams kind of go from putting Tick on the right side to get dealt with by the Bull, keep him there, and he dealt with the Brock, and now third time, both Ticks kind of answered each other. They balanced each other out here, and it was just all about the other players, the Piper and the Brock, really coming through.
And these teams have got to be so careful about where they're using every last one of these cooldowns on their supers in particular. That last time, that Piper super that I think that we saw used in the mid lane was nice. It did create some space for them by breaking down some terrain, but it did kind of leave the Piper stuck in a corner where she couldn't maneuver again, and that's why there was able some easy Brock rockets to come in and clean up that kill.
Yeah, fun stuff there for sure. At the end of the day, another one. Redbirds seem to just be grabbing all of these, like, kind of out of nowhere victories. They're just hanging on by a thread, and I'm here for it. This is a team that I've enjoyed. Everything except for the fact that his name is Tom, I've enjoyed.
That's right. It has been a little bit confusing for you. Also, Tom, here on the desk. I mean, and when you consider how strong Nova Esports have looked here today, I mean, they've had some just straight 2-0, 2-0, 2-0s all the way through and moved on, and yet here Redbirds are giving them a run for their money. One more time, we will see the Tick, Piper, and Brock mirror match on both sides to find our winner here on Bounty.
Yeah, no, Stop Rob has been one of my favorite players to watch here today. Stop Rob and honestly, Tom and Cerulean, Nova Esports guys obviously are going to put on a show. But Jason also. Jason flexing the pool. We saw the Mortis, we saw the Leon. Now we're seeing the Piper here.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Piper a little bit more meta, but yeah, show me different stuff. Put on a show. Jason and Redbirds have been really doing it. They're on their last leg of their tournament here. If they lose this one, Finch, they're out. So Redbirds, they're certainly looking for the victory.
I'm not convinced there's a brawler that Jason can't play just yet. Someone's going to have to show me the receipts because he's been able to play whatever they put in front of him.
Crow's mad.
But look how far up Nova are. They have Redbirds pinned already. That is the super out from Jason and the rocket waiting from Tom. It's Spin that gets the credit, but I didn't see a way for him to make it back out. It's 3-3. It's tied here at this point, so no one has the advantage.
Spin just waiting. That was awesome. You watched Jason jump and was like, all right. Bing, 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 boom.
Yeah, he wasn't the only one either. Tom had that shot dialed in as well. No way that Redbirds are going to make it out of that one without trading another life away. 3-3, 45 seconds left, except now it's 5-3. Cerulean has found Stop Rob here on this Tick on the right-hand side.
This is really where where we expect Nova to kind of do it. When the going gets tough and the tough need to get clutch, this is where Nova's able to kind of pull it out. That's been their reputation. We'll see if they can pull it out here in our qualifiers. Redbirds inching up, but there's only about 20 seconds left to go here. Redbirds need one kill to tie. Only one kill to keep themselves alive.
MMA Russia forced out Spin super there in the last fight, and Tom is incredibly low
Cerulean
on the left-hand side. Jason hits it, and one more comes out as well. Spin goes down. That makes it 8-5 with 10 seconds left. Pressure now on Nova. They want their ticket to finals, but Redbirds are not going to make it easy. 3 seconds left, and they can't get into range. Redbirds take us to a 5th set.
One more time.
Wow.
That's what we like to see. Bonus brawl, baby, all the way to the end. This is what, I mean, from semifinals on, I demand 5 games. That's really what I want to see every time. And thankfully, the Europeans are delivering.
And I wonder if there's anything to say for the way that Redbirds have won the ones they've been able to win. Both of their 2 set wins have been 2-1s, very back and forth set with draws in them. But then the ones that Nova have won have been relatively stomps, right?
Yeah.
Just clean 2-0s. I wonder if there is anything to be said for the manner in which these wins have been coming about.
I mean, there certainly is there. Like I said, Redbirds team to Nova Esports are the esports staunch. Yeah, we belong here. Redbirds are up here just like, the young adult book, everything against them, and here they are kind of getting their victory. You like to see it. There's a lot out there that's fun to root for, I think, when it comes to this team.
Sounds like you're describing some shonen, man. You sure you don't want to go watch some anime, Tom, with the way you're describing it?
I was thinking
I'll sit you down.
I was thinking Matt Christopher, the guy who used to write about, like, baseball for 3rd graders.
Yeah, they share a lot of similarities. Yeah. On to Gym Grab we go, and it's on Undermine as well, which means you're basically just getting some honest Heads Up Brawl Stars here to determine who's going to be getting that seat in the finals. When we watched this map earlier on, that choke point at the top was so critical. Who could ever kind of make it through and then control the grass on the sides, that was the team that was coming out on top.
Like I said before, Bounty, you get this kind of interesting, it's kind of just puttered down to the pure and minimal of it. When you're looking at gem grab here, specifically on this map, like you said, it's big and open. It's a combination. Are you good at Brawl Stars and hitting your buttons and playing your character right? Do you know your start power and your matchups, etc.? And also, can you play this gem grab game? Can you do the, do-si-do that you're looking for? Go in, grab a gem, pull back. Go in, grab a gem, pull back. Are you going to be all aggressive? A lot of game modes kind of demand that you play a certain way. Gem grab, you can bring multiple approaches to the game, and that's why it's exciting.
Yeah, it's the opposite. Gem grab demands that you're able to be adaptable here in this game. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some Pokos, though. They're very often our gem carriers, keeping the teams healed up and looking for some extra damage while everyone else gets in close. But Jason's the one I have my eye on, man. What's he going to be playing in this set? It's so hard to know going in.
That's for sure. But again, the Poco, he's powerful for a reason. A lot of players were sitting there before the star power changes going, man, like Poco, just so close, man, so close. And then, your star power can kill people now.
That's right. Cool. You wanted some more Poco damage? Is that what I heard? More Poco. Well, now you got it, right? Coming out here for him. But, there's just so much you could expect from him. We're going to see potentially Leon coming out here from Jason on that left-hand side. We're not quite sure. Mortis might even come back through for him again. Because it's so eclectic, because you don't know which brawlers he's going to be pulling out, it makes it hard to prep for him. So hopefully everyone is ready as they move into the match. Jason going to be on the spike here this time.
Playing utility here, Jason and Russia, their job is to really zone players away by use of the slow field and the turret, respectively. Stop Rob, on the other hand, is a brawler, as quintessential as the terminology is. Will win the fight on the right side, which is a good thing because the spike loses the fight on the left.
That's right. Tom wins his one, but Stop Rob wins his, and Stop Rob might be slightly more valuable as that Rosa able to take some aggressive positioning. That's force spin back. He was trying to hold mid, and now he can. They've pushed MMA Russia out, and suddenly 4 gems, plus Cerulean can come back and team up with Spin to take down Stop Rob.
Yeah, Spin played that nearly perfectly. Walks up forward, goes a little bit too far, if you want my opinion, but there wasn't a threat, so you were allowed to cross that line, and then goes even further and blows up the enemy kind of safe space there, down to the bottom. Russia only has one spot to put the turret that she so eagerly wants to drop. And even when Piper dies, Tom's able to pick up the gems, no problem.
And Russia rushes forward, and that's who takes down the Piper. Stop Rob finds a kill of his own. So yet again, as it has been all match, a back and forth game between these two teams. Spin finds Jason, forced to use the super to reposition to the back. It's 7-4 on these gems right now, and no one controls the center.
Not just yet, but the team with 7 gems are eyeing gem number 8 and 9. Cerulean looking to pick it up and will do just that. Falling all the way back. You don't want these gems on your Rosa, but if you have no other option, that will be the choice here. One more gem for countdown, but again, you're on the character you want to be aggressive with.
Yeah, 9 gems for them, but it's Redbirds with huge control of the map, but Spin finds a snipe onto Jason, and that's exactly what Nova needs. Now they can step up a little bit further, and Cerulean wants to go for it to try and grab the gem and get the countdown going, but Stop Rob won't let him. He gets popped by Spin. That makes it down to 10. Nova on countdown.
There it is, 13 seconds to go here, Finch. 2 gems for Redbirds. 7 are on Cerulean. I think that's going to be a win.
It's starting to look like it now because Spin's the one that can step forward. Tom throwing out some damage as well. Stop Rob has the read on where he is, but you can't burn through Rosa that quick. Nova Esports now on our final set. Grab one more game. Only one more for them to make it to finals.
Yeah, real tough stuff there from the players across the way. I mean, Redbirds just did not look like they even had a hand in that one. Nova came through and just brought it to them.
I don't know, man. I thought it was pretty back and forth on that one, Tom. I mean, it was constant trade. Spin got picked way too many times for my liking. That's in that mid position as well. And they make this call in the middle, this audible, to have Cerulean be the gem collector, and I think it actually works for him.
It does, and it's really kind of an oddball pick, and that's the only again, I said this earlier, I think I was on the desk with Nick, where sometimes you've got to break the rules, and that's one of those situations where you've got to break the rules. It's actually very interesting how that happened, because we watched the team get knocked out because they tried to observe the correct gem grab a little bit too much. They were in the exact same situation. I gotta make a video about this. They were in the exact same situation, and they said, look, we can't let our front line get the gems, and he just stood there like this waiting. The enemy team took them, and they lost the game. Sometimes you gotta break the rules, put your beef guy, put your defensive guy there, and grab it, and then all of a sudden, everything's kind of flip-flop, but you just need one more gem. If that's 3 gems, maybe you kind of leave it out there, but for 9,
it's been such a good run, though, up until this point for Redbirds. You hate to see it end here.
Yeah.
One note of confidence for them, though, is that they have not yet won a set where the other team didn't win one, so this is the pattern they got to follow, right? If they had won the first one, I'd be worried.
Blood for the blood god. They got to taste their own blood before they're able to bring it on back.
That's right, yeah.
I like it.
Saiyans come back stronger. They take a little bit of damage there, Tom. That's more anime for you, obviously. Because I know you're a big anime fan. So
Did you say seance?
Saiyans from Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, I thought you meant seance.
That's the office of anime. That's like everyone's seen that, right? At this
I thought
point.
you meant like a Ouija board.
No, I sure did not. Let's move into our very next match. It's Rosa Piper, but it's actually Bo coming out for Redbirds. Very interesting as Tom is back on the spike.
Yeah, the Redbirds are going to be looking for just long-range shots. They realize that Nova Esports have done a really good job of kind of controlling this mid spot, and Redbirds' response are like, all right, fine, Jason and Russia are just going to try and snipe you down. That's the entire job. We've got 2 long-range sharpshooters.
Stop Rob wants to get towards Spen. At the very least, force the super. It will cost him his life, but remember, when your Rosa doesn't have the gems, you don't mind trading her out for a super and a little bit of control.
So this is a little bit rough here, John Finch. Stop Rob and Jason here on the right side with the Bow on the left side. If I'm pulling out the double sharpshooter strat, really what I want is target communication. I want Jason and Russia to do the unconventional and choose the same target and just pop them down. Jason's only able to find 1 out of 3 shots. Russia's doing the same thing. If they both focus the same guy, they both go down.
That shot from Spen was so huge, though. He weaves it through to make sure those gems
Beautiful
are free
play.
to be picked back up. That means now there's 8 on the side of Nova Esports to 0 for Redbirds. And Tom's found one more on the spikes. 9 now for Nova Esports. The next gem not far from spawning. It's time for the countdown, and Redbirds have no options. 13 seconds, and they must force their way in to try and take down Nova Esports. Tom on the spike has no value. That means he can step forward to continue the zone. 5 seconds left, and Stop Rob ends up dropping. MMA Russia can't find his way in. Cerulean comes out with the shield, and that does it for Nova Esports. They punch their ticket to the finals.
Oh my goodness. I love the thought process here from Redbirds. Basically what happened, and there's no shame in understanding that your opposition might have the upper hand. They go, look, man, Nova's Piper. We can't do anything about it. So we're going to take 2 Pipers. That's against the rules. So they get Piper, and Bo is basically Piper Jr., right? And so the idea there is, maybe we have 2 long-range sharpshooters. If I'm the coach, I like that idea, but I'm saying you got to target the same person. You're being outplayed by the enemy Piper, who's able to just go 1-2 and take care of you. If you can't do that, it's fine to identify your strengths and weaknesses, but you've got to make up for it. Target the same person. If Russia and Jason target the same guy, this is a much different story, but they still stick to the 1v1, and Nova Esports are able to just take over.
Tom going so largely unchecked on the left-hand side of his huge spin, making the big individual play. I think it's this right here where he weaves that shot in on Jason. That frees up 4 more gems that they then group up as 3 to go in and make sure they collect. Cerulean again taking a few gems on that Rosa.
Yeah.
I mean, that was huge there for Nova. Just what a big play for them on gem grab.
Very, very clutch, and just going to town and showing everybody what they're good at.
Well, they are there in the finals, and who's waiting for them other side but PSG Esports, and PSG got there relatively cleanly, 3-0 to make it. So I think we are geared up for a very impressive final here, the Brawl Stars Open European Union. It'll be PSG Esports and Nova Esports.
Shout-outs to some of the other big names. We see Team Clovers get beat up by former number 1s. You want to keep an eye on them as our EU kind of tournament continues going on. ATM Squad fell down. We got a chance to see what they were able to bring as well.
Right.
So a lot of fun to see all these teams coming out again. We did NA. Now it's time for EU. We're getting everybody standing up.
Well, if you've stuck with us all day long, then there's no possible way that you can leave right now. We started at 11. It is 6 o'clock. So that means clear your schedule. Get right back here. The finals are on the other side of this break. Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Open. These teams have been battling all day long, and we have whittled it down to 2. It's PSG versus Nova Esports here in the finals. My name is John Finch. I am joined by Dave Dolson Olsen here with me as we move into a very, very good set, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun, and we've seen a lot of Nova today.
Yes,
Only a handful of PSG, maybe even just one set for PSG. But looking at the standings, they had the most convincing route through the semifinals, so I'm excited.
You're right. They 3-0'd to make it here to the finals. Just a quick refresher on the format. We're currently in those open qualifiers happening now and in September. We'll be moving on to the regional finals, and you'll qualify from there to South Korea. That's what everyone's battling for. But, of course, along the way, it doesn't hurt to earn some cash.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, both of these two teams at least will be taking home $300 at $100 per player if you end up in the second spot, $200, of course, if you end up in first. So already in the cash, that's all beside you now. It's the best standing going into those regional finals that you're looking for here. It's going to be a fun one. Both teams have shown today great play. I mean, even down to like little min-max stuff, the mobility that a lot of these guys have shown, smart play and brawl ball. It's going to be a lot of fun.
No, I expect this to be an incredibly close match. You just saw the bans there. Nova Esports have chosen to ban away the Shelly, whereas PSG have banned away the Jean. And since we are, of course, changing the rounds that we're in, we'll be starting off with Bounty this time, Brawl Ball and Siege if we need them, and I predict we'll need them based on how close these two teams have been playing so far. We'll start off on Shooting Star.
You know, Jean going away is actually super impactful for this set. I mean, you see Jean constantly over the course of all of these games. Maybe not so much in Bounty. Actually, it might make a lot of sense here since it's much more open. You can get pulls on good brawlers with a lot of stars on their back. Not going to matter, though, because you can't play them, though. You can have a lot of long-range Piper and then some area control from the Tick. I
imagine it's that open map that has led to this sort of sharpshooter-heavy composition. Pipers and Brocks and Ticks. It's a mirror match between these two teams, so it'll come down to who can play better. I'm surprised it's not Spin on the Piper, actually. He played it so well in the last set, but I trust Tom to be able to pilot it, too.
It's very funny that basically all of the brawlers on the opposite side, everyone is just going up against their counterpart right now. The Brocks trying to poke one another out, Ticks just trying to control where the enemy Tick can move. And then the two Pipers on the opposite side just trying to make the other one uncomfortable. The first star, though, going over to PSG means they can play a little less aggressive here. What we so often see is that it comes down to the end. The enemy team kind of aggresses and actually can corner the defending team in their base and in a weird way give them an advantage despite being down star-wise.
Right.
But having that one star on your side right now for PSG, especially with this almost literal line in the sand across the middle of the map, it's going to be so hard for Nova to kind of cross that territory, especially this is where Tick makes a lot of sense. You can kind of coat that area with bombs and prevent them from moving forward.
I'm so surprised that Skyer is getting this right side with the Piper, because it feels like you can move up past this wall and need be super back over it, and I think that's why Tom has switched back over to this left side. It's just you can make a little bit better use of that space.
Oh,
the
nice shot.
But not if Ide hits shots like that. Tom goes down, and PSG further control the map, now up 3-0.
Yeah, that quick 3 burst from the Brock just absolutely deletes Tom off of the map. Now you get Tick supers trading back and forth. The Brock super out as well with 13 seconds left. It's 3-0.
Yeah, now the pressure entirely onto Nova Esports to try and make a move, but that job just became harder. They're going to need at least 2 kills, make that even more as Cerulean goes down as well. Skyers gets 1 more just for fun, and it's PSG 11-0 that dominate in game 1.
Yeah, dominate's, I think, the right word to use there. They get the first bounty star off the board, which I think is actually very important in this matchup, especially with the way that this map is structured. If you're able to get in there, grab that first star, and then back off, because what we saw are basically 2 teams just trying to poke one another out. You can't move out into that middle section that you'll see here on the map. The Tick's just trying to control out of the space. Actually, some of the environment destruction didn't quite hit the mark. Still a little patch of grass there in the middle. Granted, you know where he is, but still had a little area to move around there. And then at this point, you're just absorbing pressure, getting all the stars that you can, and well controlled there from PSG.
It absolutely was well controlled. We talked about some of the slight positional differences between the Pipers. I don't know that necessarily panned out or anything like that, but it is small things like that about where they're placing them and who has the advantage on the map in terms of who's past that halfway mark that do come up to make the difference between 2 teams that are this evenly matched. It looks like things are going to be exactly the same this next time as we come through, as it is Cerulean on the Piper.
A little different in that it's going to be a Piper v. Brock on the left-hand side here, and then Piper v. Brock on the right-hand side, pending They swap, moving in, gonna grab that first brawl. Actually, no, the brawl star didn't get grabbed, and now they get it. But absolutely exploded a bet that did not quite pay off there. Now 2-1, same effective 1-star lead, but it's on the opposite side. Now Nova Esports can back themselves off, especially with a Piper on your side and a Brock and a Tick. I mean, you will gladly accept them through this middle area here.
Yeah.
Half health bars across the board.
Yeah, this is not a bad spot for Nova to be in at all. They are a bit backed up, though, which could potentially be dangerous, but I do want to point out it is a bit of a difference, though. It's not Tom on the Piper this time, it's Cerulean.
Yep.
Tom's taking a Tick here this time. I wonder what prompted the switch, as that super doesn't get a whole lot out from the Tick, but PSG are so pushed up here at this point. They can definitely be the ones with the pressure. Cerulean kind of confined to this back corner.
One more shot.
I wonder if he is even there. There's the super that allows him to reposition, but he lands right back into the bombs.
Yeah, and that's honestly, in a weird way, it's kind of the opposite from Heist, where sometimes on the defensive end, it can be advantageous. Or on the defensive end, it's not advantageous, so it's the same as Heist, where you're absorbing too much pressure. The attacking team, despite being down with stars, kind of is controlling where you're allowed to go. Forces Nova Esports into the corner there, nowhere for Cerulean to go. Right back up 8-2, and you can already see PSG don't want to immediately back off. They want to actually stay aggressive and kind of dictate where Nova move.
And this is so smart. I think sometimes you give up too much by pushing yourself in the corner right away. Instead, they're making Nova fight for this positional advantage, knowing they can always fall back because the countdown timer has gotten a lot lower. Ide is quite low, but another kill comes out of Cerulean's of dropping spin. Does find one to make it 10-4, but with 5 seconds left, very difficult for Nova to be able to grab the remaining stars. Piper up in the air, and just like that, PSG claimed the first map 2-0.
And that was all on Skyrex just being able to stay alive there towards the end. He had 5 stars on him. It wouldn't have tied up the game. They still would have been 1 down to the tune of 10-9. But that's such a huge swing, and we've seen that come out to play in a few of these bounty games today where a team can be leading the entire game, and then right towards the end, the guy with 7 stars on him dies, and out of nowhere, they're losing the game, and everything goes up in the air. So the same as you would want a Piper to have a lot of gems and gem grab because they can kind of play back and safe. The super allows you out of a lot of danger. Very similar here in Bounty. Get 6 stars on Skyrex and just play safe the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I don't remember exactly the way that bracket looked, but apparently PSG are now on a 4-0 set streak at this point, right? Because they 3-0'd in semis, and they just came out and grabbed one here at the start of the finals. Nova have looked so strong. We followed them all day long, and yet PSG come out on a relatively neutral map and kind of put the screws to them.
Yeah, that was not really all that close. I think the 1 gem lead that they had going into that one, the closest that we saw in that set. Other than that, I mean, 4, 5, 6 really from PSG, just positional control, especially in mirror matchups, and that's as head-to-head as you can possibly get. You can maybe say, oh, well, they had this brawler, maybe change that up. They were literally playing the same things and came out so heavily on top.
Let's move into gem grab now. There will be Pocos on both sides, but differences everywhere else. A Tara down here for Nova Esports, a Rosa and a BB on the top for PSG, as well as a Spike down there for Tom to pilot. But already this Poco controlling the middle of the map with 3 gems.
Look at YDE on the BB in the back line, just trying to utilize that move speed as much as possible. Some early trade from Skyrex. Maybe turning things around here, but that BB movement speed so important. Tom able to trade back, but mid-control right now, all for PSG, getting the gems onto Poco. Not the best, but when you consider the other 2 brawlers that you have, both aggressive frontliners, being on Poco is just fine.
Yeah, I think so here too, and really, Skyrex is playing this so perfectly. He's okay trading his life away as long as it's for positional control, as YDE does end up dropping after a trade on his own. But finally, they do have to see it a little bit of the middle of this map here away, so Nova have a chance if they can maintain this control.
This is where you need to slowly work your way back into it, or quickly if you want to just smack spend back to base. A little bit of healing coming through from that gravity well. The star power leaving back the healing shadow there per se. YDE holding down this left side now. It's going to get aggressive on Tom, might find the kill, and this really allows PSG to move forward.
Yeah, Cerulean now in trouble too, and he'll drop, and that's 4 gems that have been removed. Just like that, PSG up to 13, and the countdown has begun. Nova Esports, I mean, even if they get YDE here, I mean, there's 10 on the back on Poco. This is so difficult. What a nice bounce as well, just for a little bit of flavor. But that's it, man. PSG just grabbed it again.
You're not going to see Poco on your screen for the rest of this game. Right, he is so far back in the corner. the rest of PSG just zone out. Apparently, PSG are very good at Brawl Stars.
Yeah, I'm starting to learn.
They 2-0 in our first set of our first game mode here in this set. They 3-0'd in the semifinals. And again, an almost a not even close sort of game here to start this one off. I mean, Nova have these moments where the trades are looking okay, they're looking in their favor, but just the general control that PSG are bringing out, and that's what you'd expect when you have a BB and a Rose on your side. A little bit of healing coming out from the Poco as well. And, you know, the Tara has some merit, the Spike has some merit. There was just too much tankiness on the opposite side. You can't really execute them with a good Tara super or a good Spike super, and they were just able to stay alive way too long.
That's a great point. I don't think there was enough Tara value that came out, but for what it's worth, I do think PSG is just communicating incredibly well here, the way they're able to space out this map, and it kind of shrinks it. It feels like there's so few options for Nova when you're the other side trying to fight a way in towards this Poco. I mean, by the time you finally get to him, I mean, he's got the super ready to go. He hasn't had to expend any resources, and it's almost impossible.
And Poco is squishy, but he does a sneaky amount of damage. I mean, by default, I think people say, oh, well, he's a healer because his super heals. You get a little too close to a Poco, and you tend to evaporate, especially if he's running Screeching Solo. 1,200 damage with that super onto any enemies that he happens to hit through walls, through the environment. It's unfortunate gem bounces actually send a couple the way of PSG, but they're going to split them 1-1.
A relative mirror match here. The only difference is the BB and the Roses here for YDE and Cerulean, and everyone else lined up. As yet again, Skyrix goes in aggressively and finds an early pick. Tom is easily the target with 3 gems, but bailed out by Cerulean. Finally, we're starting to see some signs of life here from Nova Esports as they control 5 gems.
Yeah, PSG are going to have to back off a little bit here. 6 gems now, and on the opposite side, the same thing that we saw PSG do last time. They gave all the gems to Poco. That's what Nova are looking to do here. Worked out very well for them. Tara looking for a little bit of value here, but Cerulean into the super is going to be able to stay alive.
Able to win that 1v1. YDE wins his fight, though, on the right-hand side. That keeps things at least somewhat even for PSG. But the fact is, Tom is unmoved from that center position. He's able to climb all the way up to 8 gems here now, and he's right there ready for the next gem spawn. But Twistwick makes his way in.
And the gravity well from Skyrix there may be a little bit off the mark, but you know, with healing shade, if nothing else, maybe he's just providing his teammates some healing. You see Twistwick is able to sit back there, trades going back and forth in the middle. But PSG, they're coming out ahead.
They are coming out ahead in terms of
kills.
The kills, but the control on the map, that's still favoring Nova. They've got 9 total to their name. And Cerulean wants to sneak in and grab this last gem to start the countdown, but Cerulean's life is valuable. They need nearly all of these gems. They have 10 elsewhere. Cerulean can drop, but Tom needs to get back along with Spen. Now it's Spen who's expendable.
He's dropping back. Tom just has to stay alive here. Tara, the gravity well, might save them with 3 seconds left. They're not going to be able to find a way back in here. And some signs of life from Nova Esports. PSG seemingly with one of their first map losses in a long time. Come out ahead of that one on Nova, so some good fight back there. Going to the Tara, though, for PSG, I don't think it was bad necessarily, but their composition in map number 1, or I guess I should say round number 1, same map, worked out so well. You know, I think Tara is super dependent on how much value she's able to get from a lot of those gravity wells. Her primary attacks don't overwhelm me necessarily. I think they have some good poke. A good 3-shot from a Tara can certainly do a good bit of damage. But interesting to me that they moved away from something that worked so well in the first one.
Yeah, I agree. It's a bit curious. I do think, though, that the Tara looks worse when Cerulean has a really good game on the Rosa, like what we saw from this time. He was able to get into great position for the beginning of the map. And it seemed like a lot of that did get dictated by who won that initial 1v1, that left-hand side, and then Rosa was able to set up, able to start roaming around the map a little bit more and buy some space. I mean, Tom sat in the middle of the map on that Poco for 8 gems worth of spawns, right?
I mean, it's such an interesting thing to look at in reality, in that they are actually on PSG side going back to their original composition here, so hoping for more of the same, hoping to send this finals into one final set if they're able to seal this one up here. But you're so right, the first trade dictates almost the rest of the game in a way. You're able to position yourself around just one person advantage. Early gems, though, still onto Tom on the Poco here in this case, and Cerulean finds a kill.
Again, I mean, this is what worked for Nova Esports last time, was Cerulean winning that early match. This time he takes down the BB, but they got to be careful. Skyrix is also lurking here in the jungle. Cerulean steps up again, but this time with backup from the Poco in the center. IDE wins the matchup.
Yeah, and it's just this tug of war almost for this middle area where you say, yeah, they won this kill, and it's almost a perennial or a perpetual 2v3 advantage for one team over the other.
Right.
Cerulean's going to move too far forward, get picked off. YDE on the opposite side, Skyrix as well. But that's just buying space. You see how aggressive they're getting right now. The Poco battle actually decides a lot here.
Yeah, Tom able to push out Twisted Twig, and Cerulean wins his matchup as well. So now Nova Esports returns to kind of chilling here in the middle. It's 5-5 in terms of our gems.
Gravity well.
But Tom picks up one more. Twisted Twig gets pulled back in by the Gravity Well. But how does Cerulean do on the left-hand side? Staying alive here, I think, is good enough.
Yeah, as long as he's able to stay alive behind this wall here, he'll be happy. Skyrix down low, trying to make something happen here for his team. Didn't get him, but also didn't die. Mid-control back in favor of PSG, getting rid of the Rosa as well. That's going to be for 2 or 3 gem spawns. If they're able to actually win the fight after the fight, they'll be happy. They trade out, but they are going to get their 7th gem, now 8th gem of the game.
Wow, PSG pushed up so far in that last push. I almost wonder if maybe that wasn't a little bit too much. They were able to coalesce all the gems back on the Twisted Twig, though, which is great. All 8 on the Poco, right where you want them.
Yeah, and now it's the game of who finds the first kill onto one of the Pocos. 9 for PSG, still 8 over on the Nova Esports side. Spen has 2, not all of them are on the Poco on the opposite side. It's going to cancel out the countdown here, 9 apiece. The last 10th gem will go over to Nova Esports. They got to find a way to get these down.
They've started up this countdown now here, and Spen and Tom's lives are the most important. But right there on top of them is Skyrix, and he's able to find the first kill. That starts a countdown going the way of PSG.
Cancel out.
And they'll slow things down, at least here for now. Twisted Twig moves right back, but because they are slightly ahead, 11-10, they do start a countdown for the moment, but immediately evened back out.
Yeah, this countdown is almost null in a way, because by the time it gets down to 10 or so seconds, another gem will spawn for the opposite side. As long as Nova Esports are in a position, but getting rid of Tom, that's horrible. Now you have 23 gems for PSG, 10 seconds left on the clock.
But how many did they leave back on the other end? Enough for Tom to collect his back and him to null out the countdown for a moment. But they need one more. There's no spawn here for 13. Isn't quite enough. One more kill right at the last second. Keeps this one going, and it goes right back towards Nova Esports, who now have 14.
Yeah, PSG are spawning out of their base here. The BB Super is maybe a last-ditch effort. They're going to get a bounce and a little bit of damage, but at 8 seconds left, they got to kill off Tom here.
Tom is the only one that killing is going to be enough, and that's why we see Skyrix trying to move in, but with 1 second left, it's not going to be enough. Spin gets one more for good measure, and just like that, we've tied it up in terms of sets here in our finals, essentially a best of 3.
You never see, I don't want to say never because we just saw it, but a team, in this case Nova, in the enemy team's base, gets enough kills cleanly enough to pick up all of the gems and then get out. It's just so hard to do in gem grab, but again, the effective trades from Nova Esports onto the right people put them in a great position to succeed here. The Tara actually working out in their favor this time around. You could see what they were going for. 13 gems on YDE going into this engagement. Doesn't matter because it's at the end of the game, I guess. But well played there from Nova. Nova able to kind of backpedal after the total all-out aggression into the PSG base, and then able to get out alive. Very impressive from them.
It was very strong, and that was with PSG. I feel like going up to 23 gems for like a split second in there, right? And then they dropped like 13 of them back
number.
Again. Right, we're like, man, that sure is a lot of gems, and then they dropped them all again. So on the heist, we find ourselves moving here, Dave. It's Pit Stop in particular, and Pit Stop's such an interesting map because that side lane is kind of open up for some rotations if you want to try and move through there and get your bulls, your BBs all the way back to the tank.
And it's different. The name escapes me, but it's the map with kind of the 2 grassy lanes on the side, but it's effectively cut off from your own base. You have to go through the middle and then off to the side. That's not so much the case here on Pit Stop, where there is a little bit of an impediment there that you can't really walk through. Granted, the grass isn't quite as complete on the opposite sides. But the entire map is really open to explore here in this case, where you can come out of your base and then really choose your lanes. Effectively 3 lanes is what you're looking at here. Some long-range brawlers make sense. The longest range we're going to get here is Rico. Bull, BB, though, makes a lot of sense to me here. You got full-blown tanks for PSG, and then 2 out of 3 for Nova, with Rico as the lone, I guess you could say, squishy damage dealer in this case.
This is such a good map for Rico if you can find the angles. But Someone can do something about Cerulean here. He's just sitting on top of the tank. There is quite a few members down on the offside for the safe as well. I keep calling it a tank, but it's certainly a safe. So there is at least some defense there for it. Cerulean now fighting up against YDE to keep him busy. This does seem to be slightly favoring here Nova, but finally they're able to clean up the bull.
I mean, at that point, you're just putting your cards saying that we think we can do more damage and finally clean him up before he's able to out-trade us. And it doesn't work out. Yeah, 57% left for Nova Esports here, 42%. Now you see sort of full team aggression. The super from Spen's going to try to pull things back, and the super from Twisty Twick as well.
Hello, El Primo here to play, and he makes his way into the back, but Spen cleans up the kill easily enough. It is enough for PSG to slightly get the safe lead in terms of percentage, but in comes Skyrix with the Bull Super. That moves him right onto the safe for some point-blank damage. YDE here as well. 9% is all that remains, but they keep the safe standing, and now they can make their own push.
On the opposite side, 6-5, 4% is all that left, and the next touch is going to end this game.
There's the BB Super coming out as well to try and find their way in, but it's Primo who makes his way in. Twisted Twick is the one that gets it done, and PSG on the board here first.
Wow. I mean, we're talking about a close matchup. It looked like in our game mode number 1 that this one was not going to be close.
Right.
Nova Esports answers back, and then you're talking potentially the closest that you can get, 5 to 6% on the safes there towards the end.
Yeah.
They get just 1 in the numbers advantage. They still have the Bull Super to get in there. The Primo Super as well ends this game. The Rico, you know, it's fine. You're blind picking here, so you don't know quite what you're going up against. This is a map actually where I think Rico works. There's plenty of areas to kind of bounce those shots off of, get that bonus damage. But into what you're facing on the opposite side, it's a little bit tough if you're able to kind of move forward, similar to almost like a Barley, a lot different, but in the sense that the damage is kind of conditional on where you're able to move. And if you're sitting back and having to defend the whole time, you're not super happy.
Yet again, Cerulean's going to sit on the save.
Right.
Meanwhile, it's the entire squad of PSG that have moved in to do damage onto Nova Esports is safe, and they choose to trade that way. Twisted Twick is the one that ends up falling along with YDE, so they can defend Cerulean and push him off, but the early safe pressure favored Nova this time.
It's honestly a very similar start. The percentage is a little bit higher as the initial aggression did not last quite as long, but you see Spen forced back. He has full health compared to Skyrix, who had nearly nothing, and he was able to turn it around on the Bull. Another base race happening here. The Bull's just dropping the shoulder, going right for the safes.
And Cerulean gets unchecked DPS. Meanwhile, PSG is doing some check DPS, and that's why I think the trade has favored Nova here so far. They're slightly out in front, but it's been a bit conditional, right? It's been PSG okay with trading up until now, and now Twisty makes his way in to start eating all over the safe.
Yeah, and Cerulean's gone. It's just Twisty who's left pouring in damage. There are two members, though, of Nova on the opposite side trying to end this.
Yeah, Spen trying to see if he can close this one out as well. That is enough to slow things down for now, but Tom is still lurking right here in front. Finally cleaned up by YDE. Cerulean rotates in, but only able to bring it down to 7%, Dave.
Well, PSG need to find 18% before Nova find 7. They're going to do a little bit with the BB bubble here. It's going to bounce back and forth a few times. That might just end it. Twisty jumps in, and he ends it.
They're okay with being down a slight percentage deficit when they're running these 3-tank compositions, though, because their dive is just so strong. They trade out Cerulean 10% deficit all game long, and then right when it gets down to 15 to 10 or so, they can just all in it in the safe. PSG, I think, might have been in control the whole time if you knew what their strategy was.
I mean, it's very tough in that what you're doing when you send somebody forward is saying that we assume that you'll be able to do enough damage as a single player, probably with one person back defending, then the other team will with 2 people here trying to kill us off. And, you know, you hope that you're able just to win the trades cleanly. Unfortunately, you know, this time around, Spen on the Rico, it has its merits, but you basically get one shot. I mean, Primo does a good bit of damage for how tanky he really is here. And Rico just, I think maybe once in that game was able to move forward and do any sort of damage to the safe.
Man, this has been just a huge performance from PSG now. They are now only 1 set away from being our victors here of this entire Brawl Stars Open. They've been battling all day long since 11 a.m. to make it to this point, Dave. They're going to get 2 more cracks at it to close this out.
I guess even sooner, technically. We jumped in at 128.
Oh, you're right.
So
It might have been even earlier. Good point.
They might have been going all day, especially if they're over there in Europe. It's got to be 5 or 6 hours later than we are even here. So they've been up all day for sure fighting through it, but they look like a very well-rounded team.
Yeah.
Can't count Nova Esports out of this one just yet. I mean, despite the kind of 2-0 sandwich with the 2-1 meat there in the middle. I mean, Nova has the moments that look really good, but PSG, it's those certain game modes where they're playing a complete game where you really have to, keep those eyebrows raised. You're a little nervous here. If their Brawl Ball looks half as good as their other game modes do, this one could be over.
It could be trouble potentially for Nova. Brawl Ball, what an excellent mode for us to be on to try and find ourselves a bit of a decider match here. Twisted Twig picks it up here initially first on the Poco, but it's YDE who's found a kill. As has Twisted Twig. Spin goes down too. That gives a bit of a power play here now for PSG, but the respawns come through just in time.
He's going to pull back here. Similar compositions. Trade out of Spike for a Poco on the opposite side. Not really any environment breaking will be going on here. You're going to look for a clean kill, a clean sweep, if possible, to really be able to wrap around those boxes there. Some fancy footwork from time to time. We've seen plenty of that today. Skyrix trying to stay alive. Gravity Well could start this one off. Twisty Twig, but it's a 1-for-1 trade.
That's right. We lose both our Taras on the back end of that. The only difference is one is still up to heal Cerulean. That means he can go ahead and make his own push, but I doubt he'll make it particularly far, despite how healthy he is. He's going to try and force it in.
56.
Cerulean grabs it and just forces the ball in.
Oh my, with 56 health nonetheless. That was so close. He realized how much he could do.
Wow.
And it's unfortunate that YDE wasn't there because that BB, the full-blown swing, makes you drop the ball. And they just didn't have YDE around to defend. So well played there from Nova.
Twisted Twig is still standing, has taken down Spen on this right-hand side. Passes the ball over to YDE in the center. Cerulean looks for the clear, but another shot on goal just barely hits the boxes. That means it won't make it in.
Now back to a full-strength attack here for Nova Esports, looking to take game number 1 of Brawl Ball. Cerulean being the first to drop is great news if you're rooting for PSG here. The ball's going to go back into the corner. 45 seconds left. I mean, you really have your chance at maybe one more sort of together attack here, especially with the Gravity Well going down. Not a good super economy for him.
No, this is going to be very difficult for the defense, but Cerulean's found one and now cleared the ball out. Remember, Nova don't have to score again now at this point. They can just stall out for another 30 seconds as Tom finds an important kill on Twisty Twig to keep these spawns delayed. Remember, all the pressure and onus is on PSG.
Yeah, and that's the power of the curveball there.
Spen?
All right, well, I'm just going to end the game anyway. Does it again a second time. He just walks right on through. It was Spen this time instead of Cerulean, of course, but I'm about to explain why Spike is great, and he just says, I'm going to end this game right now.
That's impressive. That means that it's Nova Esports who come out and grab a point here in our 4th set to get things started off. Man, and I don't know if you could have asked for a better final, right? It has been so back and forth between two clearly strong teams here at this point. I know it is no consolation, but whoever does come in second, I mean, I don't know how you feel bad about it. You just hit a tough opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it tends to be the way things go when you get down to the finals. You're hoping
you hope so, at least.
You hope that at some point those lucky wins would have been canceled out by a naturally better team, and they certainly have here today.
Yeah.
PSG, again, I mean, if you harken back to their semifinal performance at 3-0, that normally happens, maybe round of 128, 64. I mean, it happens less frequently as you get fewer teams, of course.
Right, yeah.
So doing it in the semifinals, no less, is even that much more impressive.
Well, very impressive indeed. It's Nova Esports that are trying to force us on to a set 5. It's PSG that can clean things up here, but you're right, a Carl coming out is a bit surprising. I mean, you got any ideas on what they want here from this guy?
I mean, if he's using Protective Pirouette, 30% damage reduction during his super, I mean, he can really get aggressive. Unfortunately, the balls are going to start getting passed in the wrong direction. They don't get a chance to defend at all. It's so similar to the goals we saw in the last game.
Yeah, exactly. Cerulean comes in and scores right away. That's a bit of a problem now for PSG. They've got to find a way to hold on here now. They've got 2 minutes to not let another goal be scored.
I don't know. I don't know if they could do it for 30 seconds the way Nova Esports are playing this one. A 1-for-1 trade is going to keep them on the board here. It looks like, couldn't quite tell if he's running the 30% DR. The pickaxe does look like it's moving somewhat fast, but it really dictates how you're going to play if you want to get even more aggressive when you have that super available, just bouncing it off the box. But Cerulean continuing his backline aggressive play.
Cerulean is dropping. That's why Spen's clearing the ball here now, waiting on the team to respawn. He's better off getting it as far away from his own goal as possible. He actually makes almost a turnaround play, but Twisted Twig gets one. Skyrex finds one more. They've got the numbers advantage, but he can't.
He hit the
shot
barrel.
it the wrong way. What happened there?
He wasn't around the corner. He hit the barrel.
Shot it too soon.
And it bounced back. He didn't fully walk around the corner. That was surely going to go in, but he's unable to complete the shot. They're still down 1-0 on a miracle chance for Nova Esports.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like maybe PSG are letting the nerves get to them a little bit. They know how close they are to closing this tournament out and aren't quite able to execute as cleanly as we've seen from them before. The ball now back in control of PSG, but Nova all here and healthy. In fact, Tom is able to find himself a double kill. Twisted Twig goes down as well, and YDE can't stand either. This could very well be the end if Tom can find a way to get it up there.
Yeah, they're pushing it through. Cerulean might be the one who ends up picking it up. The super from Twisty Twig is going to start this one off. Doesn't really get a whole lot out of it. If Cerulean sees an opening, he might just walk it in yet again. A good save, though, from the Carl.
A Twisted Twig is able to save it, but it does cost him his life spin. Picks the ball back up. Now they're passing it on through, and that's 2. Nova have found yet another set win. We're going all the way to 5 here in the finals.
For an esports team owned by a European soccer powerhouse, they're very bad at ball.
You'd think this would be their strength, right?
Yeah, right. You'd think that they would have the coaches, the strength and conditioning, all of that in there for PSG, but it didn't work out this time. Finally a 2-0 on the board now for Nova. You're just looking, I think, at 2 teams who have gotten, this far, not only because they're very good, but they have very good game modes. There are certain game modes that they're better at than others, and Nova apparently is very good at Brawl Ball. 0 goals, if I'm remembering correctly, for PSG in either of these 2 games. And that one off the barrel. He bounces it off the barrel. Oh,
that one was brutal, man. That was the one that could have been the tie and maybe restored some balance here to this match and calmed the nerves. And instead, they cannot find that shot. I mean, and that BB super is brutal there from Cerulean, man. Just clearing house in front of the goal.
And I love seeing the gravity well from Tara, especially with Healing Shade, when the Shadow clone is actually able to stay alive. It's so important because it'll follow you around and basically heal you.
Well, now we're moving on to Siege here, Dave, to decide it all. We will indeed have ourselves a victor on the back end of this. It will be Factory Rush in particular, a ton of room right down the middle of the map, but then perhaps one of our biggest barriers in front of the actual turret on this map.
And look at the 2 arrow-shaped environments, and I pointed this out earlier, but these are so important. Actually, I believe you and I were casting one of the sets earlier in the day where the robot was approaching the bottom base there, and it literally could not move past that top part. It has to walk around small corridors.
Right.
So if you have brawlers on your side, could be a Tara, could be, well, not a Jean in this case because he's banned out. BB can knock some away. You have Pam who can drop her healing turret. It'll stall out there and, pound away on the healing turret for a little while. Depending on which way you go, you can really stall things out if the enemy team's not able to destroy those V-shaped environments.
Spike, BB, and Primo here for Nova. Meanwhile, there's Barley, Bull, and BB on the side for PSG to get things started. Tom in trouble early on, but he's got the super. That takes down YDE, but Skyrex, not to be outdone, finds Cerulean on the right-hand side. Things still very even in turn to Bolt for this first Siege, so it will be a tie.
Will be a tie. The second Bolt actually going in the moment that the tie came out there, so a bit unfortunate if you're PSG. Already, though, mid-control, so firmly in their favor. Cerulean's going to try to get aggressive with the super. BB just going to knock him away. Says no thank you. Cerulean does have a bolt for his troubles, though, but it's 7-2, a big uphill battle for Nova.
This is going to be difficult now for Nova. PSG have done such a good job controlling some space here, and I've been impressed here with Skyrex. I know he had a little bit of struggles on Brawl Ball, but he's regrouped here on this BB here so far. Nice super there from Tom. Does buy him a moment, but in comes Skyrex.
YDE is going to grab a bolt on the opposite side. Now it's 7-8, so a good fight back in all reality from Nova and make it 8-8.
Yeah.
So things are going to come down to the wire with 5 seconds left. We could see another tie, but it looks like PSG are going to control this middle area. 10-9 is where they stand.
10-9 means they will indeed get a siege bot here, and we'll see just how much damage they can get done. We've seen people win and in 100% the turret off just one siege bot, but on this map, it's so difficult to even get the siege bot in. So that's why YDE just barrels down, opens up a pathway through the middle to start getting in some damage. That brings the turret down to 51%.
Yeah, but now if you're PSG, you're staring down the barrel of 10 bolts already for the opposite side. You got 38%. I mean, maybe a BB super chunks down a little bit extra, but you have to have almost a flawless mid here to prevent Nova from getting a siege bot of their own. And at 13%, they're basically answering bolt for bolt. Cerulean says, I don't care if you get that middle one. I'm so far ahead of you. I'll just trade 1 for 1 this entire time.
Yeah, it's starting to seem like it's just going to become a question of who can do more on the one siege bot that they summon, because Nova will be bringing in a level siege bot here now to try and make their push.
Well, the Barley Super came out as well and brought it down to 18% on the opposite side. You have to at least match that now. If you're Nova Esports, you have to get it down beneath 18 with 10 seconds.
And they only have 10 seconds. You're exactly right. Tom has made the move in. They've got it down to 68%, but I don't know if the DPS is enough. Are they holding any more supers in the bag becomes the question, and it's not enough damage. They only get it to 33%. That means PSG come out on top in this very first game. One more stance between them and a finals victory.
I gotta say, I don't remember exactly where that safe was before that final Barley Super came out from PSG.
I think at 32,
but
right around there.
They ended the game on the level 15 siege bot on the opposite side at 33%. So if it was any higher than 33%, which actually it might have been, that Barley Super towards the end may have ended up saving it. 18%, of course, is where their safe stood. So I don't know how low they got there at the end of it, but 33% is where that final siege bot ended. If it was any higher than 33, which it was in that like mid-30s range.
I agree.
So that could have been, honestly, a game-winning Barley Super down there towards the end. So smart play, well played there. I think they felt confident in their ability to defend. And again, maybe a game-winning Barley Super there.
That's a great point to point that out exactly how valuable that Barley Super just might have been. Now the question becomes, can Nova respond? Remember, it was PSG that looked a little bit out of sorts on Brawl Ball and got everything recovered to try and win that very first game here in Siege. It's Nova's job now to try and force us into a third match, but Skyrix finds Tom early on here in this match to try and fight for some control.
And Cerulean already forced out as well. Goes into the damage reduction beneath 40% health. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but now it's going to be YDE versus Cerulean. He doesn't have the super. Cerulean does. Now they both do. They are going to get the level 2 this time. This is a map I don't really foresee a level 2 ending the game because of how long it can take to get there. I'll gladly eat my words, though, but already stalling it out are Nova.
Maybe they can use it just to break the barrier, though, and potentially open things up later on. Now out comes the Barley Super as well from Twisty, and that brings in a ton of damage. We're down below 70 just off the level 2 siege bot.
And that was a lot due to the Barley Super, so if I'm looking back at game 1 now, you're looking at 30-something% that he was able to get from that. They might have lost that game, and now in retrospect, I think they might have if he didn't use that super.
Yeah.
So smart play there. You can see how much damage that truly does, especially if they're running the Noxious Star Power. Nova Esports, they're going to have 6 bolts in their back pocket, only 4 for PSG, and with 3 seconds left, they're going to get their chance to attack.
That's huge for Nova. They're going to need to match that 32% damage that was dealt by PSG the last time. A couple more trade-outs coming out, though, in your kill feed, but Skyrix and YDE in position to try and defend the siege bot, but YDE too low. Spin found enough damage to bring him down early, but look how low the siege bot is, already down to 35,000. Twisted Twig does so much damage.
Yeah, they just back off. They realize how slow that went. He'll gladly trade out his life to keep that in the balance, and this is an essentially even final siege here. So often you see a lopsided, 15-0, you have to fight back. This is at 4 for 5 here in the middle, 15 seconds left. This is anyone's game.
Spin has found himself a nice kill, but they actually didn't get bolt control. It's Twisty who makes his way over, but still 8-4 in favor of Nova.
2 bolts.
Another bolt spawn, or another siege spawn could be huge for him. Skyrix does find at least one, but this is definitely coming up Nova.
Yeah, wow, with level 10 left, they do have a deficit to make up here. Twisty Twig going to try to put himself in position to find more damage with that Barley Super. Doesn't do it. Cerulean, he's going to super in the backside here, and at 72%, they're looking like they're going to win.
It does cost Cerulean his life on this one, but that means they've opened up the door for the siege bot to move in. I agree with you. Nova's gotten it done here in our second game of the set, which means that we're going to be moving all the way to a third game here, Dave. I don't know how you could have asked for more Brawl Stars fans out there,
It's
right?
what we deserve. It's what we deserve, the way this has been. 2-0, 2-1, 2-0, 2-0, now another 2-1. It's been like either the most blowout game mode of the year or it all hangs in a balance. Nova Esports not giving up just yet the way that the last couple of games looked. Save, I guess, Brawl Ball. You would understand if they were maybe feeling a little bit down on their luck, but PSG have stayed in it just as well. Honestly, I have no idea who maybe comes out on top of this one. I think the brawlers probably are going to dictate a lot of the way this goes.
I agree with you, man. And Spen was struggling a little bit from where I was sitting on that spike in that very first game, but he made up for it in game number 2. He's finding some really big supers in that game, as well as some critical damage to clean up and try and get their siege bot in so they could even up that percentage on this turret at least a little bit. Man, it's so close, man. I don't know how you can call it at this point, Dave.
I mean, I guess you have, if I'm looking maybe at brawlers and which way you go, I actually don't really think you change up too much. I think the bull super is enough used at the right time, because if you bull super, that's your environment destruction in these last couple of compositions. You just use the super, run literally straight through the enemy base, and then instead of going around to the choke points, your siege bot just walks right up the middle. It depends how early on you feel comfortable using that. Gonna have very similar lineups here, except a spike on one side and a barley on the opposite side. So more immediate damage, I think, goes the way of PSG if that barley's able to free fire.
That's right. I feel like barley does better damage onto the actual turret, but you'd maybe prefer Spen when it comes to the mid control. And so far, that has worked here in favor of Nova. It's 1-1, make it 2-1 as they grab one more bolt. But one more comes out from PSG. It does go in favor of Nova. This siege bot will be coming out for them. So Twisty just goes ahead and drops the super.
And they're actually already down to 2 people defending, and they have 1 bolt to boot for the next mid. So basically another even mid for them around this next time, depending on how much damage the siege bot takes. Only about halfway there, so plenty of room for Nova to get in, get some damage on this safe.
Yeah, and they broke that mid barrier down as well, so I know 25% might not be the most damage you've ever seen on a turret, but they accomplished a lot in that push, and they're not that far behind in bolts.
That's a stage-setting push, I think. They're going to tie up the bolt lead once Cerulean, and then they're going to take the lead once Tom goes in here. So it's the way these next mid-trades go. Absolutely going to determine who comes out on top of this one. It's a 1-for-1, call it maybe a 2-for-1, since PSG are now firmly in control of this mid area. They're going to take the lead. They're going to get a siege bot of their own, and it's only going to be level 5, but they're likely going to only be down 1 bolt. Actually, they're going to be even bolt-wise if Nova are able to defend this one.
Remember, Twisty has so much damage available to him on the barley. That's why Tom is looking for him on the top. The path has been opened in. The siege bot with half HP makes its way in. Skyrix is able to find 1 kill. In comes the barley super, and they're doing enough damage to where they barely would gotten it already.
1 more barley bomb to end it all.
Just move in and drop the damage. That'll do it. PSG are the ones that come out on top for you at the Brawl Stars Open here in Europe. Wow.
What are the odds? Okay, so we get the closest set maybe of the day, and then it all comes down to a 2% safe, and a barley happens to be in range to end the whole thing. You got to be kidding me. Way to play there from PSG. They come out on top 2-1.
Wow.
You can't end out the finals in a better way, I don't think.
No, you absolutely can't. I mean, it came down to very nearly the final siege, right within the final point on the final set. I mean, I agree with you, man. I just don't know how you ask for a close one between this. My hat's off to Nova Esports. Yeah. They clearly made a really impressive run throughout this tournament, full of strong players, man. But it's PSG that get it done, bouncing back after a brutal loss on Brawl Ball, by the way.
Yeah, and look at the way the safe evaporates. This is why it's so important to actually deal with the brawlers rather than just the robot there. The barley super proving how effective it is, even if he's not as good as maybe a spike in that mid. Just the burst, the melt potential from a barley on the safe is, I think, good enough to warrant bringing him into your team, even if that mid control is not quite as good. And then, of course, the one-off chance that you need 1% left on the safe, and you can just toss it in from out of range.
Dave, we didn't talk about any brawler in particular early on today, did we, or anything like that?
I don't think we're Barley. You're not a Barley fan,
no,
right?
Man,
you don't like the guy?
I'm a Barley stan. Come on now,
you don't
Dave.
Like Barley.
What? No, tell the fans I love me some Barley. He won the tournament, Dave.
That's
Give
true.
my man some credit.
Yeah, I need a star power in my brawl box. Please bring it to me so I can start winning some siege games. Because up until this point, no way.
And for what it's worth, man, Tom was really trying to zone the Barley off of that final siege bot to try and stop that damage. Just could not get in there enough on the BB, and it is PSG who come out on top here at the Brawl Stars Open for European Union. And we're not even done with Brawl Stars for today. North America is still on its way after this here, Dave. So, I mean, if this was any indication, I imagine North America is going to be just as competitive.
Yeah, and I just, a quick thought on the bracket. I looked at PSG's route here. They 3-0'd everybody. Except a 3-1 that they had, I believe, in the round of 16, and then, of course, a 3-2 in the finals. So of their 5 games that we at least got to see in the bracket, heavily in favor of PSG.
That's right. What, 3 sets total it sounds like they dropped on their entire run through here. Incredibly impressive for PSG, your champions here at the Brawl Stars Open Europe. But again, we have North America on its way. It will be a break. We're going to start in the round of 16, North America after this.